in just a second. I think all the streams are open. It looks like the TikTok stream, both of our YouTube streams, our Facebook stream, and the Twitch stream all appear to be up and running. So, welcome in, friends. We have another daytime barbecue. So, looking forward to some enlightening conversations today. I'm sure that's exactly what all the guests will be. I'm sure they'll be quite well-mannered and enlightening. So should be exciting. Atheistic preacher, good to see you, my friend. We got a bunch of people filing in. I always forget to turn my phone off until I start hearing the noise coming back at me. Anyways, welcome in, friends. It's great to see everyone. Ari, great to see you, friend. Bad Religion, great to see you as well. Great to see everyone here. Literally, Jesus is with us again, so great to see you, Jesus. Master Blaster, good to see you, friend. B-Boop is with us in the house. Good to see you, B-Boop. Banshee, Mama, Shaft Nuts, great to see everybody. Hannibal's mother's with us today as well, so should be a lot of fun. Friends, we just got the live stream open. If you're watching and you think I'm wrong and you want to prove me wrong, there's a link on the screen that you can go to, or you can request up using TikTok. You can use the TikTok guest request, and you can request it right up on TikTok without using the link provided on the screen, also provided in the description of the video. Jereb says, I love the schedule. Well, for the summer, this is my schedule. So I'm doing daytime streams here over the summer until about mid-August. When my son goes back to school, I'll be able to do some evening streams again. Not every evening, but I'll be doing more evening streams. But anyways, during the summer, I'm going to be doing morning streams. I'm spending all my evenings with my son. So that's what the summer schedule is going to be. Last summer, I wasn't actually capable of doing a lot of day streams because I was working. So now we're just doing this. Chris, we are cooking. Thank you. Also, Justin is an errant biter. I don't know if that's the case. I'm sure I've been wrong. I am sure I've been wrong before. But we should have everything rocking and rolling pretty soon. The streams are all open. We should have some opposition. B-Boop, my friend, thank you so much for the super chat. B-Boop says, howdy, DZ, much love, and rock hard for Doug. Well, hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, B-Boop. And yeah, always be rock hard for Doug. I approve of this sentiment. So don't be flaccid for Doug, friends. And Krill, my friend, great to see you in the house. Krill says, God damn, or should I say Doug damn, 2 days in a row. We're blessed. Well, we're going to be live a lot during the summer. So anyways, I'm glad that we could do 2 days in a row for you, Krill, and I hope you enjoy it. And yes, I've actually converted on my phone to do an OMD and OMFD rather than OMG, because Doug is the grounding of the foundation for all things. So, all right, we got a guest in our TikTok queue. We'll bring in our first guest. Welcome in, Snake.
Hey, how you doing, Justin?
Doing good. Snake, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm actually not a believer. I'm 43.
Okay. Did you have a question?
Are you? Yeah, I just had a question, since I know that your knowledge base is very vast compared to a lot of people on here.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to debate that. I've been torn between the thought about being saved and whatnot, which is why I'm on the line of actually having any kind of deist believing or not. I mean, my main concern is going to be, once we're saved, I mean, since you might have a better answer to this, once you're saved and you're in the glory land and you're in spirit with the ultimate being and you're there in worship, what happens if you have a change of mind all of a sudden? You're not in agreement to what's going on around you. You're just not content, and you don't decide to be part of that anymore. Like, is there any way you can go to maybe the bouncer at the door and tell them, hey, buddy, I need out? Do you have like a 30-day trial, anything like that? Or are you stuck in heaven for eternity?
No, I mean, so if you believe that God gives you free will, because according to what Christians will tell you, you have to have free will. And if that's the case, then that includes free will to leave. It also seems to be in accordance with what we find in Hebrews 6, chapter 6, verse 4 and 5. It says, for it is impossible to restore again to repentance those who have once been enlightened and have tasted the heavenly gift and shared in the Holy Spirit, and have tasted the good word of God and the powers of the age to come, and then have fallen away, since they are crucifying again the Son of God to their own harm and holding him up to contempt. So according to the author of Hebrews, you can be a believer, you can be a Christian, and then fall away. It's just that if you do that, then you're no longer allowed back.
Right. You're no longer going to be allowed into the promised land, like they call.
Which is kind of weird because either way you look at it, God is revoking your free will. Option number one, you're a Christian forever, which means he revokes your free will. Option number two, once you decide against it, you can never change your mind and come back to it, which again, eliminates your free will. So anytime Christians bring up these nonsense arguments about once saved, always saved or whatever, just remind them that no matter how you look at this, God is okay with taking away your free will. So your free will at that point, they have to they have to pick what edge of the sword they want to get cut with. Do they want to get cut with you were never a Christian, or do they want to get cut with God doesn't care about your free will?
Right. Yeah, very well explained, man. I appreciate that. And I just saw your video on the whole King James and the Bishop's Bible, and that's interesting, man. That really makes you wonder a lot of things, man. I'm not sure how people don't look into these things a little deeper before they go out there and they, absolutely feel like what they're reading is true and is the word. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Well, I think
it's crazy, man.
I think a lot of people don't know where to look for answers. It's the classic problem of you don't know what you don't know. And so for a lot of people, if you have questions, like there's only a few resources at your disposal to get answers. Whereas once you get like a proper education, you realize that even if you don't know all the answers, you know where to go to get the answers.
Right. You know where to go for resources and whatnot.
Right. Yeah.
Gotcha, man. All right, man. I'm gonna drop down, man. I'm not in op. I know you're looking for op, but I appreciate you having me up, man.
All right, cheers, Snake. Have a great one.
All right.
W Snake. Also, Ryan Bailey, thank you for the $20 over Venmo. Big W, Ryan. I really appreciate that. You can super chat. You can join as a member to support that way. You can join the Patreon and support that way, or you can donate directly. If you do Patreon or direct donation, I keep almost all of the funds. If you do over YouTube super chat, they take a bit of it. But listen, support any way you guys feel obliged to support the channel. I appreciate everything. You guys make the channel possible. And Elt, I can't even pronounce that. Let me try this. Eltiniddle. Thank you for the $50 super chat, friend. That's very generous. It says, first live, a pun mastered entered her 10 best puns in a pun contest to see if one will win first place. Unfortunately, no pun intended. Oh, that's so bad, but so good. Thanks for all your streams. Cook 'em good. Well, listen, Elt, that was actually a really good pun. In fact, that might be the punniest one I've heard in a long time. So I really appreciate that. As you know, I love words. It pains me to my core when Christians want to make words not mean words, but here words actually have meaning. So thank you for the pun. I appreciate that. And Christian Atheist, great to see you as well. It says, what do you call a rock that doesn't attend school? A skipping stone. Fantastic. Classic even. It's a classic. It's a good one. Very, very good. All right, we'll do one or two more super chats. We'll get our next guest, Master Mars the Cosmos. We'll get Mars in here. Raphael says, it's hard to convince these Christians that they have been deceived. It's like talking to the fifth wall. Ex-Christian here, bro here doing God's work. Well, listen, I appreciate that, Raphael, but you're right. Because it's easier to deceive somebody than to convince them that they've been deceived. That's almost always the case. Most people, once they find a message or a person that they trust, then they stop questioning the information and then they become deceived. All right, last one from Just a Ranter. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, is Deuteronomy 6:16 about testing God's power or patience? Obviously, the religion doesn't want you to test his power because that proves he is BS. But I wonder if that interpretation is out of context. So Deuteronomy 16 is kind of a classic passage, or 6:16. So there's like there's okay. there's this idea from the Bible that you're not supposed to test God, but it's not really what it means if you read it in context. In context, it's basically saying do not. It's kind of like when you're acting up as a child, and your dad was like, "I'm going to get the belt if you don't behave," and don't test me on that. That's kind of what it's saying here. It's not saying that as a believer you can't be like, God, I need a sign. That's not what's happening here. This is about them being wicked and disobedient. If you read the context, he says, because the Lord your God, who is present with you, is a jealous God, the anger of the Lord your God will be kindled against you, and he would destroy you from the face of the earth. So he's talking about punishing the Israelites for being wicked. Then he says, do not put the Lord your God to the test as you tested him at Massah, which was, greatly upsetted the Lord on two different occasions while they're in the desert. So what's happening here with the whole idea of test is not that God said you can't just test them. In fact, elsewhere in the Bible, it says it literally says to test him in Malachi. And it invites you to test him and taste and see if he's good. So when we talk about don't test the Lord, most Christians don't understand what's happening here. This is not saying that you can't, see if the shoes fit, if you know what I mean. Good question, though. We'll get Mars up in the guest box. Welcome in, Mars.
Ew. What's your name, man?
Mars, I'm Justin. Do you want to be called Mars or something else?
You can call me Marquise. It's cool.
Okay, Marquise. Marquise, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 25, and I guess I'm knowledgeable of belief. So, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a believer.
Do you have a
I think
religion?
it's a relationship beyond that. Um, I guess Islam is like the current religion right now. I'm going with the times here.
Have you been in multiples?
I was born in Christianity, but everybody matures. So I
Yeah.
read the book, and you know,
Bertram, thank you for the fireworks. I appreciate that. Okay, so Marquise, you used to be a Christian and now you're Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim. I'm just saying Islam is the current religion. I'm not
I'm
religious.
asking
The
you
closest thing
what
you
you
can get,
believe in.
I believe in this world, yeah, and its people. So that's just a
Right,
whole.
but you believe in a God, right?
Of course, let's start there.
Okay.
Yes, I
And does
believe
the
in
God
God,
have a name?
Elohim, with many other epitaphs over time.
Is the God a trinity or not a trinity?
There have been multiple triunes, but I mean, it starts with one primordial and then forward.
Right, but do you believe in a trinitarian God concept?
Yeah, of course. I just said there were multiple triunes. There have been triunes
Okay.
in Greek mythology.
And
Everything.
do you believe that Jesus is part of the Trinity?
Jesus is the God of Christianity, but specifically and only explicitly that. There are other forms of God.
Okay.
One God, many
So
forms.
so do you believe in one trinity or multiple trinities?
I guess in that way, yeah, I would believe in multiple trinities. There were multiple triunes over time in
Right.
different mythology.
So you would also accept like the Hindu trinity.
Exactly. So it starts there for me.
Okay, so you're a
But yeah,
polytheist.
everyone's a polytheist.
Well, I'm not. So anyways,
You
at
have
that
four
point the
grandparents, don't you?
polytheist. I
I
don't
asked
believe
you if
in
you
any
have four
gods.
grandparents.
As it turns out, I do have four grandparents, but I don't believe in
Then
any
you're
gods.
polytheist. You don't have to believe in God to do that.
That's the definition of being atheist.
The world being
Believing
created
believing
and
in
you believing in its
believing in
action.
theism makes you a theist. I don't
Okay.
believe in theism. I don't believe there's a God. So that makes me
Right.
atheist without a belief in God.
So you do
So
know how you know that that's just under the umbrella of philosophy, animism.
it's not
It
under the
exists
umbrella of
beyond.
anything. It's just definitions of words. So let's
Right.
start at
Which,
the
how
beginning
does
of the
that work?
conversation, which is
Okay.
why would anyone at all, particularly myself, believe that there is even one God, much less a plurality of
You're
gods?
one person and a byproduct of creation, just as every other person is.
Oh, I don't believe anything was created. I think the universe is eternal. So what's the
So
evidence that the
what are you
universe was
creating
created?
right now? Are you not speaking? These words don't come from the brain that you used to think, or
Yeah,
are these just
yeah,
registered
just
emotions for you?
try to follow along. Matter, space,
Are
and
they
time in my
pre-registered
worldview weren't
emotions?
created.
We're
I'm
talking
asking
about
you
space
if
time.
there's any evidence that matter, space, and time was created.
Right. So light, sound, time, all
I'm
of these
aware. Yeah.
things. Right. So because you're aware, that awareness, that animism, that being that you are, which is valued regardless of your opinion, is applied to every being in any nature. So
We'll try
that's
this
one
again.
reason.
Do you have any evidence that matter,
I'm
space,
looking
and
for
time
an
were
answer
actually
and just
created, like they
asking,
didn't exist at one point and then they
are you
came into
seeking an answer or
existence?
are you having a conversation? Because I don't
I'm
even hear you
trying to
listening
have a
to me.
conversation with you, but it seems like you're not
A
capable.
structured conversation or just a conversation? I
It's
would
called
like
a
to
it's
clarify.
called a conversation, and I'm asking you simple questions about what you believe, and I'm
Right.
asking
I
you
believe in
simple
God.
questions why you believe those things, and you're not actually answering the question. So I'll just ask again. Do you have
I'll
any
just give you
evidence or
space.
any argumentation for your belief that there was once nothing and then something came from nothing, or any evidence at all that there even was a creation event?
Everything that is, the fact that we are considering it, right? Your process of consideration and my knowledge of your belief are two different things. They're on two different scales, right? You believe in atheism, right? Is this what you're saying?
I don't believe in atheism.
There's only
Atheism
one
is a
way.
lack
There's
of
only
belief.
one way. You're either atheist or you believe. I don't believe in everything in between. I don't care if you're polytheist or not or what type of religion you have. Are you atheist? Yes or no? Do you believe in God?
You already know I'm an atheist. I already told you twice that I don't believe in
Okay,
God.
so
If
no
you
needs for
would quit
specifics
yapping, you
then.
would have heard that already.
We're doing the same thing. I said I'll give you space, so let me shut up first.
You didn't give me any space. That's why I keep having to talk over you. If you don't talk over me, I won't talk over you. But if you talk over me, I'll definitely talk over you.
Okay, and where are we creating respect here?
Okay.
Because that's where we start.
Well,
So it's
respect
an
is
introduction
you not
and a first
talking over me.
impression. Right, we're both
Okay.
having a
So
conversation.
we'll
So I'm
start
waiting
at
for you.
square
I just gave you
one.
5 seconds
So
of
we'll
space.
start
This
at
is not my time,
you don't have to
right?
you don't
So
have to
this is my
give
5
you don't have
seconds.
to give me space. It's my live stream. So
Okay, that's the thing, right? Because that's the self-proclaimed God that you believe in, which is your being. So we're
okay, I'm just gonna mute you. So I don't know if you know this, but yapping on this live stream is not the thing to do. So I'm trying to have a linear conversation about what you believe and why you believe it. And I still have not received a single answer for a very easy question, which is, do you have an evidence or an argument that would lead one to conclude that matter, space, and time was in fact created rather than being eternal? Do you have anything of that nature?
one value, which is God being, which is any action. So now, right, knowing that you exist, existence exists. Stop questioning existence so we can actually have the conversation about the
I'm
imaginary
not
concept.
questioning
There's the
existence. I'm questioning your
You're
belief
atheist.
of
You
how
don't know
existence
God,
came
so
into
you
being.
can't you don't know God, so you can't do anything but question God.
I'm
You see, you're
asking,
on the spectrum of inquisition because
okay, listen, you are not intelligent enough to be on this platform. I know quite literal preteens who can have a more linear conversation than you. You're not equipped for this. I don't know what grade you survived in school, but it's clear that the educational system has failed
even
you.
judgment.
So I'm going to leave this conversation and move on to an actual adult who can have a conversation because you're not capable. And I'm not going to waste my energy anymore on this particular conversation. Look at Joel crashing out already in the TikTok comments. Host is lost. No, I'm not, Joel. You're just ignorant and you have no defense of your God. Zero defense of your God. If I'm lost, you're welcome to come over and correct me. All right, I'm going to get our next guest in here. And also, if you're watching on anything but TikTok, you can use the link on the screen here and here to join the conversation. You can also go to the description of the video and you'll, in fact, see a link to join up into the conversation. That being said, I'm not going to bring in the next guest because they just ran. Apparently, God didn't give them the Holy Spirit. So let me grab a couple super chats while we wait on the next guest to populate. Texas Panhandler, my friend, great to see you. Texas says Patreon is easy and set. Is easy to set and forget. Was glad to sign up as soon as it was available. We love you. Well, thank you so much, Texas. I really appreciate that. I appreciate signing up on the Patreon. Patreon takes only a little tiny cut versus YouTube. YouTube takes a big cut. If you sign up on Patreon, you will get access to the cheat sheet, the live cheat sheet. And Minuteman, my friend, great to see you as well. Minuteman says, hey, Justin, I found a really good spicy ketchup at an Indian store that will actually taste good on a hot dog. Please avoid regular ketchup on hot dogs. Praise Doug. Well, Minuteman, listen, I love spice. Send me a picture. Go on to the Discord. Send me a picture of the spicy ketchup. I will absolutely grab a bottle of it and try it out on a hot dog ASAP. I'm a big fan. I'm all for it. If you've got a good spicy ketchup, I want part of it. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta fix my window real quick to grab the next super chat. There we go. Zakul says, "Can't wait to be converted to Christianity again." Zakul, listen, I don't suspect you're in the right place for that. You and I both know that's not going to happen here. Thank you for the super chat, though. And Burner says, "Yeah, Justin just sat down for lunch. It's time. It is lunchtime, friends. Open up your lunch sacks, get your napkins and your water out. Get ready to feast. It's going to be a good time." And Fosco, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, "Been working on my own parody theology, inverted covenant. Paul was a Satanist, and his letters pull people away from the Old Testament God." Actually, I agree with you. When you get that finished, send it over to me. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that sentiment. And Sonus, my good friend, great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for the 500 ARS. Big W all the way to Argentine. Sonus says, "First time I catch you live from the beginning. Happy cooking, and of course, praise Doug." Well, Sonus, I'm so glad you're here, and thank you so much for watching the live stream, participating in the chat, and being so generous and supporting the stream. I really do appreciate that, friend. And Randy, thank you so much for gifting out 10 DZ Debates memberships. 10 more people with access to the cheat sheet. Big W, Randy. Great to see you, friend. Great to see you. All right, we're going to get Bobby Z in the guest box next. Welcome in, Bobby.
Hello. Thank you.
Bobby, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yes, I am in my 50s, and I was baptized 2 years ago
Fair
for the
enough.
second time. So, yeah, the first time I was Catholic. Yep.
First time didn't take, I'm sure. So what would be the evidence or the argument that would lead one to believe that the Christian God is real?
All right. So I, I have to explain it like this, and I don't see God as a European guy with a white beard. To me, God represents an energy that is light, that created everything, right? Now, when a person
is God
has
immaterial,
faith, right? I can't confirm nor deny that. That's the whole thing. So faith is based on like what you want to believe in when there's no evidence of that. See,
what
so
is
that's
light
faith.
made from?
Photons.
So God is photons?
It's a combination. God is everything. So like everything around you, God made, including you. But this
I'm
is
not asking what he made. I'm trying to figure out what figure out what you think God is. So God is photons, and God is
he's made
everything?
of everything around you. God, yes,
So
including you.
Is God made
Now,
from my anus?
That's kind of sick.
Well,
you don't have to. That's kind of vulgar.
It's actually theologically significant. Do you want to hear why?
Sure, go ahead.
So coming into contact with feces for God is a no-no according to Deuteronomy 23. So your God can't be everything because he says in Deuteronomy 23 that he literally can't even be around feces. So he's certainly not my anus.
Fair enough. I never associated feces with God, but that's a reality, right? Because I said everything.
You did say everything, yeah.
So, yeah, I did. I know. So, but check this out. So one of the things that we believe is that God gave us free will, right? You have free will to not believe in God, and that's fine. I don't hate you for that. I don't think you're going to go to some fiery place in the afterlife. That's not what I view as God to be. Now, when we leave this world, when we leave our bodies, then we'll find out for sure. But until then, we can have a faith or we cannot have a faith. If you don't want to believe it, that's fine. I respect you. That's all I wanted to say.
My desire has nothing to do with wanting to believe in God. I want to believe in things that are true. Do you have any evidence or an argument that would lead one to conclude that your God is true, like he actually exists?
Like I said, it's faith. So if you have faith in something that you can't see,
so no,
then that's what. So yeah, I mean, obviously, you don't. I don't need to have evidence, just like you don't have evidence that he doesn't exist.
If I had faith that you live in your mom's basement and you beat her if she doesn't get dinner on the table by 5, is that a true thing to believe in?
If you want to believe that, sure, you can believe that.
Do you think it's
I mean, it's
dangerous
not
to
a
believe things
fact.
that are not true?
Yeah, but you can't confirm that. Like, you don't
Okay,
know that I'm not living in my
so it
mom's
is dangerous.
basement.
No, I just have to have faith. I don't need evidence. You already told me.
Right, right. So
Okay,
it's
so I
faith.
so I
It's
just need faith.
yeah.
Okay, so if you can give me your whereabouts, I'm going to get the police on the phone and let them know that there's a DV case at hand,
What the hell's a DV?
domestic violence.
You're a funny guy. So do you hear somebody getting DV'd?
No, I have faith that it happens though.
Oh, well, that'd be a false accusation then,
But no, but I have faith in it.
and you'd be making a false report.
Yeah, but I have faith in it.
Then go ahead and do it.
Okay. So you don't have an argument for God, you just believe anyways?
Yeah, there is no proof, so I'm
Well,
just letting you know that I believe in
we
something
agree on
that there's no
that.
proof of. That's faith. That's
We
faith. It
listen, we
doesn't mean that
agree.
you're right. Yeah, it
We
doesn't mean
agree.
that you're right though.
You believe in things without evidence and I don't. So,
So yeah, and there you go. But thank you for letting me come up.
all right, cheers,
God
man.
still loves you. God
No,
still loves you.
no, he doesn't. He doesn't exist.
He does.
No, he doesn't. You're a clown. Okay, moving on. I'll grab a couple more super chats. We'll get our next guest in the queue. Looks like Max is coming up from YouTube. Laura says, "Love y'all. Great mods chat." Well, thank you so much, Laura. Great to see you, friend. Good to see you in a daytime stream. And Rostaman says, "Justified. True belief is my new epistemological stance." This is fantastic. Thank you, Rostaman. I appreciate that. I'll see if I could use that in a sentence at some point. And Tim says, you can lead a horticulture, but you can't make her think. Oh, shit. That's a good use of words, okay? For those who didn't get that joke, just say the word horticulture a few times and you'll figure it out. Amazing joke. That's a grade A joke. Randy says, "I'm impressed with your patience with some of these guests." Randy, listen, it's hard some days. It really is. I really appreciate you supporting the stream and being here and watching it. But, eventually one of these knuckleheads is going to make me lose my cool. It's not easy, friend. And Richard Cox, amazing name. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, "My husband was a pastor for over 30 years. Now he's an atheist." Yeah, there's a lot of us, actually. "He believes Christianity is mythology. He has always believed it is mythology, even when he was preaching. He is 86 now." Well, big dubs, Richard, for your husband being honest with the book, because it is mythology. And thanks for sharing. I appreciate that. There's a lot of ex-pastors in the atheist space, and for a good reason. We're the ones that are the most knowledgeable and trained on the book quite typically. And Miko says, "Trying a super chat live. Have I fixed it?" Miko, there is a super chat on the screen with your name, which means you figured it out, my friend. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And Sentry says, "Appreciate the UK friendly live time. Hope you are good, dude. Hail Satan." I agree. Hail Satan. And also, I should be live in the fall. I'm going to go back to my nighttime schedule in the fall, but I'm going to be live like 1 or 2 days a week in the fall during the daytime for those that are in different time zones. So we'll keep some daytime streams moving forward. And Miko coming again said, "I fixed it. 3 days trying to fix that. Woohoo." Yeah, listen, you got to fix twice now. Twice. Roger says, "Thank you for doing awesome and important work. Keep pushing, Doug. Best wishes from Norway." Well, thank you so much for the super chat all the way from Norway. Hope you're enjoying the weather and actually having healthcare over there. Big W. And CAC says, "Would you try Woodford Reserve Double Oaked or Maker's Mark 46 bourbons on stream? They're some of my faves, and I know how you like your Kraken." Okay, so Kakaroo. First of all, the answer is yes, and I love both of them. I've already had both of those. But this is a good point. Maybe I should start integrating some tasting on the live stream and doing live reviews during the stream just for fun. Because I love whiskeys, all of them. Every time I go to a new location, I try to find a local whiskey I've never had. It's really good stuff. Thank you for supporting too. Matrix, last one. Matrix, thank you for the super chat, my good friend, all the way from Canada. Says, respect you, love your work, former Christian, praise Doug Almighty, am current flirt. What? You're currently a flirf? Actual scientific truth. Realm is stationary, measurably, provably, and extended topographical plane. NASA lies. Well, you'd be completely wrong, and it pains me that you grew up in Canada where they have a real educational system But listen, flat Earth is a lie. It's just as silly as believing in sky fairies. I hope one day you can leave your Flurf cult. Okay, let's get Max in the box. How you doing, Max?
Doug.
Max, are you a believer?
Doug, what's up, brother?
Not too much. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man. Last time I called, you hung up on me.
Probably. It might happen a second time. So, Max, are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer. I had some questions.
Well, what God do you believe in? I kind of forgot.
We just discussed. I believe in the God of the Bible, the Abrahamic religions.
Right. And what did we discuss last time you were up?
We discussed a lot of things. Actually, and it was we discussed mainly the threshold that we started to disagree on. We were talking about predestination, and you were I believe it was Ephesians 4. I believe you're reading from, but I didn't want to.
Probably Ephesians.
Yeah, but I didn't want to. I don't want to. I don't see. I don't want to. I just want to ask your opinions on a couple things, if that's cool. I didn't want to get into a debate. I'm interested just on your insight on certain things as an atheist.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
So, do you believe anything in the Bible is true? Do you believe there any particular off the top of your head?
Yeah, there's a lot of events in the Bible that I know are true. For example, the idea that a bunch of Hebrews went down into Egypt to avoid being slaughtered by the Babylonians. We know that to be true. We've got an Egyptian or a Hebrew settlement in Elephantine. It was also true that the Babylonians and Nebuchadnezzar did invade Judea and ransack the place and destroy the temple. So, like, a lot of the historical accounts in the books of Kings seem to be true. It seems to also be the case that there were, in fact, 12 or 13 tribes in the land, and that, like, King David seems to be a real person. Moab, it was a real location that actually made war with Israel.
Cool. So how do you feel when you hear certain atheists say that, like, the Bible is just all fairy tales and none of it's true? Like, how do you feel about when you certain atheists would say that?
Well, I don't really worry about what other atheists are saying. I only worry about my own particular viewpoint. Like, I don't police the atheist community. But typically, most atheists who say that kind of thing are being a little bit hyperbolic. If you press them a little bit, most of them will admit that there are some things in the Bible that appear to be true history.
Nice. How do you have any thoughts on how you believe the universe actually began?
I don't think it did begin.
What are your thoughts on the Big Bang?
I think the Big Bang has nothing to do with the beginning of matter, space, and time. It is only an explanation of how the universe was once much smaller and expanded into what we have today. It doesn't make any claims as to what was prior to that.
Okay. As far as the Big Bang, do you feel that any of the information in the Big Bang is relevant at all? Or
what do you mean?
The scientific community, parts of the scientific community kind of lean on the Big Bang as a valid way of explaining not only why the universe is expanding, but also as far back as they can go as far as what's universally agreed on the beginning of this universe.
Oh, no, scientists don't agree on that at all. In fact, there was a recent survey done of physicists, and it was quite clear that the vast majority of physicists don't believe that the Big Bang was the starting of all things. They don't believe in a creation event.
Okay.
That's just something that, like, theists who don't know science will tell you.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So what are the odds of the universe forming exactly the way it is up to this point? Do you know what those odds are?
I know the odds are incalculable. There's no way to know what other forms the universe could have taken, but it's also kind of silly because every time you play the odds, all you're suggesting is that the universe has a goal in mind. Odds are only important like if you have a goal in mind. Like if I have 4 dice and I'm saying I'm going to roll 4 6s. Well, shit, that's really fucking hard to do, right? The odds of that are astronomical, but
Right.
it's only meaningful if I'm trying to do it. Like if I just if I'm just sitting at a table and I roll dice and it happens to land on 4 6s, but that wasn't even my goal, well, no one gives a shit.
Okay. How old do you say the universe is?
How old? I think the universe is forever. I don't think there was a beginning.
Got you. You did say that. Okay. Um, I read something that said if the odds of the universe forming itself in the way that it is right now is like 10 to the 123rd power or something like that. I don't know if that's
Yeah, but
true or not, but
it's not a meaningful statistic. It doesn't mean anything because the universe doesn't have an intention. Like for example, the combinations in a deck of cards. There are 52 cards in a deck of cards,
right,
and there's like a trillion different ways like you combine them. Like there's more ways to combine a deck of cards than there is like sand on the beaches, right? If I take a deck of cards and I throw it down, it might be true that the order in which those cards randomly fell is like a trillion times impossible, on when you're doing probabilities. But it's not. It's just random, right? It just randomly landed those ways. It's not that information is not helpful unless it was my intention for those cards to land that way. If I wrote down ahead of time, this is the order that the 52 cards are going to fall in, and then I
right,
threw them in the air and then they fell in that order, that would be a miracle. But just the fact that
right.
they fell in the order they fell in isn't a miracle.
Do you believe the universe is kind of the same way as that? This is all kind of randomly just
Yeah.
came together the way it did.
Yeah, I think it's we live in a universe of chaos.
Okay. What's your thoughts on evolution?
I think evolution is true.
Well, when I say evolution, I mean the evolution of man more so.
Yeah. I think we evolved from a common ancestor with the great apes. This seems to be apparent looking at the DNA evidence. If you look at like things like endogenous retroviruses, it's quite clear that we had a common ancestor with the great apes, which is why we share like 80% of our endogenous retroviruses with them. And it's also the reason why of those 80% of those ERVs, why a vast majority of them only show up in great apes and humans. They don't show up anywhere else.
Did you know that Africans don't have Neanderthal DNA?
I don't know anything about Neanderthal DNA.
So yeah, mostly only whites and Asians have Neanderthal DNA. Africans are Homo sapiens. They've been Homo sapiens for over thousands of years. So in the evolutionary process, modern man is known as Homo sapiens sapiens. So they don't technically, like most of us, we all have some form of Neanderthal DNA now that the gene pool has been flooded. But the average African, before the gene pool got flooded, doesn't have Neanderthal DNA. So
Princeton did a study on this. There's an article titled "New Study Identifies Neanderthal Ancestry in African Populations and Describes Its Origin."
Right. So if you go to Africa now, because the gene pool has been flooded, so there's been certain Europeans that have gone back in that in the African breeded with like the modern African today, yes, but the before the gene pool was flooded, there was like a zero, like even now there's only like 0.3 Africans that have Neanderthal DNA, but prior to that it was literally zero. So there's a
who did this study?
Which study?
The study you're referring to?
I'm referring to multiple studies. Which you mean before the gene pool or after the gene pool?
I mean, listen, it's plausible that Neanderthals didn't originate in Europe. I mean, this is not a topic that I've studied. I'm just trying to figure out what you're studying that says that.
Well, I've studied multiple. A good place to start is it's called the Homo Heidelbergensis. The Homo Heidelbergensis skull it causes a divide. Sorry, my phone's ringing. It causes a divide in the evolutionary science, because this is where a lot of scientists disagree, because it's hard to put the exact date and location on that particular skull, because the Homo Heidelbergensis is a split where the modern human evolved from. So like it didn't have Neanderthal DNA. So
Well, I mean,
certain
according to the Princeton study, I'm looking at it right now, they disagree. So, like, listen, it's certainly plausible that Neanderthals didn't originate in Africa, that they eventually migrated to Africa. I'm not really sure that matters to me, whether they originated there or they migrated there. The fact of the matter is, if you trace our DNA all the way back, it goes all the way past Neanderthals, all the way into the great apes.
So there's a split. There's a concept called muddle in the middle. The homo. You should Google this. Homo heidelbergensis. It's muddle in the middle, and do some research on that because it'll. I'm not fully qualified to give you I can't give you a full. I'm not a professional, obviously, but that particular it's been also called Homo rodentages. I'm probably Homo rodentages, I believe. So there's like 4 different names for that skull because they can't pinpoint why there's a split. There's a split in the gene pool going back from modern humans. So if you go from the white race and compare it to the African race, there's a split at Homo heidelbergensis. And they call it muddle in the middle. You can if you Google muddle in the middle, Homo heidelbergensis, it'll give you a lot more details than I'm able to give. But ultimately, it's basically saying.
I mean, I'm not sure any of this is actually helpful information. None of this has anything to do with whether or not evolution is true or not. So the fact of the matter is, I got the tree on the screen. Unfortunately for you, you can't see it, but everyone else can see it. I should be able to share it with you, though, if you give me a second. 1 second. Is there a way to share this with you? I know there's a way to share it with you. There's not a way. I don't think there's a way to share it with you.
That's cool. I mean, we don't have to even go down that rabbit hole. I'm just trying to I'm just curious to get your opinion on certain things.
So when it comes,
are you married?
That's none of anyone's business. So
on
the genetic lineages, Homo sapiens fed into non-Africans, East Africans, West Africans, Central Africans, and looks like basically everywhere else. It looks like Neanderthals were on a different branch of the evolutionary tree. So it may certainly be possible that Neanderthals were on a different branch than the Africans, but I don't see what that has to do with evolution.
Well, it's argued that Neanderthals come from more of the lineage of the great ape, whereas Africans that are Homo sapiens have been Homo sapien for.
That's not true.
Can you open up Google and type this in?
I'm looking at the map right now. Everyone can see it, but you. The map right now literally shows that Homo sapiens and Neanderthals have a common ancestor.
Can I show? Can you Google Homo heidelbergensis?
I have the Homo heidelbergensis map open right now on my screen, and it shows that Neanderthals have a common ancestor with Homo sapiens.
Right. So this is where there's a that's not definitive what you're reading. So there's the same skull. The Homo heidelbergensis.
So the guy who made the map is wrong.
So, hold on. Let me give me 1 second. Let me. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing this right. They call that skull multiple names.
I'm not looking at a skull. I'm looking at the genetic map.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Homo heidelbergensis. Right. So Homo RHODESIENSIS. That skull. There's a community that refer to that skull as Homo heidelbergensis. Then there's an entirely different community that refer to it as Homo rodentalis.
I don't know if you know this. I don't really care if there is a skull that's in dispute. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Like you can find a skull somewhere and not know where the skull fits in. That's meaningless in the overall scheme of evolution.
It's not true because different scientists will tell you that that's because there's a split there. Certain scientists say, well, okay, if we all have a common ancestor, then it goes toward Homo heidelbergensis. There's other scientists that say we don't have a common ancestor, and they go for Homo rodentalis. Mine is the same.
All of them go back to a common ancestor, no matter how many splits there are. That's how evolutionary trees work. There are going to be splits. Some of the splits die off and some of them live on.
Okay, let's move on. Thoughts on authority. What are your thoughts on authority as far as like where authority should come from?
Authority is given. It doesn't come from anywhere.
What do you mean given?
It's given. Authority is when I allow someone to have authority or they assume authority. Like it has to be given or taken or stolen. Like, so for example, like there are people that are in authority in the government. I didn't vote for them. They assumed authority given the governmental structure, but there are people that I specifically give authority to. Like I've got moderators on my live stream and elsewhere that I give authority to, and I don't question what they do. I allow them to do their thing. There are other people in life that are just like teachers, educators, that are older, and I just give them authority out of respect. So like authority is just something we do as human beings. It's not a thing that exists transcendentally.
Okay, so do you know about divine right of kings?
Yeah, I don't believe in divine right of kings. I don't believe in kingship.
Well, okay. Well, there's a concept. I was researching the word authority, and it was interesting. I found a part that was saying that the British concept of authority came from the concept of divine right of kings, which was a concept that's based in multiple religions, but namely Christianity, and that authority in the British context comes from was basically starting Christianity through the succession of the apostolic.
You lost me, man. I don't believe in divine authorities, so this is a kind of a meaningless question.
All right. So, what are your thoughts on like the concepts that, well, not the concepts, the practice that we have to, like the police say, so help me God, or like when you got to go to court, you put your hand on the Bible, or the presidents take an oath.
You can
on
put
the
your
Bible.
hand on any book or notebook. You don't have to swear on anything. I could swear on a copy of Richard Hitchens if I wanted to.
So why do you think none of the presidents have done that?
Certainly some of them have. There have been people that were sworn in on non-Bibles. Trump at a last swearing in didn't even put his hand on the Bible. Like I could care less that we have a swearing in process, that people swear by things that they find sacred. It doesn't mean anything to me. Also, it says nothing about whether or not God is real. It only says that there are people who believe gods are real. I don't. Ilhan Omar didn't get sworn in on a Bible.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get your opinion on these things, because a lot of atheists that I talk to, they mention that, well, you don't have to do that, but
you don't have to,
right? But you don't see a lot of presidents, like most of the presidents do that. So it's just interesting
because they're Christians. Christians do what Christians do. Surely you can understand that.
Fair enough.
All right. Listen, Max, I don't think we really have an argument. I'm going to move on to the next guest, but appreciate you coming up, okay?
It was nice talking to you.
Cheers, man.
Have a good one.
Well, I don't know what he said last time to get kicked, but he was polite this time. Let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in the box. I think Ikinato was next in line, and then Dave. Sonus, thank you so much for the 300 ARS. Big W, my friend. It's very generous. Says, I know that quotes from famous people are kind of cliche. Actually, if they're good quotes, I don't care. I love them. Says, but Epicurus' quote about God is pretty watertight. Yeah, and a lot of people appeal to the Epicurean paradox as well. He's really well known for the Epicurean like omni paradox. Big W there. I'm with you, Sonus. I agree with you. And Manuel, thank you so much for the $10 super laugh. I appreciate that, friend. Big W. I appreciate you supporting the channel. And also we've got a super chat in from J Money. Big W says, if Christians believe that the snake in the garden lie didn't instead of God, then wouldn't it mean sin was already brought into the world pre-fall? So this is actually a really good point, because if the snake lied, that means the snake already sinned before Adam and Eve. You're right. So sin was already in the world. As it turned out, look, God is the first liar, though, which means God introduced sin into the world. But I know what Christians would say. Well, he didn't lie. Words don't mean words. But you're right. That's a fair point. And Dan, thank you for the super chat, says, if you can't pronounce the names of species, you're probably not trained in evolutionary biology and therefore not an expert to listen to on this subject. I agree. If you're going to talk about biology, I suggest you talk only about a specific topic that you actually know and don't just quote the internet. Not a good look. Jason White, my friend, great to see you today. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, nice seeing you. I need a cheat sheet for dummies. I sound great as if I know what I'm talking about. That's a good question. So I am looking at putting together some cheat sheets of arguments where we start with here's the argument, here's the rebuttals, and doing it that way. That is in the works. I haven't done it yet. I've got some started, but they're not published. So I'll let everyone know when we get them up. And Erzmont, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I have a special God, and you have to guess what it is. Worse than Phil Bros. I know. It's crazy, not only when they have a God concept they can't defend, but they won't even tell you what it is. But just tell me what your fucking God is. Why is this so hard? El says, a trinity of Trinitarian triune trinities. Got it. It made perfect sense. It's a trinity of trinities within the trinity that if you add it all up is a trinity. I mean, that's just how numbers work, isn't it? And Jay says, how the fuck do you keep straight face with these guys? Listen, practice. I couldn't always do that. You have to practice at it, Jay. And Corvin, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, what's the deal with Jesus being caught in the garden with a naked young man in Mark 14:51? Also seems like some apostles are acting as lookouts for him. So the story seems to be that he's accidentally becoming naked as he's trying to flee away. They grab hold of his cloak and cloak gets left behind. Commentators have long saw this as being a metaphor for something. Some people believe, like Richard Balcom believes, it's a cover-up for the boy's identity, as just like a shout out of, hey, that one guy that had the thing that happened to that one kid, he was there too. I just can't tell you his name because it would be too embarrassing. But anyways, so there's a couple different theories about what he's doing there, but I don't believe there's anything underhanded going on. And Marduk says, thoughts on this passage? It was new to me. So we cooked my son and ate him. The next day I said to her, give up your son so we may eat him. But she had hidden him. I think 1 Kings 6:29. Let me see what you're referring to. 1 Kings 6. What story are we actually in this particular chapter? He carved the walls of the house around about him with carvings and oh no, this is for the temple. So you must mean 2 Kings. Try 2 Kings. 2 Kings 6:29 says, all right, so we cooked my son and ate him. Okay, so let me go back to, this is the siege of Samaria. Oh, this is what happens during the siege. Okay, so there was a siege in Samaria of the Assyrians. And among the siege, and God predicted it, among the siege, God predicted that you'd be so besieged, onset by war, that you would eat your own young. So there's probably some of that going on here. But there's also some people in the siege giving their own account of cooking their own children and eating their own children. So that seems to be what's actually going on here. You're getting a firsthand account of God's punishments coming true. We can go more in depth into the story if you want to, but that's kind of the overview of what's happened in that particular passage. And God says, may Lisa the Rainbow Draft bestow leaves upon you, Pastor Bishop, by the grace of Doug Moorhead. A big W. Thank you so much, God Atheist. And tell Rainbow Draft that I said hi, Lisa the Rainbow Draft. All right, let me grab, I've got a couple more super chats. I'm going to do 4 more super chats, and then we're going to get Dave in the box. Nope, Dave ran. Ikenato. Dyslexia Jones says, I became a member. You're the voice version of Tim Minchin when it comes to the Bible. Thanks for the education and the last. Well, thank you for joining. I really appreciate that, friend. I don't know who Tim Minchin is. Now I have to look who Tim Minchin is. Tim Minchin is a comedian. Well, I'll have to check him out. Hey, thanks for the reference, Dyslexia, and thank you for joining and supporting. And Dave says, you, sir, are awesome. No, Dave, you're awesome. And Raphael says, praise Doug, Justin, our true and final prophet. I am the prophet of Doug. I didn't choose it. He chose me, friends. And Biter says, what cars do people in Norway drive? I think that's actually correct. I don't know if they spelled it that way, but I think that's how you pronounce it. If I've learned anything from the Muppets. And Amir, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says the odds are 1 to 1. Yeah. One universe, we have life, and we have life. I agree. The odds of it happening is 100%. Kahoto, last super chat from my friend Kahoto. Great to see you, friend. Kahoto says, the Bible says, ask and you shall receive. So I started praying for food. Minutes turned into hours, into days. I prayed to Doug, and he immediately leapt through the window of a bakery, and I was fed. Never using the Bible to meal plan again. I wouldn't. I would not. That's actually a really good story. I appreciate that, Kahoto. But you're right. God asks you, he invites you to pray for stuff. And then like it's just crickets, right? If you never had any Bible training and that's all you knew, that's all you need to know that this God isn't real. He tells you to pray for your daily bread, and then you don't fucking get it. There you go. All right, let's get Ikenato in the guest box. Is it Ikenato? Did I say that right?
Hello. It's Ikanata.
Ikenata. Okay. Ikenata, are you at least 18 and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
Yeah, I'm 22, and I used to be Catholic, but I'm kind of estranged from that now. I would say if I had to choose like a organized religion God, I would probably choose Brahma, the Hindu god.
Okay, so you're kind of Hindu.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Cool. So what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for the Hindu god or gods being real?
So I'm gonna just be completely clear and just open that I read, but I'm not like so tuned into like everything. So I'm gonna just be like very here and there as far as the facts go. But I definitely would appreciate you fact checking me. But for me, as far as Hinduism goes, at least in comparison to like other religions like Christianity and such, I just feel like their idea of the supreme God is more abstract and more what's the word? Just more abstract. Like I feel like Christianity, Islam, and the Abrahamic religions, they really humanize God, and for me, that's why I don't believe in them as much. But with Hinduism, like their whole idea is that Brahma, the supreme God, basically created the universe and then is pretty uninterested in the affairs of humans, which to me is makes the most sense. Because like you just said with the prayer thing, it's like in Christianity and Islam and Judaism, it's like the way the followers make it seem is like God is just always in human affairs. He's always doing things like that. But I just don't really see that to be the way God is. I think God is like very much hands off with human things. So just the way that Hinduism explains God to me just makes the most sense. And I know that probably wasn't like a fact or a reason, but this is just like a basis, like just to.
Sure. So you think the concept of the Hindu gods is more in line with what you see in reality? I can appreciate that. Now, let me ask a couple questions to probe into that a little bit. I get what you're saying. I hear you. But let me ask you a question. What would look different if your God ceased to exist? Or gods, plural. Like if they just disappeared tomorrow, what would the difference be?
And that's the thing. I don't think anything would be different, to be honest. I just think,
right.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like I would agree. Like I don't think anything would be different, but the way like other religion gods make it seem is like, oh, if God died or if God, ceased to exist today, it's like everything would be haywire. But I don't think that's what would happen. I just think there was a God. God created this, and now, I'm more on the consciousness. I believe in consciousness and things of that nature. I just think consciousness or God or whatever you want to call it was made, and it is now uninterested with whatever is going on. So as far as like your question goes, like if God ceased to exist today, I don't think anything would be out of order.
Okay. So it seems to be then there's no difference between God existing and God not existing functionally in the universe. So what would lead one to believe that you needed to include God into the universal model when it doesn't really serve a purpose? Like, what purpose is it there for?
So to me, I more just think it's like a dual kind of view on it. I think a lot of people just use God as like reasoning and understanding, for the bad and the good in the world. But think, I don't think God really has utility in reality. I just think it's more of an explanation for like phenomena. Like I think
Like what?
God is like a placeholder for like some people use God as a placeholder for science. Like there's people that quote unquote don't believe in science, but they believe in God, which I find is just because science is really just like the observation and the study of things.
Right, right. But what I'm trying to figure out is if the world is explained without a God, like all the stuff about the world can be explained without a God. I'm trying to figure out why we would add a God into the mixture.
Oh, yeah, like I said, like I think some people just oh shit. I think certain my bad. Oh, I can't curse on here. My fault.
You can curse all you
Um
want.
oh, okay, okay. But yeah, I don't think so. Sorry, ask your question again.
So if the world is easily explained without a God, what would be a motivating factor to include a God into the worldview?
Oh, for some people, there's certain holes in it. Like, I don't think science explains things like why bad things happen or why do I suffer and stuff like that. So for like more of
It
those
doesn't?
like science explains like I wouldn't say so.
Well, science, first of all, science isn't attempting to provide an explanation, but I think the reason why they're suffering is because we live in a world of chaos. Nobody's in control. Like it's just there's no God. That's why there's the chaos.
So what do you mean? Like,
What? Why would God? Why would we need to invoke a God to explain the chaos? Like the chaos is a
oh,
result of
like,
no God.
yeah, like, or so I don't like. Well, I'm gonna answer your question like this. I think what I'm saying is that I think people use God to explain the chaos. That's why people believe in God.
I agree. Right. I'm trying to figure out why you believe in God, though. Right.
Oh, I believe in God. Oh, that's what I want to get to. So I feel like I just got a real personal connection with God. And I also want to ask you about this too. I believe in God personally just off personal experiences. And that's really it. So
Okay. You would accept then like someone from Islam having a personal experience. You would accept that as being genuine as well.
like in my world or like just accept it.
No, in the real world, like if somebody who you know who's a Muslim said that they experienced Allah, and they know that Allah is true and Muhammad is the prophet, would you accept that as being a true and valid way of knowing what is right in the world?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you're open to all God concepts then, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. So then, with any of the various God concepts, why would I add one into my worldview when they don't actually explain anything? Like, what do they explain that I can't explain without them?
I really feel like it's more of just like what is your cup of tea? Like some people, every god has like, or not every god has like a, I guess philosophy behind it. But I was there's this one lady on here that does a lot of really informative videos. This white lady, she cool, but she was explaining how different types of communities, like prehistoric times, like nomadic tribes believed in this type of god because they traveled and stuff like that. And then, settler tribes believed in this type of God because they were settled and they did agriculture and stuff like that. So I just think it's really everybody's cup of tea. Like you either believe in this God for these reasons and that God for the other reasons, like pretty
Okay.
much.
Do
Yeah,
you?
nonsense spirituality. I love her. Yeah, yeah. My bad.
Yeah, she's pretty dope. Okay, so do you believe coming to conclusions about reality should be based on evidence or on feelings?
I think it should be based on, I think it should be both, to be honest, but probably primarily evidence. But I think there's certain things that we can't have evidence for. And that's not to say that, okay, now it should default to feelings. But I do think there's certain things in the world that are intuitive that there is just a lack of explanation for.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is I don't think they're intuitive. Like you and I are coming to different answers, right? So I'm trying to figure out like if you don't have any evidence of God, you just feel God is true, but you're acknowledging that the primary way to know what is true is through evidence. It seems like you're kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Nah, for sure. And also, I'm gonna just be real. I'm gonna just be real. I didn't really come on here trying to like prove God. I really just want to
It's
talk
okay.
to you because you seem like very much like knowledgeable and stuff like that. You
No,
said
you've
you
been
were a
chill.
pastor.
Hmm.
You're a pastor, right?
Hmm.
Or you used to be.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
So like, what was there like a stark like day that you're like, all right, I don't believe in this, or was it just over time?
Well, for me, it was a long process. It was like a death by a thousand paper cuts. So, I mean, I do remember like kind of the day or the couple days when it dawned on me that I don't believe in any God at all. The transition into believing in like a generic God versus a Christian God was a longer process of like one theological domino falling after the other until I kind of looked around and I'm like, oh fuck, there's no dominoes left. That took a long time. So, but primarily it happened because I studied the Bible, and the Bible can't hold up to scrutiny. So,
So would you consider yourself like a realist, like or a materialist? Like, do you only believe in the material world, or do you think like there's more to that sees the eye or something?
well, currently I only believe in the material world. Like, if there's evidence that there's something beyond the material world, I'm certainly willing to believe it. I've never seen the evidence yet. So,
Okay, I'm just gonna entertain this. I am very much not a physicist or like involved in that, but it's just something I've heard. But things like dark matter, there's places in space where scientists can observe matter that it's like warping or something with how it's warping space. So they see that
mhm.
there's math there, but it just can't be visually seen. What do you think about that? Because that just makes me think of there is certain things in this reality that we may not perceive by the human eye or technology we have, but it's there, but we just can't observe it visually. So like, what would you say for that?
Well, materialism doesn't require you to be able to see it with your naked eye, right? So, for example,
Okay.
there's light spectrums that we can't see, but we know that they're still made of stuff. Like it's not made from immaterial things. So, like, yeah, there are things that you can't see normally. I don't think that entails that they don't exist or that they exist immaterially. And there are some things that we give, we treat it like it's a stuff, but it's really not. Like when we talk about energy or we talk about time, we talk about it like it's a stuff or like it's a thing, but it's actually not. It's a property. Time and energy are both properties of a material universe. So, I mean, being a materialist, like I said, I'm willing to be proven wrong. I've just never seen anything to me that would qualify as being something, but also being immaterial.
So, what would you? So you classified energy as a property. So you don't think there's any like physical state of energy, quote unquote, like.
Well, a state is describing the material. Like when we talk about energy, energy is a measure in the change of position and velocity of any given piece of material.
Hmm.
Right. So energy itself is not a thing that exists. If there is such a thing as dark energy, it's certainly dependent on some sort of fundamental particle or a field of particles, or like there's something there, because energy by definition is in fact a property of stuff. It's not a thing that exists external to stuff.
Okay, I definitely see that. Cool. All right. Okay. Okay.
But listen, I can
Now
have
you
a,
can.
I've got to move on to some theists
Yeah,
that
that's my
wanna
fault.
want they
That's
want
my
to
fault.
get
So
belligerent and get cooked.
nah, I
But
know. I know people want to see people get like dogged on in here, but I'm gonna give you a follow. Like I just seen your stuff just coming across. I was like, let me give it a look. I like your mind. Like I really appreciate it. I feel like you come at this at like a really good way. So yeah.
yeah, I appreciate. Hey, thanks for being kind, and we enjoy good conversations in here as well.
All right, but all right. Have a good one.
Cheers, you do. Big dubs for the guest for being polite. It's weird. We've talked to Hindus and Hindu crossovers before. It's weird how they're always more polite than the Muslims and the Christians. It's almost like their religion isn't as harmful. Sean, thank you for the super chat. It says the divine right of kings stated that anything the king said was the word of God. It was implemented by a British king. Well, yeah, I'm sure it was. I mean, the divine right of king goes back a long ways. I mean, obviously, I don't believe in divine rights. Sean says again, implemented by a king, so he wouldn't have to listen to the Pope. Oh well, yeah, you're right. So, yeah, the kings during the Reformation did not want to listen to the Pope. They wanted to set up their own authority. So yeah, I mean, you're right there. They did appeal to divine right. And Hard Worker says, you are an engineer. How about a flow chart? So Hard Work, when we're talking about the arguments for and against theism, my argument tree was going to be a flow chart. So look forward to that. I'm going to be putting flow charts, dialogue trees together for a lot of these arguments. And the ungoogleable man, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. It's generous. He says, not sure if you like fiction. Not really, I don't. But you might enjoy Lamb, the gospel according to Biff, Christ's childhood pal. That might actually be interesting now that you mention it. By Christopher Moore. It's a humorous take on the missing years of Jesus's childhood, teen years. Very funny. I would actually read that just for the entertainment value, but typically I don't read fiction. I just can't get into it. It's not exciting for me. And Tess says, I beg you to look up the Pope song by Tim Minchin. Well, listen, he's in my browser now. So after the stream, I'll look him up, friend, just for you. Trude says, Norway tried to produce a car once. It was called Troll. Wait a minute. Is troll a Norwegian word that I'm unaware of? I thought troll was like a little hairy guy underneath the bridge that we sold in the 90s that had the long, goofy colored hair. Trude, I suspect that is a really good joke, and I can't grasp it because I don't know enough about your culture. But I appreciate the joke, and for anyone who gets it, please fill me in. And thank you so much for supporting the stream, friend. I mean, I love a good joke. I feel bad that I didn't get it. Trude coming again. Maybe he'll help. It says, and we know trolls are rock hard for duck. I don't know if that is the case. I don't know what a troll is, friend. But if they exist, they got to be rock hard for Doug. I'm with you. And Amir says, Kahoto Kun, LOL also, I don't care what they say. Rocks beat paper every time. I'm with you, Amir. You'll never convince me that rocks don't beat paper. That's a crazy game. And Carlos, great to see you this morning, friend. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's a big W, buddy. I really appreciate that. And Silver Surfer with us. Thank you for the $5 hippo. Thanks. I super appreciate that. And I'm gonna get just a couple more super chats, my friends. I'm gonna get 4 more. Colin, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Says you're cooking today, Justin. Your lives are great. Learn loads. Well, thank you so much, Colin. I've tried to learn myself every day and pass on the knowledge. I think learning is fun. Knowledge is power, friends. Raphael, thank you for the super chat. It says, don't touch this Bible. It's a cursed object. Just look at Christians. They sound unhinged. Actually, Raphael, you're not wrong. If all you knew about Christianity was what Christians did, you'd have a pretty good argument for why this thing isn't true. And Jay says, $10 for making my day, Kevin. Thanks. Kevin, thanks you. Well, I don't know who Kevin is, Jay, but thank you so much for super chatting, and I'm glad I could make your day. Big W for letting me know and for supporting the channel. And last one from my friend Flanker. Flanker, thank you for the $10, buddy. He says, thousands of years, countless lives, and no evidence for God. Guests came up here and literally said they have no evidence, but are so confident it's real. Why is this even still a debate? And that's the thing is he sounded like he was coming in good faith, but you know what? There are guests that come up and just say that I'm stupid because I don't take their weird God on faith. Why? Why? It's ridiculous. Why am I beholden to your weird faith tradition? All right, let me grab our next guest that's been in the queue, and I can't pronounce the name because there's no name. As far as I know, the next in line was just thumbs up.
Hello.
Welcome in, Thumb. Thumb, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a higher power?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
Cool. And what would be a good evidence or argument for the Christian God being real, and keep in mind that personal testimony is not evidence?
All right, so I'm going to start off a question on what you think, how you think the world was created.
I don't think it was created.
Like, what caused the existence?
I don't think anything caused the existence. I think it's an endless chain of narration all the way back. There's never been nothing.
So it always existed, right?
Hurdles all the way down, buddy.
So what you're saying is like the universe, it always existed. Nothing created it. Nothing occurred to create it.
Yep, you can't get something from nothing. We have something, therefore there was never nothing. Matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Therefore, I have no reason to believe that there was ever nothing. There's absolutely no reason that I can find to believe that there was once nothing.
The thing is, there's never going to be a reason, like, you're never going to have evidence for everything, you know? Like, I'd say the chair that you sat in this morning, so you didn't, so would you say you live off of, like, evidence alone? You believe everything off of the evidence that you know?
I think evidence, as long as you include rational thought, I would say, yeah, I think all my beliefs are based on evidence. But that being said, listen, if you've got evidence to change my mind, I'm open to hear it. My suspicion is you probably don't.
I would say, like, more as a thought. Like, the thing about, because you're never going to have 100% evidence for everything, you know? Like, you sat down in your chair this morning, you would, like, say you would go to a public place, you found
How
a
do
chair,
you
you sit in.
calculate confidence in a proposition? Like having 100% evidence is a meaningless phrase. You just need enough evidence to warrant a true belief. That's it.
The thing is, God didn't give us evidence for everything for a reason, you know? They call it faith for a reason.
But I don't think he gave
You
any
know,
evidence. I'm looking for even even one piece of evidence.
there's so many prophecies in the Bible that have been, like, taking place, you know,
Like
like
what?
the wars that has been going on right now with
Like what? Can you show me where that
Israel.
was prophesied? Because I don't think any of these prophecies came true.
But I 100% assure you, if you go in the Bible and you said
I've
you
read the
studied it, right? You're
entire
a
Bible.
pastor.
That's why I
You
don't believe
see,
any of these prophecies are coming true.
you should know that there's many prophecies. I can't show
I know that there's not because
the
I have studied
verses.
the Bible.
Like,
Jesus
I'm telling
failed
you,
his own
it's in there.
prophecies. Jesus said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and then he didn't. He lied to his direct
He fulfilled
disciples.
it.
No, he did not.
He didn't lie.
He did lie. You want me to show you where?
Yeah, show me.
Oh, Matthew 10:23, Matthew 16:27 and 28, and Matthew 24:29 through 34. I'll start with Matthew 10:23. So he says, when he sends his disciples out to preach in the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And you know what the coming of the Son of Man means, right?
Yeah, the second coming of Christ.
Yeah, that's Daniel chapter 7. That's what he's referring to. So it's the second coming. He's saying you guys won't even finish going through the towns around here in Israel before I come back. But funny, he didn't seem to come back. And then he follows it up in Matthew 16, says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what's been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And they all tasted death. They're all gone. They're dead.
The thing is, how do you know he meant the people that were alive in that time? You know, when he said, like, he was going to come back, like, that's when he resurrected from after he was crucified.
He said there are
You
some
know,
standing here. He's talking to the people standing there with him.
how do you know he's not talking about the people today? Because it talks about the last generation. There will be a generation that
He does
doesn't
not
die
mention
out
the last
before he comes
generation.
back.
That's a useless, redundant
Not in that
statement to
verse,
say
but
that
in
when
the
I come
Bible.
back, a generation will be alive. That seems obvious. You don't have to announce that. That's a nonsense statement. Also, he says some of you standing here.
The thing is, there's translations to it. You have to interpret it in the right way. He doesn't, like,
So
whenever
the
he says hell is the lake of fire,
so the English
he
translator got
doesn't
this
literally
wrong?
mean that. I'm not saying that. There's different meaning to it.
Well, which word did they get
Like,
wrong?
I'm not saying there's a wrong word. There's a different meaning to it.
What does it mean to be
People,
standing there?
he could be talking about the people today.
He didn't say.
It's just
Nope.
there's interpretations to it.
He said there are some standing here. That's present tense.
Or he could be meaning
There are
people
right
standing on the
now.
earth.
No, there are right now people standing here who will not taste death. It's present tense. It's not the future.
And there's people back then that got taken up to heaven without death.
So what? They're all dead now.
They're,
And no, not
thing
one
is-
of them. Not one of them after Jesus was taken up into heaven, unless you believe Mary was assumed into heaven. The Catholic believes that Mary never experienced mortal death; that she was assumed into heaven.
the thing is, people right now, nobody's in heaven besides God and Jesus. Nobody's in hell. The thing is, people go to heaven after the resurrection happens. You know, in the book of Revelations, like with the second coming of Christ, nobody's in heaven. Nobody's in
Right.
hell.
But none
All
of that
the-
none of
all
that
the
is
demons, all
meaningful.
Satan.
None of that's meaningful to the passage at hand. The passage at hand is Jesus lying. He's saying, "Some of you who are standing here with me now will not taste death before you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom," which is the second coming. And they literally all tasted death, every one of them. They're done.
Whatever he said he was going back to the kingdom, how do you know he meant it as, oh, I'm coming back to the kingdom, I'm gonna,
I'd love
like,
for
take
you
you all
to
to
adjust
heaven,
the
I'm
passage we're
gonna-
actually reading.
because I'm sure it meant that whenever he was resurrected, that's what he meant by coming back
He
to the
didn't say
kingdom.
anything about resurrection. He says he's coming in his kingdom. That's the second coming. The Son of Man coming in with the angels and judging everybody. That's the second coming.
Let me read this again. Son of Man coming in. So look, it says the glory of his Father in them, he will repay everyone for what he has done.
That's the
which
second
means, like,
coming.
that's whenever he was crucified.
No,
He took away everybody's sins.
nope. He didn't say I'm going to forgive your sins. He says I'm going to repay. That's the judgment, Matthew chapter 25, when he repays everybody for their sins, for their deeds.
The repayment, the thing is, it's not like Jesus took all of our sins away. It's not like God saying, I forgive you. You
So
know?
then he's never going to pay everybody?
Jesus already paid for the sins in the past.
Did he
in the future,
repay
and the
everybody for
present.
their deeds? Did he repay people for their bad deeds?
Through Jesus, yes.
Oh,
Jesus was the payment.
So
He
then,
paid for our
so then the
sins.
bad people are already punished. You said they're not in hell.
Jesus took our punishment. People
Okay, so nobody goes
have
to
the
hell.
right to choose. No. If you follow in Christ, you can go to heaven. People that
Okay,
don't
is
follow
anyone in hell right
follow
now?
Christ go to hell. Nobody's in hell right now.
Okay, so no one's been punished for their sins yet.
No, because
Oh, so then
people
this
on
didn't come
Judgment
true
Day-
yet.
On Judgment Day,
What didn't come true yet?
they will be judged. They will either enter the kingdom of heaven
So
or go
we'll,
to
so
hell.
we'll try this again. If nobody's in hell, if nobody's being punished for their sins, if nobody had been judged yet, then Matthew 16:27 hasn't come true, because he's saying he's going to come back with all of his angels in the glory of his Father, and he's going to repay everybody for their deeds. That's Matthew 25:31, when he comes back and he judges everybody according to their deeds.
The thing is, people have the choice if they're going to be judged for their sins because
He can't
Jesus.
help himself. You don't know how to stay on topic, do you? Well, listen, I'm not questioning who goes to hell.
Yes.
I'm questioning on whether or not
Yes.
Matthew 16, 27, 28 came true. It just didn't come
I'm
true.
thinking about the big picture right now. The thing is, you can't pick small little details out of it. It's about the big picture because there's many things that
the big
that
picture's
isn't in
wrong,
the
too.
Bible and can be misinterpreted.
The big picture is
The thing
wrong
is, it's
too.
about the big picture.
The big picture is even more wrong than the little picture. The idea that God is sending people to burn either for eternity or until they're thrown into the lake of fire. for merely not believing in him is crazy, especially if you believe in a God that's perfectly just and a God who is all loving. Let me ask you a
You want
couple
to know why he's all
questions.
loving? No, let me ask you a question first.
Well, hold
Like,
on. I want to know what you think about hell. Do you think hell is permanent or do you think it's temporary?
hell is permanent. That's
Okay,
eternal damnation.
so eternal damnation, suffering in fire and flames forever.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the definition of justice is what? Do you know what the definition of justice is?
People getting what they deserve.
Yeah, you get punished according to your sins, right? So like if somebody steals a candy bar when they're 13 years old, they get a different punishment than somebody who, I don't know, gas chambered 6 million people in World War II. You would think those two people get different punishments, right?
That is worldly things. The thing is, nothing is
It's
fair.
just a yes or
It's not
no.
fair.
Nope, I didn't ask. Stop it. It's a yes or no question. Do you think those people should get the same punishment?
You're saying people that come on this have no respect, but you can't let me finish my sentence. I'm
Nope,
trying
because
to.
you're not answering my question. It's a yes or no question.
I'm
Alls
answering
I
this more
need
than
is a
yes
yes
or
or a
no
no.
question. The thing is, Jesus, it wasn't fair with
He
Jesus.
can't stop
Jesus
himself.
was
I
the
didn't
perfect
ask if it was
life.
fair. Just pay attention. I ask you a yes or a no question. You can listen, after you say yes or no, you can say whatever bullshit you want, but you're going to say yes or no, or I'll stop you every time. Should the
So what you're
person
saying,
who steals a candy bar at 13 receive the same punishment as a person who gas chambered 6 million people in World War II? Should they get the same punishment?
on this world, no, it's not fair.
Okay.
Hitler,
Okay. So
in my
it's not
eyes,
fair. Okay. So it's not just is the right way to say it then, right?
yeah, it's not just. They're
Okay.
two, like
Is God
one
perfectly
is worse
just?
than the other. Yes, he is.
Okay. So is God then required to do the thing that is just?
He's not required to do anything. He doesn't need us.
But
The thing is,
if God does what is just, then it means he's going to give people punishments that are proportional to their crimes. 'Cause that's
the
what
thing is,
justice is.
people's crimes have been paid through Jesus Christ. It is people's
No,
choice to either
that's
accept
wrong.
Jesus
You're
or go to
wrong.
hell.
Nope, you're wrong. Want me to show you why you're
How am I
wrong?
wrong?
Okay,
Show me.
because justice is not in God's plan. The only thing you get punished for is whether or not you're willing to believe this nonsense about Jesus. That's it. Because if you steal a candy bar at age of 13 and you don't accept Jesus into your heart, you burn for eternity. If you gas chambers 6 million people, you get sent to hell for eternity. It's literally the same punishment. The only difference that can change your punishment is whether or not you believe in the sky carcass, and I don't. That's it. So God's not punishing you for your deeds. He's punishing you for not believing in his supposed died and resurrected son.
The thing is, everything isn't based on deeds. The thing is, we are all born in sin. Jesus, he wasn't born in sin. He didn't have the temptations like we had.
So then he didn't
The thing
overcome
is,
shit. If Jesus wasn't even tempted, then he didn't do anything special.
no, Jesus had temptation. It was just different than us.
So you just said he wasn't
If
tempted.
you're the man of God, he was tempted, but not in the way we were.
Does the
He
Bible
wasn't
say
born
that
in sin.
God can't be tempted? I'm pretty sure James chapter 1 or 2 says that. James chapter 1.
Jesus, you can't tempt God, which means you can't test him. That's what Satan was trying to do to Jesus.
No,
He said, if you're the man of God, jump
didn't say
down.
so.
Because the
It
angels
says
are going to save
it
you.
says that God does not tempt anyone, nor does he, or nor can he be tempted. So if God can't be tempted, that means Jesus was never tempted, which means he didn't overcome shit.
He was tempted by Satan. He told him to jump off
Then
his
he's not
temple.
God.
God, he is God.
Oh, he can't be. God can't be tempted.
So we got Jesus the Son, God the Father, and then we have the Holy Spirit. They're all three in one.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Okay, can God be tempted?
Like, they're three different.
Just
They're three different.
it's a yes or no question. Can God be tempted? Keep in mind the answer is no. James chapter 1:13 says, "No one when tempted should say, I am being tempted by God, for God cannot be tempted by evil, and he himself tempts no one." So God
The
can't be
reason
tempted.
Jesus was tempted is because God put himself down into humility.
We'll try this
To
again.
come down onto
Can
the
God
earth
be
as a
tempted?
human. In the form of Jesus, yes, because God transformed itself into a human,
Okay,
right?
so Jesus
You
isn't
know,
God then.
Jesus prayed to God. He saw the same thing, but the thing is, he humbled himself down. He had to pray to God to perform miracles. He's
So
still the
then he's
same
not
person. He
God. So
humbled
Jesus
himself
Jesus is
down
not God
to
then.
limited power. He is.
Wait, no, he can't be God
But the
because
thing is,
it says that God can't be
God,
tempted.
but God limited himself down, limited his power. And
No,
he was washing people's feet and performing miracles.
limiting your
And
power
he's
doesn't mean that
complete.
you lack the power. So, for example, like I know how much I can lift. I worked out all my life. I did football and wrestling. I know how much I can lift pretty on a regular, even though I'm an old man now, right? I could limit my power when I'm wrestling with my nieces and nephews. I could do that. That doesn't mean I'm not capable of more. Limiting yourself has nothing to do with whether or not you actually do indeed possess the capability.
Well, the thing is, like,
So
back to what you're saying
so let's
about,
actually get back on track. Let's finish this conversation about hell. So in your worldview, the people who go to hell are the people who don't believe in the sky carcass. I don't believe in the sky carcass. Now, it could be true even in your worldview because you believe in original sin, don't you? You believe that we're sinful even like from birth, right?
yes, we're born in sin.
Okay. So do you believe in the age of accountability?
Age, age of accountability.
Yep.
Like, what do you mean?
Do you believe that a 6-year-old is accountable for their sins? Do they die and go to heaven or hell?
I think they go to heaven because whenever they're not aware of sin, I think they go to heaven. Like, if it was a newborn baby and they died, I think they would go to heaven because I
Okay.
don't think they would be held accountable for that.
Okay, so eventually you become accountable for your sins once you're cognitive enough to be held accountable. We're going to, for now, for the sake of argument, we're going to say that that is age 13. Now, if you turn 13 and then you pass away, having not accepted Jesus, you went to church and you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to say no to that. That sounds ridiculous to me. And then you pass away. Do you go to heaven or hell?
You go to hell if you're
Even,
aware of
but
what
that,
God
but,
did.
but that 13-year-old didn't commit any sins.
He has.
What's the sin?
There's many. Everybody has committed a sin.
What's
It's
what's
impossible
the
to
sin
live.
of the 13-year-old? Remember, they're not
I
accountable for
don't know
their
the
sins until
person.
they're 13.
I don't know the person.
But in the analogy, they didn't commit any sins. They turned
They
13.
have.
They're
We're
accountable
born in
for their
sin.
sins. They haven't committed any sin yet. It's 2 days after they've become accountable for their sins. They hit 13 2 days ago, and then an unexpected accident happens and they die. What's the sin that they committed that warrants going to hell?
I couldn't know that because I don't know the person.
Right. Well, in the analogy, they did not commit a sin. That's the fun thing about
If
analogies.
they didn't commit a sin, they would go to heaven.
Okay, so then
But,
you don't
but if
believe.
they're
So you don't believe in original sin because the original sin states that all people will go to hell even if they didn't intentionally commit a sin.
no, but you said they didn't commit a sin. You didn't say they committed a sin on accident. You said they didn't commit a sin.
I'm
If they
that
never committed a sin, they would go to heaven.
Okay, just pay attention. If you believe if somebody who doesn't commit a sin goes to heaven, that means you also don't believe in original sin. The doctrine of original sin entails that if you die at any age of accountability, having not accepted Jesus, that you go to hell because you have
Yes.
original sin. So all
But
you're saying right now is you don't believe in original sin, and that's fine. I just need you to
no,
be
what you
aware that you
said.
don't believe in it.
I do believe in original sin, but if
You
you're born in
don't.
original sin, then you sins. The thing is, you said
No,
that person would have never sinned, so they would have gone to heaven.
no, original sin is not something you did. Original sin is something that Adam and Eve did. I didn't commit the original sin. So you do believe in original sin then. You just don't understand how how cause and effect work. Okay, so a person who is tainted by original sin, imagine they turn 13, they die having not accepted Jesus. Do they go to heaven or hell?
They would go to hell.
Okay, even though they didn't intentionally commit any sins. All they did was get
Yeah.
born.
Yes.
And you think that's just so this is why your God concept is so deplorable to everybody who's not a Christian, because your God will literally torture somebody in hellfire. I don't know if you've ever touched a flame. It hurts. It sucks. Your God will
Yeah.
torture people for literally fucking ever Brett, never even committing one sin for the sin of being born. That's it. That's a vile and disgusting thing to believe in.
Because people, they will always have the opportunity. I've heard that people that have never, like, you know, been preached before, like during the resurrection or whenever the second coming of Christ comes, people still have a second chance. You know, the people on the earth, they can either accept the mark of the beast or not. You know, the mark of the beast, if they accept it, they can buy like food and water and stuff. People that don't accept the mark of the beast, they can still be saved. You know, people that would have never reached people that were
The mark of the beast
believers.
is irrelevant to what we're talking about. We're
The thing is,
talking
it's a
about
big
why
picture.
God is sending
Everything
people
is
to hell.
connected. It's because they're sinners. They don't believe in
No.
God. They don't
No,
believe in
they're not
Jesus.
sinners. They're just born. You've already told
Everybody
me
is a sinner.
You've already told me that just being born marks you immediately for hell. So God creates every human being with their default position being hell. And you think that's just?
Like I said, if it was a newborn baby, they were just born, all right, and say they just died. They died from birth. They would go to heaven.
I'm not talking about newborn babies. I'm talking about people who reach the age of accountability.
Okay.
You think literally just being born and then reaching the age of accountability means you go to hell by default. That's horrific. Do you have any little siblings? Do you have any nieces and nephews?
Yeah.
Do you think they should go to hell and burn at age 13 for being born?
I don't have a say in that.
I ask what you would think should happen. Do you think they should go to hell and burn for eternity for the mere fact of being born and not yet accepting Jesus?
We all deserve to be in hell right now.
No, we don't.
It's not none of us. What we
Nobody
deserve.
deserves
Everything
hell.
is-
Literally
everything is
nobody
unfair.
deserves hell. Not a single
Everybody
person.
deserves hell,
Not
because
nope.
we're all
Not,
sinners.
not a single fucking person deserves hell. Nope. Nobody
Everybody
ever.
deserves hell.
Nobody deserves torture for eternity. Nobody
I deserve
does.
hell. You deserve hell.
No,
The most popular
no, you
person in the
don't.
world deserves
No,
hell. Yes.
your mind has been poisoned, and
not been poisoned.
nobody deserves hell.
Everybody deserves hell. Everybody's a sinner.
Nobody. I don't care how many times you say it. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking sinner. You don't deserve to be tortured by flames for eternity. Everybody deserves a punishment that is proportional to their crime. That's what it means to be just. That's why your God is a walking contradiction, because he claims to
We
be
all
just,
deserve
but
hell.
he will
That's the
literally
reason.
he'll
God loves
torture
us.
everybody for all of eternity with hellfire. That's not justice. That's petty ass vengeance.
The reason he gives us the choice to go to hell or heaven, the thing is, all right, if God said,
you don't have a
"Hey,
choice.
everybody,
You don't
you're
have a
gonna
choice.
love me, you're gonna love me right now, and you don't have the choice to, commit sin. You don't have free will. You're gonna be in heaven with me for eternity."
Sin
That
has
would
nothing.
be.
Sin has nothing to do with whether or not God has to send you to hell. You know that, right? God doesn't have
It
to send
does.
you here. No, he doesn't. Who created the consequences for sin?
God.
Could he have created different consequences?
He could have, but he loved us so much. He wanted to give us free will.
he loved us so much he had to torture us for eternity. I'm not
That's not
talking.
true.
I'm not talking
we have
about.
a choice. We have a
Hey,
choice to
hey,
believe
pay
in-
attention. I'm not talking about free will. I'm talking about consequences, right? When my son disobeys me, I get to choose the consequences, right? I can choose to take his tablet away. I can choose to withhold something from him, or I can choose to do what your God does, and I could light him on fire, right? So the consequences. Hold on, pay attention. You'll learn something. So consequences aren't inevitable. They're decisions that are made by the God. When God made the consequences of sin, he didn't have to make eternal hellfire the consequence, right? He could have made any infinite number of other consequences, right?
Because you still get consequences, even if
It's
it's
a
not.
yes or no. Could God have an infinite number of alternative consequences aside from hell?
You're allowed to give me a response, and I'm allowed to give you a response
Nope.
back. I don't have to give you a response.
Your
that you want.
response to yes or no questions are yes or no.
I've
So
been respectful to you the whole time. You have to be respectful to me. That's just. how
I'm
it
being
works.
respectful to
Some
you,
people are
but
disrespectful.
I'm being respectful to you, but you have to answer yes or no questions. If you ask me a yes or no question, I will give you a yes or no. What I'm not going to do is pivot and evade and ramble. I need a simple yes or no. Does God have the capability of making the consequence for sin something other than going to hell? Does he have the ability?
Yes, and he does.
Okay, so the choice of going to hell is God's decision. He chose that would be the consequence for every human being that sinned. He chose that, right?
We choose it. Because
No, God
we have a
chose.
choice
Nope.
to be
Try it
out of
again.
sin.
Nope. Wrong again. God chose the
Oh my
consequence of the
God.
sin. Try to
Yes, he did.
focus. Okay. So
He chose the
whether
consequence of
whether
the
or
sin.
not we committed sin is our choice. That's our choice. I'm talking about the consequence. God chose the consequence, and you've already admitted that God didn't have to set those consequences. Let me ask you a question. If you were God, what consequence would you set for your children sinning? What would you set?
I'm not God.
I'm asking you in your mind, if you were God right now and your child sinned, what would your consequence be? What would you set?
Like that's like how could I answer that? I'm not
It's a
God.
it's
My
an
answer
easy
would be
it's an
as
easy
good.
question. Why and what would you set? What would your consequence be?
Like what would you like? I'm a human. Like if I was a father, I would do like what any other father would do.
Yeah,
It's the same thing with
a
God.
good father
It's
would punish their children proportionately and not light them on fire for eternity. That's fucking horrific. And it also really poo-poos this idea that God gave you free will. God didn't give you free will. God gave you an ultimatum. He said, you will love me or you will burn for eternity. That is not free will. That is not love. That is
can I
coercion.
say
That's an ultimatum.
can I say what I'm trying? Can I say something?
Mhm.
The thing is, God still punishes us on earth. Even believers, we still get consequences to our actions. Just like any other father, you did this, I'm going to take your tablet away. That's still punishment. You know,
Yeah.
say,
First of all, that's not a claim you could ever back up whatsoever.
because God, he's a
how does
God,
God
he has
punish?
emotions.
How does God punish people here on earth?
Like, he could make us go through battles, like, say, oh, like you lost your job or like your house burned down, something that can
So,
be a consequence.
so God will burn your house down as a punishment. He'll break other people's free will to punish you.
It's not breaking their free will.
It is. It is. Yeah. In fact, because
It
if he's
says,
punishing you, he's punishing the other members of your household. And if he makes you lose your job, he's invoking somebody's free will. He's eliminating somebody's free will to get them to fire you.
think of Job, right? He had
Oh, buddy, you're gonna make it
beautiful
worse.
wives.
I don't know why
He
you
had
guys
a
do
great
this.
house. He had that all taken away. God did that to test his faith.
You
Like
went
all
from
this
bad to
is
worse. You went from getting cooked to being a literal burnt tire at this point. Okay,
the thing is I can't be I can't be
let's actually talk
cooked whenever I can't
let's
respond
talk
to your
about Job.
question.
Let's talk about Job.
Okay.
Job's family and all of his servants and his cattle and ox and whatnot. They all got torched, right? God gave Satan permission to off them, correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
And you think that was a good thing?
I mean, it's because of sin. Sin
But
did
is
all
it a
that.
good thing?
It's not a good thing because of sin. If
Okay,
Satan
well,
did it, it's not a good thing.
no, God told Satan to do it. Just so we're aware.
The thing is, exactly,
There's
Satan did it.
no, first of all, he didn't do it. Satan did God's bidding, and God told him to do it. And those people that were executed, we have no information that they were horrible people.
Because everything God does, it's for a reason. We can't question it.
Yeah, I think
Because
you should. That's why you're stuck in this cult, because you've been brainwashed. You've got you've got shit, what's the syndrome I'm looking for? You've got Stockholm syndrome. That's what you've got. You got Stockholm syndrome.
you're just gonna make assumptions.
I'm not making
Assumptions.
assumptions.
Yeah.
It's a fact.
The thing is, it's not a fact. How could you know that?
You believe in a God that literally hates you. That's Stockholm syndrome.
So you would leave your dad because he punishes you? Because he's trying to be a good dad, so you do the right
If
thing?
my dad punished me by lighting me on fire for eternity, yeah, I'd leave his ass in a second.
But we have a choice. That's not
No,
our final
no, we don't have a
punishment, 'cause
choice.
we have a choice.
We don't
do
have a choice.
We have a
No.
choice to follow God.
No, we already covered
We
this.
have
You
a choice
don't
to
have a
follow
fucking
Jesus.
choice. You're born with original sin. You don't have a choice.
And God gave us Jesus so he can pay for our sins.
No, Jesus didn't pay for shit. If Jesus paid for
He
our
did. He died
sins,
on
he
the
would have had to
cross.
take our punishment, but he didn't take our punishment.
He did take our punishment.
He did
but
not
we
take
have
our
the choice.
punishment.
We have the choice.
What's the
to pay
punishment
our
for
sin.
sin? Pay attention.
Burn in hell for eternity.
Okay, is
separate
Jesus
him from
burning in
God.
hell for eternity?
He went to hell for 3
Is
days.
Jesus burning in hell for eternity?
He didn't commit any sins.
Is Jesus burning in hell for eternity?
No, because he didn't commit
Okay,
any
then
sin.
he didn't take our punishment.
He did. He went into hell for 3
It's
days.
crazy
and
how you
conquered
can't.
it.
We'll try this again. Our punishment is eternal suffering in flames. Okay, so
Exactly.
if Jesus is not eternally suffering in flames, he didn't take our punishment.
He did. He was a sinless man.
We'll try this again.
He died on the cross for his sin.
What percentage of our punishment did Jesus take?
100%.
Okay, then he should be burning in hell for eternity. 100% of our punishment is burning in hell for eternity.
He got rid of our sins with his
Listen,
blood.
stop spiraling into new talking points. Pay attention to the words coming out of my mouth. Make yourself useful here. 100%, stop it. 100%.
Don't tell me to stop it. The thing is, I have been respectful to you the whole time, and you're saying these things. Even though
Need you to calm down. I know that you're concussed right now because your religion's being attacked and you have no way of defending yourself. You have no idea what's happening and you want to pivot from one talking point to another. I get it. I've been there. I was in your shoes before. You need to take a deep breath and calm down. The more you spiral, the worse this is going to go for you. So just calm down and calmly answer my questions. They're very easy. So we'll try this again. The punishment for our sins is eternal torture in flames, right? Which means if Jesus takes 100% of our punishment, he must be tortured forever in hellfire. That's what 100% means. You can't say that going in for 3 days makes you take 100% of the punishment, because it doesn't. That's not even 1%. Do you follow so far? This must be his first time on TikTok. He doesn't know how to unmute himself.
all right.
Okay, do you understand how percentages work?
Yes.
Okay, so if a 100% of our punishment is eternal suffering in hellfire, and Jesus did not suffer eternally in hellfire, that means he did not take 100% of our punishment. Do you understand?
Like I said, we can't question God's ways.
No,
Because he does the impossible.
I didn't
He
ask
does
you
what-
if you a question. I said, do you understand how 100% works?
Yes.
Okay, did Jesus take 100% of our punishment on himself?
Yes, he did.
Okay, well then you're a liar and you're going to hell yourself.
Not a lie.
And it's
I'm going
okay
to
if
hell
you're not
myself
mature
and
enough to
follow
have this conversation. If you
All right,
can't
if you don't
handle
believe-
how
if you don't believe in God, if you can't believe in
if you can't handle how 100% works, there's no hope for you. There's nothing I can do for you, right? Like if you think 1 or 2 days is equivalent to eternity when you're talking about 100% of eternity, then you're in the wrong place. You got to go back to school, get your GED, take your math class, come back and talk to me. And I hope you understand how vile your religion is. It's a toxic Stockholm syndrome death cult, and it's completely destroyed your brain and your thinking capacity. All right, moving on. We'll get a couple super chats, get our next guest in here. Yuvas says, love your stream. I am a sponge soaking up all this knowledge. Well, Yuvas, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you supporting the stream. And we try to be educational. And Spencer says, oh my Doug, check out Tim Minchin. Thank you. God is dead. God is dead. Listen, he's in my browser now. I'm sorry, I've never heard of Tim, but he seems to be pretty popular today. So I'll definitely give Tim a listen. And Hard Work says, when my faith was shaken in Doug by some heretics, I prayed mightily to know whether or not he really beats paper. He assured me he has it covered. Oh, that's a great play on words. That's a great play on words. It really is. That's the thing. And remember, paper comes from Doug, right? Doug is the ground. Trees come from the ground. Paper comes from trees, which means paper is just grounded in Doug. It's nonsense to think that paper could defeat Doug. It's silly. Design, my friend, great to see you today, says, in my opinion, I understand the eternity of the universe by arriving at an arbitrary point between 0 and 1. Even as 0 and 1 exist, there is no real number just after 0 or before 1, hence no beginning or end. Well, I don't disagree with you, and this is where like the goofballs really get tied up on the eternity nonsense, is they'll say like, well, if there's an infinite past, you'll never arrive at today. But it's a category error. You're saying if you start at an infinite past, you'll never arrive at today. But you can't start at an infinite point because the infinite point is not finite. All points, however, are finite. So the minute you put a point on the timeline, you're no longer at the point of infinity, because infinity is not a point. You're at a point in the timeline, and there's not infinite points between two different points in the timeline. It's crazy that they can't get it. And Hugh says, this caller has me craving pretzels. Gonna get some sourdough later. Actually, pretzels sound really good. Some salty ones, actually. I was a little rough on him. Maybe I could have been nicer, but he was driving me crazy with his inability to actually have honest dialogue. Daniel, thank you for the super chat. It says, Christians are always cheering about Jesus coming, but when I do, I disappoint my wife. Screw you, Jesus. P.S. Love you, Justin. Praise Doug and Jared. That's a good one, Daniel. Yeah. First of all, I'm sorry about your situation with your wife. I wish you were able to carry a load better than Jesus. I mean, Jesus says that he'll make your load light. And since you don't believe in Jesus, I assume that you still have a heavy load. I don't know how you're not being able to get it to your partner, but Doug can help you with that. He'll make you rock hard. And Protus says, paradox. If child before the age of accountability blasphemes the Holy Spirit, do they go to heaven or hell? Either forgivable or age is meaningless. So this is a good point. In Mark chapter 2 talks about the unforgivable sin. And if it is unforgivable, that means when they get to the age of accountability, they can't actually get forgiven for it. But I think most Christians would side with, well, a sin under the age of accountability isn't really a sin because you don't know what you're doing. I think that's probably how they would handle it. Good thought, though. And Design says, oh, please, can my God torture? Yeah, the Christians. Isn't that great? Isn't that crazy that they literally get up here and believe? They have been so tricked and mentally abused by their religion that they'll come up and say, I deserve, me personally, not me, Justin, but them, the guests, will say, I deserve to be tortured for eternity. That's fucking crazy. That's child abuse. And Acta says, thank you, caller, for highlighting the childishness of your silly moral system, doing great things for atheism. I know nothing creates better atheists than just reading the silliness of the book and just putting it into words and logical arguments. Tarek, my friend, thank you, or Tariq, thank you for the $6.99. Says Jesus fulfilled the law, but how did he fulfill the woman her property laws or the menstruation purification laws unless Jesus was trans? I agree. Jesus couldn't fulfill all of the law unless he was in fact trans. Another reason to believe that Jesus was trans, which obviously he was. So I'm with you on that one. Farscape Forever, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, my friend. Says, unfortunately, I can't stay. Gotta head out for some pizza and margaritas shooters. Hell yeah. Have some for me. Stay metamorphic. Y'all are my igneous inspiration. Praise Doug. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you stopping by to super chat and to hang out with us for a little bit. Enjoy the eats. I certainly wish I could join you. We'll get a couple more in here. Doug Brown, good to see you today, says, as Doug's namesake, I'm loving these daytime streams. Great work as always. Well, thank you so much, Doug Brown. Appreciate it, my friend. Glad we can meet your time slot. And Raphael says, God graped Mary, blood magic, human sacrifice. Let someone be punished for your sins. Yeah, you Christians have the truth. Isn't it crazy that they'll stand on the truth while admitting that their God does all these atrocities? They don't see them as atrocities, but we know better. Matthew says, I want another drunk history show, but have about the Bible. Drunk people are retelling Bible stories would be gold. So actually, Matthew, I reached out to somebody that did, I think, about 5 or 6 episodes on TikTok of drunk Bible stories. They were phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. I loved them. And then they got caught up doing other things. I emailed that person about doing more, about me doing a series with them. I didn't get a reply. Maybe I will sometime, but I want to. I really want to do drunk Bible stories. I just need a partner. You always need somebody asking questions and filming, and you need one person to be consuming the alcohol. So in some time in the future, we're going to make this a reality. It's going to happen. And Cranky says, hey, Justin, it's been a minute. Happy to be listening while at work in the yard. Top notch as always. Keep holding theists' feet to the fire. Well, Cranky, great to see you, friend. Thank you for supporting the channel. I hope your yard work is going well. And I appreciate you supporting the channel, my friend. Amir coming in again says, I feel like nonsense spirituality a lot also. Have you seen any of her stuff? I think you mean I like No Nonsense. Okay, so the channel is No Nonsense Spirituality by Britt Hartley. And you like her. I think she's great too. I just don't agree with her on spiritualness. I don't believe in spirits or spiritualness. But she's amazing. She's a great creator. I love her to death. And he says, Effing autocorrect. There you go. No nonsense spirituality is the creator. The guest was referring to. Yes, that's the guest, and she's got a great channel for those who deconstructed but are still kind of into the spiritual side of things. All right, last one from our friend David Burke. Thank you so much, David. Big W, super generous, my friend. Thank you for the $99.99 super chat. Huge W, David. Big W. I appreciate that, friend. And with that, we are going to grab our next believer and get them into the queue. And as far as I can tell, Fur was next in line. So we'll bring Fur into the conversation. How you doing, Fur? Fur, are you with us? Is Boots with you? No? Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. All right. I guess we'll move on to the next one that was in our TikTok queue, which appears to be notification. Welcome in, notification.
Hello. Thank you. It's, I've been waiting a little while, but it's been both very entertaining and educational. This is awesome.
Well, thanks for being here. Notification, are you at least 18 and do you believe in some kind of a higher power?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And which higher power do you believe in?
Islam.
Cool. What would be
I'm
the
a
most...
Muslim.
Yeah, that seems obvious. Okay, so what's the most compelling evidence or argument for your particular God being real?
So my argument is a two-part argument. It's a necessary being. So, for example, infinite regress of dependent things.
Necessary cause or necessary being?
Necessary being.
Okay.
The infinite regress of dependent things. For example, your phone, tablet, computer, whatever you're using right now to be live, it depends on many things. For example, it depends on electricity. The electricity depends on a grid. The grid depends on, I'm sure you can imagine, humans running it. The humans depend on food, shelter,
Yeah,
water.
I actually already know the argument from dependency. You want to just run it for me?
Sure. So in the Quran, Surah Al-Anbiya 21, chapter 21, verse 30, it mentions that, one moment, I've written it down here. Haven't the believers seen that the heavens and the earth were joined together in one singularity? Then we clothed them and asunder. This is mentioned in the Quran 1,400 years ago, over 1,400 years ago, speaking of the Big Bang. Scientists today...
It did not mention the Big Bang.
Well, this is mentioning one singularity.
It did not mention the singularity of the Big Bang. That concept has no relation to what you're talking about.
What does it relate to then, if not the Big Bang?
It certainly doesn't relate to the Big Bang.
It absolutely does.
Absolutely does not. No. The singularity is not even an accepted cosmological idea anymore. The singularity is the point at which the math breaks down, like inside of a black hole. It's a concept, not a thing.
Right. Okay, that's interesting. That I didn't think of it. This is an easy win for you, my friend. I've got more studying to do.
Fair enough. That was easy. You should have given me shit about that one.
No. Look, many times, you need to hear it from somebody else, and this is how the learning process goes. So this has been great, short and great.
Fuck, you're so nice. Now I like you. You're not supposed to do that.
No, it's fine. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
I thought we were going to argue. Turned out he was the kind one. I was the asshole that time. Now I feel bad. I'm only supposed to be an asshole when they're an asshole. Shit. Oh well. Well, sometimes you get a little excited and things happen. Design. The suspicious that the morally religious abandon God at the slight hint of moral test. I ain't that dude. Yeah, isn't that weird? That like people who claim to be moral, like the minute you talk about testing moral frameworks of God, they shrivel. Why? If your God is moral, why can't we test it? I'm gonna grab 3 super chats, friends. Skywhite says callers don't seem to understand elementary level geometry. A line is endless. A line segment isn't. Just like 0.001% of eternity is still eternity. It's not. That's not how that works. A percentage of eternity will never be eternity. You can ask a mathematician about that. Ian will be alive later. CM says, absolutely infuriating that guests can never answer hypotheticals. I'm not God, so. CM, this is the thing that drives me crazy. Maybe this is my problem. I hate it. I hate it when I ask easy clarifying questions to get to the bottom of something, and then they just evade rather than answering the questions. Why? What's the point? Why are we having a conversation if you can't just say yes or no before you ramble on about the bullshit after that? I'm going to get Elijah in here next, although Elijah's connection looks like it's only half baked. I've got Elijah pulled in, but I don't see Elijah. Can I hear Elijah? Elijah, I think your connection's crapped out, or you don't have enough connection to actually get into the guest box properly. I'm going to drop you. Connect to your Wi-Fi and try again. And we're going to grab the next in line, which is Nate. How you doing, Nate?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, by the way. I'm not an English native speaker, so pardon my English, right?
Your English is great. Don't worry about that.
Thank you, but I can lack some, some vocabulary or something.
So Nate, are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool. And which God do you believe in? Okay, so you're a Christian. Dope. Okay.
Christian. And I heard all your points, and I understand where you're getting at. I would like to talk about Matthew 16 because I heard you talk about it.
Yeah, you want to tell me how it's actually about the transfiguration, and then I'll tell you why it's not?
Not really, no.
Okay.
But almost.
You want to tell me how it was John's vision in the book of Revelation, and I'm going to tell you why that's not the case either?
Nope. You're almost there. So, first of all, I'd like to quote 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 8, which says, "But do not forget this one thing, dear friends, with the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like a day." So when Jesus speaks about...
You can't literally believe that's the argument you're going to go with. I gave you two arguments in your favor, even better than that.
That's not my argument. But I would like to the first thing I would like to start with is sometimes a day does not mean a literal day, just like in Genesis, the creation of the earth in 6 days. But maybe it's not literal.
But I didn't say anything about days. Days have nothing to do with this argument.
No, but like days, some of you like sorry.
I didn't mention days. There's no mention of days in the passage. We're not talking about days.
No, but what I mean is time doesn't work the same way for God as it does for us.
Listen, you can believe that. We're not talking about that. That has nothing to do with Matthew 16, 27, 28. Completely unrelated.
You don't see my point?
No, your point is unrelated to the passage. The passage doesn't give any number of days whatsoever.
No, but it's like
did you even read?
Surely I tell you, some of you who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom.
Did he mention a number of days in there?
No, but
okay. What was the cutoff?
What do you mean the cutoff?
What was the cutoff for his timeline?
Some of you who are standing here will not taste death before.
There you go. Okay, so the people standing there tasting death is the timeline.
But now, tell me what happens at the cross.
Did it say anything about days?
No, tell me. I was talking
okay, so the days are irrelevant. Okay, so the disciples that were standing there with him at that time, did they all die?
I was talking about a specific span of time.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm talking about Matthew 16, 27, and 28, which doesn't say anything about days. It says there are people... Nate, slow down. You don't get it. So Jesus himself said there are some people standing here who will not taste death.
So who is he talking to?
He's talking to his disciples at that moment. There are disciples surrounding him that he's talking to. He says, some of you standing here will not taste death, which means some people will die and some people won't die. But He's going to come back before all of them taste death.
Can you let me explain? Thank you. So, what did happen at the cross?
What happened at the cross was he died, and then he probably got thrown into a mass grave, and now he's worm food.
Okay, man, that's conjecture. Okay.
Conjecture. That's what happens to every human being when they die.
I know. That's the point of a miracle, is that it doesn't happen like every day.
The miracle is the conjecture.
Okay, anyways, it's off topic. So at the cross, the glory of the Father is revealed in that his Son wins against death, which is the wages for sin.
Did he come with all of his angels?
Death, thanks to his own death. So that's what it means.
Well, none of that is actually addressing the passage. So I wish you would actually address what the passage says, because the passage says that the Son of Man is going to come with his angels. So when Jesus was on the cross, did he come from heaven with all of his angels?
No, but
so then that's not what's happening here. Okay, just checking.
It's the glory that's unseen.
No, it doesn't say anything about unseen glory. It's talking about specifically seeing the glory. It says you're going to see it.
Some of you who are standing here will not taste death. That's why Judas died before the crucifixion.
Actually, try this again. The crucifixion is not the second coming. This is the second coming. He says the Son of Man is going to come with his angels and the glory of his Father and repay everyone for what has been done. This is Daniel chapter 7 and Matthew chapter 25. This is when Jesus comes back with all of the angels and judges mankind. That's what it means to repay somebody for their deeds.
I don't really agree.
Well, then you'd be wrong, because I'll just show you in Matthew 25:31 where he tells you exactly that. We'll do Matthew 25:31 through 34. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory. Weird, we just heard that, right? And all the angels with him. Isn't that like the same exact thing he said in Matthew 16? Coming in the glory with all the angels? Okay, what's going to happen when Jesus comes in the glory with all of the angels? It says he's going to sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. That's what Matthew 16 is talking about. He didn't say shit about crucifixion. If he was talking about the crucifixion, he could have just said what he meant to say about the crucifixion. He didn't have to say something that was identical to Matthew 25:31 and then make Christians look silly by saying, no, words don't mean words. He set you up for failure.
It's weird to me that you don't really see what he's talking about.
It's weird to me that you can't be honest with what it says. We'll go through it really slow, one word at a time.
Yes.
The Son of Man is what? Where do we get the idea of the Son of Man coming anywhere from? Where does it come from?
In his Father's glory.
Where does the idea come from?
I'm hearing Daniel 7, maybe?
Comes from Daniel chapter 7. In Daniel chapter 7, we're in the judgment. God judges the people. All divine authority is given to Jesus, and the judgment happens. He sits on the throne of judgment, just like it says in Matthew 25. So Matthew 16:27 is referring to the judgment. It says the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father and repay everyone for what's been done. This is exactly what Matthew 25 is saying, exactly what Daniel chapter 7 is saying. Now, I'm trying to figure out why you're sitting here, Nate, I'm trying to figure out why you're sitting here lying to my face that this isn't referring to the judgment when it clearly is.
I'm not lying to you, which is, I respect you. I just want you to come to understand my point of view and the traditional reading of Matthew 16.
The traditional reading of Matthew 16 is that it's referring to the transfiguration, which is why it's positioned right next to it. If you literally just go to Matthew 17, verse number 1, you get the transfiguration. It's positioned this way on purpose. The ancient early church believed that that Mark was referring. Sorry, the ancient church believed
yes.
that Jesus was referring to the transfiguration, which is why in Matthew and Mark it's positioned right before the transfiguration. Now, I think that's a bad argument. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just a lie about his second coming. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how you interpret it, it's not about the crucifixion whatsoever.
I see one way where it can be. That's why I was talking to you about it, actually.
Well, it can't be about the crucifixion because it doesn't say one person will die. It says some. Some of you will still be standing here. Some is always more than one, which means it can't be about Judas.
Sorry, some who are standing here will not taste death.
Yep. Some is always more
basically.
than one.
Yes, that's why Judas
So-
is the only one not included in the some.
Oh, so some will taste death, right?
No, some who are standing here will not taste death.
Okay, fair enough. I understand what you're saying with the sum. You're saying the sum is referring to the people that are alive, not the people that are dead.
The 11, yeah.
Okay, so some of you standing here will not
And
taste death. I agree with you. You can say that, but that
Yes,
still has.
no,
But
sorry,
Nate,
I
Nate,
wanna-
Nate, stop
Yes.
talking. I don't know why.
Yes.
Nothing you say is going to help your position right now. So like you're wasting your breath. So
That's up to us to determine that.
what in
right?
this passage says anything about the crucifixion? Which words in this passage would lead a rational individual to think that this is about the crucifixion and not the second coming?
Not really. That's why context is important.
I know the context and I know that you don't know it. That's why I'm asking about this particular verse. In this particular verse, the one we're reading right now, what words would lead anyone to believe that it's about the crucifixion?
Nothing, but
Okay, there we go. That's all I needed. So nothing in this passage would lead a
But-
rational person to believe that it's about the crucifixion, yet you're telling me it's about the crucifixion, which is why I'm saying you're here in a guest box lying to my face, because you are. The reality is Matthew says the same thing in 10:23. He says Jesus is coming imminently. He says to his disciples, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next. For truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. That's Daniel chapter 7 again, the coming of the Son of Man. He says the same thing in Matthew chapter 24. He gives all the signs of the end, and then he says, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have happened. He says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. Jesus says on multiple occasions that he's coming back. The judgment, the end, is imminent within this generation before everyone's dead.
that's what I was referencing when I said 2 Peter 3:8.
No, he didn't say anything about days. I don't. 2 Peter 3 is irrelevant. We're not talking about a
No,
number of
because-
days. We're talking about what it means to be alive at that time and what a generation is.
Yes, but that's exactly what I mean. Generations.
A generation is not plural. This is a singular, and he says this
Yeah.
generation, the one currently alive. The same thing in
generation.
Matthew 16 when he says some of you standing here. The same thing in Matthew 10:23 when he tells his disciples that you won't even finish going throughout these towns before I come back. All of these things are easy, clear predictions for when his second coming is going to be, and none of them include a day count.
No,
Not a
that's
single
right.
day count.
But anyways, let's change topics because you still don't get.
Yeah, because I won't let you lie to me. I know.
No, I'm not lying to you, bro.
You're
I'm just
absolutely lying to
explaining-
my face.
I'm just if I was lying, I wouldn't respect you, and I'm telling you, I'm respecting you. That's why I'm trying to talk to you, right?
Fair enough.
So yeah, let's change topics, but respectfully. Yeah, you're talking about you're also talking about how it's unfair, right? So how hell's unfair.
I'm saying it's unjust. Now, part of being
Yeah.
just requires you to do the fair thing. So that's on God. Like if God doesn't do things that are fair, that just means he's not all just. And that's fine. If you believe in a God that's not all just, you can believe in that bitch ass punk. I won't.
I believe in a God that's all just and also all loving.
Is he all fair?
Because he invented
Yes,
the
or just
concept
yes or no.
of
Is he
justice.
all fair?
He is.
Does he give fair punishments?
Yes.
Okay. So you think it's fair for a child who steals a candy bar to get the same punishment as Hitler?
No.
Okay, then he's not fair, which means he's not just. See, that was easy.
No, because
The pretzels you have to
Shit,
twist
no.
yourself into to defend this nonsense is crazy. I don't know why you hurt yourself this way.
I don't hurt myself. Actually, I've never lived a better life than right now.
Well, you've already
Children-
concluded that hell's not fair, right?
Children are close to God in a way that other adults aren't.
Do 13-year-olds go to hell if they sin without Jesus?
It depends, because
Do
if
16-year-olds
they-
go to hell if they don't repent? I don't care. Give me an age. What age do you become accountable for your sins?
It depends on which knowledge you have, or which opportunities you had to come to knowledge of Jesus.
Well, shit. I don't care. 18 then. If an 18-year-old becomes accountable for their sins at age 18 and they commit one sin and one sin only, do they go to hell?
If they choose not to accept Jesus, yes.
Okay. And if you live to 80 and you execute 6 million people with a gas chamber, do you go to hell?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are the crimes vastly different?
Yes.
Are the punishments the same?
No. It's not
No,
said.
they're both tortured for eternity, but they're not the same punishment.
It's not the same level of torture.
What's the difference?
If you studied, let me explain. If you studied the idea of theosis, that's an Orthodox Christian idea. It's explained that maybe heaven and hell are the same place. It's just in the presence of God.
Heaven
And
does sound like hell. I agree.
And according to the level of how close you are to God's heart, like how close you are, what kind of relationship you have to Him, it can feel like heaven and it can feel like hell.
Okay, so you get tortured by fire in heaven and hell.
No, they're not separate places.
Right. So there's fire in heaven and in hell. That's what you said.
No, it's not. It's heaven is the dwelling place of God, and hell is the dwelling.
Okay, so we'll just try this again. Okay, if heaven and hell are the same place, and you get tortured in fire if you go to hell, that means you also are among fire in heaven.
No, because you have don't have the same kind of relationship to God.
Just give me. I'm gonna put it on a notepad for you and make this really linear. 1 second. I got to open up an online notepad and type this because you can't see my. Okay, we're going to put this on the screen for you. We'll just make this really easy.
I know where you're.
Okay,
I know
so
where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from.
We're just going to say A is equal to B is premise number one. Just listen. The more you talk, the worse this is going to get for you. So just pay attention. We're going to do like a super logical syllogism here. Can you follow along? Okay, so premise number one is A is equal to B. Follow?
Okay, what's A? What's B?
It's just A and B. A is equal to B. That's premise number one, right?
Okay, so you mean heaven is equal to hell?
Nope. Just listen. A is equal to B. That's premise number one. Follow?
Yes.
Okay. Now, premise number two is B is equal to C. So far? Okay. That leads me to the conclusion, which is that
A is equal to C, right?
A is equal to C. You nailed it. Okay. So now, if there's, we can try this again. Now, if there's in hell, right? If you go to hell, you have fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, premise number two is hell is the same place as heaven, right?
It can, yes.
Okay, that means the conclusion is that heaven has fire.
how do you know that
For fuck's sake.
God? No, brother, I know you.
Why
How
do
do
we
you
do
know
this? What's
that
happening right
the
now?
same fire that can burn people that are in hell also burns people that are in heaven? Like, how does that work? How can you know?
So we'll just try this again. I'm making this really easy. If heaven and hell are the same place, and then there's
Yes.
fire in hell, that means
Yes.
there's fire in heaven. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, finally we're getting somewhere. Great. So heaven and hell both have fire, according to you. And listen, you could work this out because in the book of Job, what comes down from heaven to destroy some of the servants? What comes down from heaven?
In the book of Job,
Chapter 1. Yep.
it
says fire from heaven came down and destroyed them.
Yes.
Okay, so there is fire in heaven according to
Just like
the Bible.
When it talks about heaven, it doesn't talk about the dwelling place of God. It talks about heaven in Hebrew is Hashamayim, which is
it's just the sky. Hashamayim in
Yeah.
Hebrew means sky. Unfortunately, you've just made it worse for yourself because you just denied God being omnipresent.
what do you like?
If God's
Okay.
presence isn't everywhere, then he's not omnipresent.
No, because he's not on earth. You can know that. He's not in the physical world.
Then he's not omnipresent. That's the definition of omnipresent.
But he's not.
I know he's not omnipresent,
Yes.
but in
So-
Orthodox viewpoint, he is omnipresent.
Not exactly.
Do you believe God is omnipresent?
No, there's like
Okay, fair enough. You don't
This-
believe in an omnipresent
the way-
God? That's fine.
yeah, the way he's present with us in his Holy Spirit, in the person of the Holy Spirit.
Listen, Nate, you don't have to explain it. If you don't believe in an omnipresent God, you don't believe in an omnipresent God. Just so we're aware, the Bible doesn't say that God is omnipresent. It just happens to be a thing that almost all Christians believe in. I don't think the Bible teaches it. Good on
do you
you
mean?
for not falling for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't believe in an omnipresent God. You believe in a
I've never
God that...
met- No, I've never met a Christian that said that.
I literally have
Never.
never met a Christian who didn't believe in all three omni properties of God. Which of the omni properties do you believe in? Do you believe in omnibenevolence?
You mean he's a good God?
All good, not just good, all good.
All good. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
I do believe that he's omnipotent.
Also, yes.
Okay, but you don't believe he's omnipresent.
I'm not in some kind of animist nonsense.
Fair enough. Okay. So you believe two of the omnis? That's smart. If I was going to get rid of one of the omnis, I'd get rid of omnipresent. That's the one that doesn't make any sense with the Bible. Now, back on track. Let me test you a little bit on the omni properties, though, because I think we might be able to get rid of another one. Want to narrow it down to just one omni property?
I wanted to talk about something else, but
Fair enough. You've been nice. What do you want to talk about?
So to me, your complaint. I mean, yeah, I don't want to strawman you, but it seems to me like you're complaining that you don't want to accept Jesus, even though Jesus is warning you that
No.
there's something coming to harm you.
I don't believe Jesus is God, and I don't believe that God exists. It has nothing to do with my desire and everything to do with my belief. I can't accept something I don't believe in
But so why don't you believe in?
because there's no evidence, and the Bible's full of lies and contradictions.
But what
And-
does that
And Jesus
have to do with God?
fulfilled 0 prophecies. Why would I give my life to a dead sky carcass that fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies while claiming that he was the Messiah?
Because he's resurrected, right?
No, he didn't. Zalmoxis resurrected. Alcestis resurrected. There are like 6 Caesars that resurrected.
6 C's? What?
Yeah, 6 Roman Caesars did. Like 6 of the 12 most famous Roman Caesars were inducted into godhood. Was there 6 of them? I think there's 6 of them.
Maybe.
Yeah, there's lots of resurrection accounts from the ancient world. Jesus is just like one of many. Aristeas is maybe my favorite. Aristeas's resurrection was recounted by Herodotus,
Yes.
Pliny the Elder. It was recorded by Apollonius, and it was recorded by Diodorus of Sicily and Plutarch. So, I
Yes.
mean, praise Aristeas.
I didn't do this research, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think the resurrection is good evidence of anything. I think it's just more mythology.
But then, did you look at the fruits
Fruits of what?
of belief in Jesus in the early church?
Yeah, they're the fruits of believing in any other decent religion, the fruits of believing in Buddhism, the fruits of believing in whatever Mormonism. Like, listen, there's lots of religious systems that teach good things that could or could
Yes.
not produce good results. That has nothing to do with the validity of the mythology.
But then people do bad things in spite of the teachings of the Bible. Whereas with other religions,
I don't.
they do bad things somewhat according to or in the framework that their religion sets.
Well, you are right. You know, if you're religious, if you're a Christian, you do typically try to at least appeal to the morals of the Bible. And to me, I think that makes it even worse because the Bible says that you can own slaves. Bible says that women are subservient to men. Bible says that if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, you can stone her. I mean,
Okay, we can talk about women. I'll just quote Saint Paul to try just first in 1 Corinthians 13.
yeah, when he says there's no Jew nor Greek, no male nor female, nor slave nor free.
No, it's not this. Love is it's this long monologue about love.
Love is patient, love is kind, love does not envy, so on and so forth.
Yes.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. God specifically states that women are to serve men. It says in Genesis 3:16 that your desire will be for your husband, but he will rule over you.
Okay, you want
Paul said
to
for
talk
women to be
about
subject to
Genesis.
their husbands.
Right. Let's do exegesis of Genesis 2.
Genesis 3.
No, Genesis 2.
Genesis 3, when he says that
No,
women will be
right.
ruled over.
I get what you're saying, but Genesis 2, right? Genesis 2, 20 to 21, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
So let's get into the Hebrew. So the man
This would be a lot of
gave
fun.
names to all the livestock, birds in the sky, and all the wild animals. But for Adam, no suitable helper was found. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was sleeping, he took one of the man's ribs or side and that closed up the place with flesh. So that's the creation of Eve, right?
Yep. And Eve was created for what purpose?
A suitable helper.
Oh, is a helper an equal?
Yes.
No.
Even more.
Helper is
It's
not
even
an
more
equal.
than an equal.
It's actually not. It's actually not an equal.
It is an equal. Let me prove
Certainly
to you.
is not an equal because remember, Nate, I'm telling you
Can
why.
I prove it to you?
Nate, you're not going to be able, Nate, you're not going to be able to do it. I'm going to show you why you're wasting your time, okay? Because the same passage that you pulled up says that Adam was looking for a helper among the animals. Verse 18, the Lord God says, it is not good for the man should be alone. I will make him a helper as a partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought him to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called them, whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. So God initially believed that a helper could be found among the animals. A helper is not an equal.
He knew all along.
He didn't know all along.
No, he knew all along.
Then why would he lie here? Why would he lie and tell Adam to find a helper among the animals?
That's because it's how do you say it in English? It's to I can't explain what I'm thinking. It's to explain to the man things because the Hebrew philosophy, it's like do something first and then you'll understand.
That's not a Hebrew philosophy I'm familiar with, and I had to learn Hebrew.
No, but the Hebrew way of that's Hebrew philosophy.
Who
It's
told
just,
you that was Hebrew philosophy? Because I know quite a few rabbis that would disagree with you. Where did you get that idea from?
it was from an article about the Tanakh.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get to, it was 20.
Yeah. So
The
God,
interlinear.
so God makes,
interlinear in
so God,
20.
so God makes women.
So, a helper, a suitable helper, right?
Mhm.
The word is ezer kenegdo. And so the interesting word is ezer.
Uh-huh.
And ezer is found in the Hebrew name Eliezer.
Mhm.
And it's a helper that is referenced a lot. That's referenced a lot in Tanakh. And lots of times it's used for God. It's God who is the Ezer of humans.
Yeah.
And that comes to
You know
the
that
rescue.
anybody can be a helper, right? So like
Yes.
if I lend you help, that makes me a helper within the context we're talking about.
It's
But
translated as
if God
helper
created me to be a helper for you, that means now
Yes.
I'm subservient to you.
No, it doesn't mean that. The reason being that Ezer in Hebrew means rescuer.
No,
So, which means
that's not an
the
adequate
man.
translation. So the word you're
It is.
referring is not the word you're referring to
It is.
has a semantic range, right? So you can't just pick and choose like what part of the semantic range that you want to refer to.
No,
Like you
because
actually have to take the
first,
context into account. So ezer
yes,
means to help. Now, if you're in danger, right? If you're drowning and somebody gives you ezer, then yes, they rescued you. But that's just because of the context of the passage. The word doesn't mean to rescue, it means to help.
it means to rescue in the way that God. It means to help. Let's say help. It means to help in the way that God helps mankind. Exodus
And
18.
does God help mankind in a different way than humans help mankind?
No, what
Yes.
I mean is,
So God's help is different than our help because God is powerful.
no, sorry, yes. Sorry, yes.
Okay.
What
The
I
word
mean
just means help. She's created to be a helper.
A helper in the kind of help that God gives.
No, in the kind of help that humans give, because she's not a
In
god.
the kind of help that God
No,
gives.
the kind of help
Look
that
at the
humans
evidence.
give.
Let's look at all the times that Ezer comes up in Tanakh.
I've read
Exodus
it. Nate,
Exodus
Nate,
18:4.
Nate, this is a bad
Yes.
argument because humans can't do what God does. It doesn't matter.
But
It doesn't matter that God uses like the same verb applies to God. None of that matters.
it's honorific.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
No, it's not. That's a lie you have to tell yourself.
No, it's etymology.
No, it's not. This is poor exegesis. If you wrote a paper in seminary making this claim, they would give you an F on it.
I don't care. That's good.
Like they would make you rewrite the paper. This is bad. This is not how words work.
No, it is. I mean,
It's not.
etymology is how words work.
No, it's literally not. Etymology is the science of how words came to be.
Yes.
Lexicography is how words work.
Yes. The one.
And you're doing neither
sorry.
right now. You're saying because God can do a verb, then when that verb is applied to humans, we must take it with the same connotation as when it's applied to God. That's not how that works.
That's absolutely how that works.
That's absolutely not how it works.
This word.
I don't know if you know this, but in the Hebrew language, God doesn't get his own set of verbs. Right? All the verbs in the Hebrew language are used are used
It does.
irrespective of who's doing it, right? So
No,
if the
it
verb to go
absolutely
is
does.
being
Then you just
used, you can apply that to
don't
God and you can apply it to a human being. It's just a
do not
verb.
lie. Do not lie to people. It does.
I'm not lying, Nate. You're the one lying.
Genesis 1:1. Elohim, sorry, Bereshit bara Elohim. The verb bara is creating ex nihilo.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's not.
No, man, it is.
No, it's not. You can say it is all you want. It's not. There's nothing in the word bara that requires ex nihilo. Nothing.
It's creating. It's not the verb that's used when humans create something using matter that already exists.
No, it's a very common verb in Hebrew. It's not referring to ex nihilo.
No, it is.
No, it's not.
Let me. Okay. Let me look it up because. Bible Hub.
Every time they make something, they create something in the Old Testament. It's the same verb. Making golden calves, same verb. Joshua making things, same verb. You're arguing about things you do not know. It's just a generic word for creation.
To create, absolutely.
Yeah, not ex nihilo.
So it's okay. So in Arabic, it's a loan word. Definition.
This is what happens when someone teaches you how to use like an online interlinear resource, but you haven't actually went through and learned how to do proper exegesis.
No, it is.
It's not.
Brother, to make or do.
To make or create.
I'm reading right now. Unlike asa, to make or do, and yatsar, to form, bara never takes a human subject. Numbers 16:30 warns of a new thing God might create to vindicate his holiness, and 1 Samuel 2:29 returns the same theological boundary. Creation belongs to God's prerogative. Isaiah amplifies this theme. I, the Lord, and am the maker of all things, who stretches out the heavens. I have created you, in Isaiah 43. I form the light and create darkness, in Isaiah 45. For thus saith the Lord, he who created the heavens, he is God. He did not create it to be empty, but formed it to be inhabited, Isaiah 45. These verses locate sovereignty, providence, and even the mystery of.
So I don't know what script from your reading room, but you're wrong. The verb is applied to humans both inside and outside the Bible.
Yeah. Like, okay, it's Genesis 5.
Want me to show you where?
Okay, yes.
Joshua 17:15.
Right, up to the forest and clear a place for yourself there. Yes.
Yeah, the verb is create. Joshua, there's instructions to a group of people to clear a place.
And cut down and clear. Yes.
Yep, to create a place for yourself. And guess what? It wasn't ex nihilo and it wasn't done by God. This is a bad argument. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure you read an article, but the article's wrong. You need to trash it, throw it away.
I'm just looking at this. But do you know sometimes words are used, especially in the Tanakh, words are used. There are yod that are left there without specific explanation, and it's just brought down by tradition.
Inexplicable yods? What are you talking about? Right? I don't know about inexplicable yods.
They are diacritic signs or yod or some.
If they're diacritic, then they're not inexplicable.
No, but people don't know how to pronounce, or why is it specifically there. There are also spaces between words in the Tanakh that people left there without understanding explicitly why it's there. So there are things
No,
that
I don't believe that. There are a lot of times you see spaces between words, and it's for artistic purposes on the scroll.
yes, but whatever sorry, I'm babbling. Whatever the purpose is, people don't know today why it's there.
I disagree. I don't know of a single, like I don't know of any of these instances where that you're claiming exist. Like
I think
sounds
there's
like
one.
I said, I don't
I
know
think
where you're getting
there's
your
one
information from,
in
but they're not coming from academic resources.
I'm
These are
not.
like
I'm not reading.
these are
I'm
like
not reading anything
things you
right
learn
now.
in Bible studies that aren't real.
No, right, but I think there are big spaces between words in Psalms.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah, on purpose for
yeah,
artistic
but
reasoning.
people
That's why you have
don't know.
lamids that stretch like 3 inches.
Yeah,
It's for artistic purposes when you made the scroll. That's it.
yes, but people don't know the signification
Yeah,
behind the
there's
artistic.
nothing behind it. It's to fill the lineup, so there's not an empty
There might
line.
there might be. We don't know whether
No,
there is or not.
no, that's the consensus. You don't know because you haven't studied.
I haven't studied this specifically.
You can literally just read the notes from the Masoretes. They'll tell you.
Yeah, again, I'm not following the Masoretes because it was made by Jews after. It's not the original. The original is the Septuagint. So
The Septuagint is not the original.
the translation in Greek, I know, but it's not what I mean. Anyways, I'm not following the Masoretic text.
Fair enough. Do you know of any non-Masoretic texts that do the thing you're referring to? Because I don't. If you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls and you look at the Samaritan Pentateuch and things like that, you find a very different method of writing that doesn't include the artistic Masoretic flair.
Okay, it was changed then. I'm not aware of that specific things. No.
Right. Nate, listen, you sound like a smart guy, but I don't know who your study researchers are, but they're not good. And these are not good arguments.
I just hope you'll continue your research.
In what?
And
What am I going to find out? I already told you why I don't believe, because Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy, not even one. Which means even if you believe God is real, it sure as hell isn't Jesus.
the one thing. Oh, maybe I can talk to you about the Shroud of Turin.
Not going to help.
It might.
Because it's a 13th century forgery that's been carbon dated on 3 separate occasions to be from that time period. And the newest dating method is not a true dating method.
It's. So you mean wide-angle X-ray scattering is not a true dating method?
Waxis is a joke. They took the shroud and they compared one part of the flax fibers to another piece of fabric from Masada. And they just said, wow, they look like they're roughly in the same level of degradation. They must be from the same time period. That's not how dating works. It's a joke. Not even a good joke.
And so what about the VUV experiences?
The what?
The VUV, the vacuum UV lights.
I know of no vacuum UV lights.
No, it's a method of emitting light, of radiation.
So what? How's that have anything to do with dating the shroud?
Because nobody could have forged this, especially not in the Middle Ages.
Oh, they certainly could have. In fact, 2 different scientists, one of them Italian, literally did forge it using dating methods from dating from that time period.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No.
Yep.
Like it's
I'll give you their
impossible
names.
It's impossible to reproduce with today's VUV light sources.
Nope, you're wrong. I'll just show it to you. Italian scientist reproduces the shroud of Turin. Let me get his name real quick. It was a very complicated name to pronounce. Give me a second.
Liberato de Caro?
I have no idea. Let me see what his name is.
An Italian man.
It certainly was an Italian man, yeah.
From the Institute of Crystallography in Rome. From the National Research Council.
Shoot, they even have a replica that's going on exhibit too. That's interesting. Okay, give me a second though. Let me.
No, because
I don't know why his name's not coming.
Yeah, no, right. But you need 34 trillion watts.
No, you certainly don't. The guy's name is Luigi Garlascelli. And you don't need any of those watts. There's zero evidence that the shroud was blasted with any special lights. None whatsoever.
So how is it discolored then?
How was it discolored or colored?
Discolored.
It was discolored by aging. That's how aging works.
No, because I don't know if you ever looked at. I mean, of course you looked at the images, but the discoloration is the discoloration of a male body.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, there's the male figure in the artistic rendering of the shroud. Yeah.
But how do you render it without? Even today, we don't have the technology to do it.
You're wrong. It was literally done in 2009 by Luigi Garlascelli.
Not in the same way, no.
Yeah, in the same way.
Yeah. Like there's the studies of just look at the articles of Dr. Liberato de Caro. Just look up the studies of 2011.
I've read all the nonsense studies. None of them are substantiated. All the ones that are using actual science date it to the 13th century. You've been fooled, just like all the rest of your friends who believe in the shroud. There's no evidence that the shroud was dating back to Jesus at all.
What about the pollen? The studies. I think it's from the 1990s. The pollens that were analyzed from the flax fibers.
There is pollen, as it turns out, in flax. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. Pollen, yeah, pollen exists. Mm-hmm.
No, but the pollen. Me neither. No, but the pollen that were found in there is like Gundelia. I've written the specific plants. There's like 50 of them, but there's Gundelia 24T from Linne, which is endemic of Judea and Galilee.
So what?
There's also Zygophyllum demosum.
You are aware that the pollen is not relegated to a particular area, right? Now, you also know that the shroud has been moved. You also know that the shroud has been migrated to lots of different locations, right? Like it's going to collect pollen eventually.
From Judea to Europe.
No, you'd be wrong.
Well, yeah, that's what.
If anything, it was from Europe to Judea.
It's the other way around.
No, you're wrong.
No, because where is it?
This is the weakest argument I've ever heard for the shroud. The fact that there's pollen on the shroud that also appears in Judea is the weakest argument ever. This is sad.
It's a plant. It's a plant. Enfin, plants in plural that are endemic to the regions of Judea and Galilee.
Yeah, I know, and you can find them everywhere.
No, I mean, yeah, everywhere, yes, but it's from the region, right?
And they're found everywhere. I know, yeah.
Yeah, and
which means things that have the pollen on it are not dated to Judea, or not located in Judea.
Come again?
Listen, there is a bird that is native to Ohio. It happens to be that the bird exists elsewhere. That doesn't mean if you find the bird that it migrated from Ohio.
Yes, but if the bird doesn't move from Ohio and it doesn't exist elsewhere.
No, pollen moves. Not only does pollen move, but pollen isn't merely regional. It covers huge territories of land. The same pollen that's in Judea can be found in Europe. The same pollen that's in Europe can be found in Judea. Nate, you
Depends on,
can't tell me
it
that
depends on.
you cannot believe that the shroud is evidence of anything. You can't. This is nonsense. They literally tested the DNA. It tested as a mixture of pig's blood and red ochre. Why is there pig blood on it? Why is there red ochre on it?
Red what?
Red ochre. It's a plant.
Oh, okay. I don't know about it. Okay.
Why would anyone
But
possibly put pig
which
blood?
studies are you quoting?
Put
Which
pig's
studies are you
blood.
quoting?
Put pig's blood on a shroud that belonged to a Jewish man.
Yeah, that's ironic, but that would be ironic. But which studies are you quoting?
I can show you. I used to have it downloaded. I don't have it anymore. Let's see. I think it's from the Macron Research Institute. Let me see if this is the one.
Because nothing infuriates me more than people, claiming to find evidence for Christianity. And
Well, the shroud's not evidence for shit, just so you're aware. Even if it was from the first century, it doesn't mean anything. It just means that a dead man was wrapped in a shroud. That's it. It also doesn't match the Bible. The Bible says that he had a separate head covering. It also says he was wrapped in strips. This is neither a strip nor a head covering. But the article most recently that talks about it is from the Macron Research Institute. And they talk about the blood on the shroud and the previous examinations, and then they list other articles that they specifically wrote on the topic. But they're not the only institute that's writing about this. At the repository at Science Direct, there's another article by Giulio Fanti. Who's Giulio Fanti? Department of Industrial Engineering at Padua, Italy, and Giuseppe. Oh, Giuseppe doesn't have a bio, or does he? Well, he's at a university in Italy too. But there's been a bunch of articles written on the topic. It says in the cliff notes of the article, it says the initial blood on the Turin shroud was later reinforced by pigments. There are pigments on the shroud.
And which studies? Okay. Can you?
Yeah.
Tell me which
look up an article called "Blood Reinforced by Pigments in the Reddish Stains of the Turin Shroud."
Yes.
There should be no red pigments on the shroud.
I'll look it up. Thanks.
So,
before leaving,
just so we're aware, nothing about the shroud has anything to do with whether or not Jesus was God nor the Messiah. The only thing it could ever prove is that a dude died and was wrapped in this particular cloth. We don't know his identity. We don't know anything about his manner of death other than it seems to be bloody and violent. But it certainly wouldn't prove that Jesus rose from the dead.
It would, because
would not.
The discoloration of flax fibers could be achieved. The only reason the only cause of the discoloration would be UV radiation. So
you would be wrong.
But how can, it was studied, and it showed that there's no means that we know of in the Middle Ages or in the first century, even less so,
You'd be wrong. I already gave you the name of the scientist who reproduced the shroud using methods available in the 13th century. He is not even the only one who did it. There's another guy who did it as well. It wasn't even hard. There's a guy literally on YouTube that recreated it and showed you how he recreated it on YouTube using methods from the 13th century.
That's odd, because I never heard of this.
I don't think you're doing research. I think you're Googling for things that reinforce your already held beliefs.
No, I really do research, man.
I don't think so. Nate, anyways, you're a nice guy, but I don't think you're doing well-rounded research.
because I have things to do, man. I mean,
All right. Fair enough. Well, thanks for being courteous and being kind.
yeah, no, thank you.
Cheers, man. He was kind, at least. He was a nice guy. It's sad that he has to twist himself into pretzels and lie to everybody, but he was nice at least. Coops, thank you for the 199. I appreciate that. And Larry, my friend, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ debate memberships. I really appreciate that. The memberships really are the backbone of the community, friends. And all the members have access to the cheat sheet as well. Eventually, I'll put the Shroud articles on the cheat sheet. Maybe I'll do that this week. That would be a good time to do it. Stay Brown, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, read them the prophecy of Jesus' second coming only after all the U.S. have universal health care and public education. They won't know it's not the Old Testament. So that's the funny thing. If you look at what the prophecies are in the Old Testament about the Messiah, it seems to suggest that people are still going to die in the Messianic age, which is wild because the New Testament says otherwise. Trude, thank you for sending out 5 DZ debates memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And our friend Kenneth is back with us. Kenneth says, listening to this in the gym, getting rock hard. Hell yeah. Kenneth, get your rocks off to the stream. Big W. Get pumped, buddy. And Eric says, he heaped coals on your head better than a Christian. Actually, first of all, this is one of my favorite sayings from the Bible. And you're right, Eric. Not Nate, but the prior caller, the Islamic guy. He did heap coals on my head better than a Christian. If you guys don't know about heaping coals on someone's head, it's a wonderful idiom within the Hebrew Bible that Paul brings up in the New Testament. Anthony says, Doug fixed my erectile dysfunction for the 5th time today. Oh, praise Doug. Praise Doug. Listen, Anthony, Doug has fixed your ED so many times. I have to assume at some point you're just walking around rock hard for Doug all day long. Rock hard. Iceman, thank you for the $20 super chat, buddy. Says, Jason, leftover barbecue reheated taste just as good when you first cooked it. I think you mean Justin. But anyways, leftover barbecue reheated. Yeah, that's why I post the clips, because sometimes the clips, when you heard it the first time, it was horrific. You hear it the second time, it's even worse. And you're like, oh shit, this is even worse than I thought. And Kenneth says, Nate is not prepared, clutching at straws. That was the case. He was kind, but he was not prepared. And Boop and Boom, thank you so much for the $80 super chat. That's huge. Thank you so much, friend. Says, Anne Frank, a 15-year-old Jewish child, was murdered by Nazis 80 years ago for her faith. Then the Christian God, the Father, judged and sent little Annie to hell to burn every day, hour, and minute since. Jesus died 3 p.m. on Friday, raised by 6 a.m. on Sunday, 38 hours. Yep. Isn't that crazy? That in the Christian framework, somebody like Anne Frank, merely just being a Jew that doesn't accept Jesus, would be sent to hell, tortured for eternity. That's worse than what the Nazis were going to do to her. Just keep in mind, what God is doing to the people he loved and created is worse than what the Nazis were going to do to them. That should make you think. And Design says, DZ logic chart is the grill that cooks. I'm going to make it, friend. I'm going to make the DZ logic charts and get them out. And Peter Zakos, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, Doug appeared on my toast this morning. Hail, Doug. I did the holy and worshipful thing. I spread ham on him and ate him. Doug approves. Eat the ham, Peter. Do it. Do it for Doug. And keep your namesake, Peter. You are a prophet of Doug. Obviously, that's why he appeared to you. Your name is Rock Petros. So big W for that. And Texas, my friend, says, if your belief in God doesn't extend beyond personal experiences and other beliefs are valid, then isn't that just a culture thing versus theological truth? It is. At that point, it's just cultural, right? And Susie, my friend, I did get your chat. Susie says, what is the context of the story of the woman who liked big donkeys and horses that made a big splash? Okay. You're referring to Ezekiel. The context is Ezekiel's describing the unfaithfulness of Israel and Judah. And he's describing the unfaithfulness, like painting them in the image of like young whores. And so that's why he's talking about the emissions of stallions and members like donkeys, because he's basically suggesting that Israel and Judah were just these tramps that went around whoring themselves. That's what's happening in Ezekiel. And Dustin says, just picked a mint colored cheaty sheety desk mat, and I'm so fucking stoked about it. Well, I'm glad you did. Guys, in the gift shop now, we have a scaled down edition of the cheat sheet you can get in a big, like 30-inch desk mat. You can put your keyboard and your mouse or just lay it out on your desk, and you've got all kinds of contradictions and stuff on scientific errors and whatnot on the cheat sheet right at your fingertips. You don't even have to have the cheat sheet open. And Jay says, Kevin is the sole source of laws of logic. Obviously, transcendental argument for the existence of Kevin. Obviously, it's Kevin and Doug. It's some sort of dualism. Raphael says, Jesus is coming soon. When? Soon. When? Soon. Listen, remember, soon means nothing to God. It's a meaningless statement. Soon is, a third of all human history. Yah fights Jacob. It should be fun. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. It says, yo, Justin, have you read the book called The Gospel and the Zodiac? No, I don't believe in zodiacs. By Bill Darlison. If so, what are your thoughts? If not, may I encourage you to read it? I'd love to get your opinion. Well, I haven't read the book. Most likely, if it's related to zodiac, I'll never read it. I apologize for that. I think zodiac is just another form of wooism, and I don't believe wooism any more than I believe in Christianity or Islam, so it just isn't one of those things. Also, PLN, thank you for the 200. I'm sorry, PLN. Arcades. Thank you so much for the $2.99 PLN. Big W, my friend. I really, really appreciate the thanks. I really appreciate that. Let me just grab a couple more super chats. I'm sorry, I've got a bunch of super chats on the board and I don't want to get behind. Amir says, Raphael, you'll see, you'll be sorry. Yeah. They always say that. They always want to end with, you'll see. I can't prove it, but you'll see. I'm sure I will. Jennifer says, another live for the week and it's only Wednesday? Long day in the studio again, so I'm here for this day streaming. Praise Doug. Jennifer, it is. We're going to be alive Thursday and Friday as well, but not over the weekend. So we're doing weekday live streams right now over the summer. But big W for listening. And Josh says, guest needs a life preserver. He's drowning in his silly excuses. Channel the Holy Spirit quick. Praise Doug. If the Holy Spirit was real, they'd be bringing better arguments. You best believe that. Raphael says, calling God evil and evil good. Christians are best in doing this. People burning in forever, original sin, God flooding the world. Yeah, they'll admit that these are evil things to do. But when God does them, somehow they're good now? It's weird. The special pleading is weird. Josh says, he's good to me unless he's been drinking. Well, when Yahweh drinks, he gets a little heavy-handed. You know what I mean? Like there's an old saying in the South where my family's from, when it thunders really bad, they'll say, oh, God's up in heaven beating his wife again. They really say it. It's the thing people say, guys. Godwin says, New Testament muses that JC couldn't have gone to hell, right? No. In fact, it literally says in 2 Peter, if I remember correctly, 2 Peter, that he did descend into hell. That's why you've got the harrowing of hell as a major doctrine in the early church. And Jim says, isn't it interesting how God in human form, Jesus was, sent to hell after his own death? God in flesh isn't even above the flame. So, Jim, this brings up a good point. If you believe that God lowered himself to be completely a human, then when he went into hell, he would have died. The hellfire would have killed him down there. No matter which way you slice it, Jesus doesn't make sense. And Josh says, guest has 2% intelligence. That is typically the case. Jenna says, he was done the second he said Job. Oh my God. Dude, I will never understand why Christians get back into a corner and then run to Job. I will never understand it. You are self-cooking yourself every time. Adele, my friend, great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat, friend. He says, love the day streams. My boss has been making me work today. Meanie, I know they shouldn't do that. So less supers for me, but I'm here supporting. Well, Adele, listen, don't get fired. Do your job. We love you around here, so just chill out and have a good time. Just have a good time. We're here for you, Adele. And Jennifer coming in again says, Justin, perfect logical walkthrough of why your point holds no water. Caller, yeah, but no, proceeds to reiterate exact previous point while holding back angry tears. Jennifer, this is every conversation. This is every single one. Every single one. They're always like this. They're always the same. Ralph says, pedo in the house. Let's go. Yeah, that would have been where the conversation went to if he wasn't so nice and left. Crystal says, was loading YouTube to watch yesterday's episode and found you doing a live now. Woohoo. Is there a schedule so I can know when and where you'll be live? So for the summer, it's a little bit hit and miss, but for the most part, I'm going to try to be live on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday during the daytime. I'm doing a little bit extra this week, but I can't, while my son's with me, do any more than that, and I can't do any nighttime streams. So we're hanging out over the summer, and I'm just doing work hours. And Raphael says 2 billion Christians, not one can turn water into wine. I'm getting a little suspicious about the Bible. Listen, the Bible says you do greater works than what I've done, and they're not doing it. If Christians start turning water into wine, then I'll believe. All right, I'm going to read 4 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Superhuman says Matthew 16 seems like an obvious fuck up. It is an obvious fuck up. Why do you think it wasn't edited out later while it was being written? Wasn't Matthew written fairly late? So I think Matthew and Mark understood this passage to be answered in the Transfiguration. In their mind, it wasn't a fuck up. For anyone who's not like entrenched in the dogma and the nonsense, it's just a fuck up. You know what I mean? So the gospel writers were doing the same pretzeling as modern Christians. Josh says, if the Bible is open to anyone's interpretations and excuses, it's pretty easy to disregard it 100%. I agree. If the Bible is not clear about what it says, and anyone can read it with or without the Holy Spirit and come to a different conclusion, then it sounds like it's just not a useful tool. We shouldn't be using it. And Shady says, for me, the idea that God gives us free will never made sense considering the threat of hell if you don't believe in God. Yeah, 100%. If you can only make a decision based on the threat of torture, you don't have free will. All there is to it. And Nathan says, have you ever had anyone from Scientology call in and try to defend it? Not yet, Nathan, but I would love to. Because I actually don't know a lot about Scientology, but I would love to talk to a Scientologist. It would make my day. And Adam says, thank you, by the way, for the super chat, Adam. Good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. Says life hack for the YouTube autocorrect. Just start a note on your phone's note section, type out the super chat, then copy and paste. It gets around having a drunk text formatted super chat. That's good advice, Adam. We get quite a few of those where people type stuff out and it's incoherent because the super chat system didn't help them do any of the autocorrection, which I get. I've been victim of the autocorrect quite a bit myself. All right, let me get our next guest from the TikTok queue. We've had Colby waiting quite a bit to get in. How you doing, Colby?
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. How are you?
I'm doing well. Colby, are you at least 18 and are you a believer in some kind of higher power?
Yes, I'm 33 and I'm an omnist. So I believe in of basically all gods as long as you are approaching God with divine intention.
Sure. And what would be like a logical reason or evidence to believe?
Yes. Well, I would ask for you to actually look this up yourself. It's a word called kundalini. If you wouldn't mind, like just reading for the group the first, 3 sentences on Wikipedia or whatever. It's K-U-N.
I know about cunnilingus.
No, not cunnilingus.
Oh, sorry. What's the other word?
Kundalini. K-U-N-D-A-L-I-N-I. And I just need everybody to know if this is like real and I'm not making it up.
Kundalini says in Hindu tantric yoga is a spiritual energy believed to be located at the base of the spine, often visualized as a coiled serpent. I thought that was your prostate.
It's not. There is an energy at the base of your spine.
Sure. What's
but
the evidence
basically,
of this?
I was raised. Sorry, I look like shit right now, but I was raised Catholic. And I went down to New Orleans and I'm talking to a medium and I blew everything she said. I scoffed at everything. And I actually remember the exact moment she said, she goes, if you feel like you got fire raining up and down your spine, you are not insane. You are having what's called the rise of the Kundalini. And I literally went, now this bitch is dropping words, big words. I don't know what they are. I forgot why the gloves, because I got a little nail fungus going on. I'm trying to treat them. But so as I'm down, I forget what this woman says. Absolutely forget. And it wasn't until probably like a couple months later, I go down to Naples, Florida. And now I'm an omnist, but I was raised Catholic and I do love Yeshua. But by the way, I agree with you on so many fronts about the ridiculousness of the Bible. Like a lot of what you've said today, I totally vibe with. However, I still have found Yeshua. And so I basically, when I was next to the ocean, I said, Yeshua, you baptized me when I was little, but like, who gives a shit? I wasn't there. I didn't know what was going on. Could you baptize me now? And I went into the water and I came out a completely different human being. And I'm going to show you what Kundalini is. Basically, it's basically an uncoiling energy. And the idea in Hinduism is that there is basically, there's not really heaven and hell, but it's more like this place, the earth, is either our karmic heaven or hell. But basically at the end, you're trying to like get off that wheel of karma. And eventually you're trying to, I guess, just go to the spirit realm. I'm not really sure. But Kundalini is supposedly the vehicle to do this. But like, so if I just surrender to the energy, it fucking takes over my body, and it's kind of like an internal chiropractor, and it makes me do all weird shit. And by the way, tons of Christians will tell you that this is a demon that's inside of me. It is very fucking weird. Like, this is very embarrassing for me right now, but I'm just being very vulnerable and explaining to you kind of what happened to me. And in fact, let me show you this. So if you read up on Kundalini and the energy, it'll show you that if you have sexual relations with somebody that's had this Kundalini awakening happening to them, you may in fact have Kundalini awakening yourself. And so my husband is basically like I'm the Phoebe to his Ross, if you know Friends. Mm-hmm. But he's a skeptic, and I honestly, I think if I wasn't in his life, he would probably be an atheist as well. But he does believe in God now. But it has something to do with weed for sure. But it's kind of definitely more than that. So like I'm not on any drugs right now. But with my husband,
but you've done some, right?
Oh yeah, no, and it does have something to do with weed for sure. But at the time that this happened, I'd only done weed and alcohol and nothing stronger. Mm-hmm. But my husband is very smart. He's the doctor of the year of 2020. Okay, but even this guy who is the most skeptical, only when he's high on marijuana, this energy will do the same shit to his body.
Yeah, that's believable that when he takes drugs, he'll experience things.
I know, but I'm telling you, I'm not on any drugs. I was sober for years, giving birth to my son and breastfeeding him. I was sober for about the better part of 3 years. And this energy still moves through me, and it just has to do with breath work. And it just has to deal with, I'm not really sure, but if you also look into Kundalini, you will read up on how basically synchronicities or like magical coincidences happen to people like me on a much more intense rate.
Do you know what psychosomatic experiences are?
Yes, and I would agree with you that could be what happened to me, but I had no clue what Kundalini was when this happened to me. So basically there's people that try their whole lives to get this energy to pop off within themselves, and I was not one of them. I was a spontaneous.
So, Colby, I want to make sure that you and I are at the same place, because we're not right now, right? So what you're saying is you believe that your God concept is real because you feel it in your spine. And what I'm saying is there seems to be no actual medical or scientific evidence that this is the case. It seems like you're taking a feeling that you're having, probably a placebo effect at best, and interpreting it as a divine entity.
Well, I absolutely am doing that. It's that, but that's the difference between, faith and not knowing, and feeling and not feeling, right? So I'm just trying to come to you and explain my experiences with God. But where it gets, basically, Albert Einstein said that coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. And that's where I bring it back to Kundalini, because all the time there are these magical, strange coincidences that happen outside of me. And mathematically speaking, if you added them all up, by now there's thousands.
I don't think he said that.
Look it up. Look up Albert Einstein.
I did. He didn't say it.
He did too.
Nah. It says the quote coincidence is God's way of renaming anonymous is often attributed to Albert Einstein, but there's no reliable evidence that he actually said it.
Let
Also, he didn't believe in a god. He believed in Spinoza's God, which is basically like a non-thinking entity, like a spiritual force, like a prime mover. He didn't believe in God. So he wouldn't have said this.
so that is a bummer for sure, but you know, God, I will also tell you, and this again, like, I'm not here to really like argue about whether the Bible is real with you or not. I agree with you. There's a lot of fucked up things, but I also want to say human to human to you. You know, I'm a person that's survived suicidal ideation, and I know that you, and listen, I would take a moral atheist over a hateful Christian any day. But I will tell you, if you're a person like me that's grown up in trauma and abuse, when you get to that point, it's because you feel all alone in the world. And even if God is just my imaginary friend, he is my imaginary friend that has kept me hanging on so much and so many times. And in fact, has saved my life many times in miraculous ways. For example, basically when I was little, my brother was being his typical asshole self. We're driving on the road and I just couldn't get the bottom of the buckle. I just couldn't get it up from, it was like he had a Jeep Cherokee, so it had no top to it. And he was being an asshole. So I was like, fuck it, I don't care. I'm not gonna wear a seatbelt. And as we're driving down the road, we're stopped at a stop sign and a passerby said, hey, that little girl doesn't have her seatbelt on. So finally I was like embarrassed enough to try one more time. I got it on. 2 minutes later, the car was totaled. Mm-hmm. So that's one time. Another time, when I was truly suicidal, I went to
Colby, understand that coincidences happen.
I understand. Like, and I understand that there's no way to prove that God is real, but I also feel like you don't understand that there's no way to prove that God isn't real. Do you know what I'm saying?
It depends on what your concept of God is. Like, is your God good?
Yes, my God is very good and loving, and I understand the God of the Bible is very evil at times.
Does he do bad things ever?
My God, I don't know. I don't know what he's done. I just know how he feels to me. Oh, somebody just said I'm from American Idol and I'm not a good singer, so I'm going to sing. This is a song I've been censored off the internet for. I'm an anti-Trump artist, by the way. I've had enough of your trickle-down hatred. I've had enough of your trickle-down hatred. I've had enough. I've had enough. I was set up to fail on American Idol. I am a good singer. Fuck you. Okay, anyways.
Better than I can do. I can't sing worth shit.
Well, that's a whole other issue. But basically, yes, if you guys want to become fans, the only way that I actually can get followers on the internet is going live with other people. Okay. Like if I make my videos, it's not going to work.
So let's do some examination, right? The God you believe in, you don't know if the God is good.
No, I know that he's good. In my heart of hearts, I can't prove it to you right now, but I know he's good.
Is he good to everybody?
I do think he's just to everyone. So I think I believe in reincarnation. I actually believe that I was Pearl Bailey in my past life. And
who's Pearl Bailey?
She's a musical theater singer. She was a Black woman. There's a lot of like nonsense to get me there to why I believe I was her. But I believe the karma that I've experienced in this life.
What year were you born?
I was born in 1991.
So you were born a year after Pearl Bailey died.
I believe so, yes. Again, I'll never be able to prove to you that I was Pearl Bailey, but to finish my thought, karmically, I read her book, and basically she made fun of opera singers, and she made fun of Catholics, and she made fun of opera singers for screaming. And when I tell you, I'm on American Idol, and it's so fucking embarrassing, and I'm screaming because the producers told me to sing that song even louder. I believe that was my karma coming back to me in this life because of what I wrote in that book. And I also believe that I was raised Catholic because in my last life, I didn't understand Catholicism. So that to me is the karmic wheel.
Why do you think God chose to make you white the second time?
I have no idea. I would have, I don't have a direct line that I can like chat with God on, but I do feel like I have a direct something with this Kundalini. I mean, it's very, I'm just telling you, it is real, and it supposedly, it will lead to enlightenment. I'm not enlightened at all, but it is definitely healing in my body. Like, I had a lot of arthritis in my knees that was healed. I get that I'm one of the weirdest people you'll ever meet in your life.
Did your God create the earth?
I think my God created everything.
Okay. Did he create natural disasters?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Why?
Well, I think people just assume that God is perfect, but like maybe being the creator of everything is actually a lot more difficult than one might imagine. Maybe things go awry, and maybe there's things that God doesn't want to happen, but like it's hard to control everything in the universe,
Did God bring it back not know what would happen?
Perhaps not. I'm saying perhaps God, although he is loving, in my opinion, perhaps he's not all controlling. And also, if you,
well, I'm just trying to make sure we're staying linear here. Like, so you believe in a God that you can say he's not all knowing, and that's fine. But it seems weird that he would create natural disasters and then not know what it was going to do. And then once he saw what they were going to do, didn't be like, oh, fuck, I need to undo that.
Well, I do believe in free will, and I do think that humans have as exacerbated with climate change and things. So I believe, hopefully, but again, I think this place kind of is its own hell. So I think we're here to experience negative things as well.
Volcanoes were burying entire cities long before climate change.
Agreed. I also, there's a passage in the Bible that says God kills the good people early so that they basically can get out of here, which, as we all know, this, earth is pretty shitty. So perhaps he's killing people to take them to heaven. So I don't really know.
So why wouldn't he just click his fingers and take them? Why bury them under 1 million tons of oozing lava?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him that. I don't know.
It just seems like a really barbaric thing to do that seems more in line with the idea that maybe the God doesn't exist.
Well, that's what you believe, and that's respectful.
Okay.
But can I read you this? This is interesting. I'm reading the Nag Hammadi scriptures. So basically, they're like Gnostic chapters that have been deleted.
Well, but they were written after Jesus already came. They're part of the Egyptian cache that was discovered. So they're mostly Gnostic scriptures.
Okay. Well, I just thought this line was really interesting. Truly, I tell you, whoever will receive life and believe the kingdom will never leave it, not even if the Father wants to banish them. So, you're saying God is, I think, which I don't, God is all powerful, all this, all that. But supposedly we've got a little bit more power, to each our own. So, yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was really interesting.
The people that die in natural disasters, do they get reincarnated or do they go to heaven?
I think it depends where you are in the karmic wheel. I think maybe sometimes. I think it's very rare to get up to heaven. I think you typically will go back. So I would imagine it would take 10 to 100 lifetimes. But again, that's just my imagination. I don't know.
Is there a time period in your worldview where the karmic cycle stops and you're just in heaven?
Yes, I do believe that that's the end goal, because we all know that Earth is shitty. So that's what my hope is. Now, and I hope Kundalini, when you read up on Kundalini, basically it says that will cleanse your system and you'll become an enlightened being. So I'm hoping this is my last one. I'm hoping this is it.
Well, we'll find out. I got one last question.
Yes.
2 questions. What's your favorite song?
Probably, off the top of my head, probably Do You Realize from Flaming Lips.
Flaming Lips. I don't even know that song. Shit. Okay.
It's pretty cool. Look it up. Yeah.
I'm too old and unhip to know these songs, apparently. Anyways, Colby, thanks for. What's that?
Sorry, that's like your generation, the Flaming Lips. I fell in love with that song when I was like 5 years old.
Shit, I don't even. Flaming
look it up.
Lips. I've never heard of them.
Wait, can you ask me to sing it? So can I sing it?
Go for it.
Do you realize that you have the most beautiful face? Do you realize that everyone you know someday will die? And instead of saying all of your goodbyes, let them know you realize that life goes fast. It's hard to make the good things last. You realize the sun doesn't go down. It's just an illusion caused by the world spinning around.
Well, listen, I don't know anything about cunnilingus, but you sing great. So thanks for stopping by and having a chat with us.
Read up on Kundalini and stop calling it cunnilingus. That's rude and sexist. All right, have a good one. Bye.
I actually don't think cunnilingus is sexist. I'm pretty sure that's the opposite of that. That's like when you're helping each other out. I don't know how else to say it without getting banned. Okay, let's move on. Moose, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says, massive love from England. Hell yeah. Big W over in England says, I think you have misread Matthew, though. On a donkey, on a colt. The donkeys are stacked. Jesus, donkey on donkey. So you know what, Moose? Now that you mention it, okay. Now that you mention it, there could be some truth to what you're saying. I have interpreted it to believe that he was planking across the donkeys, but it certainly could be that the donkeys were stacked. It was a donkey tower, and Jesus was on top of the tower. I think, listen, that's a perfectly plausible way of reading it. I will correct my ways. Coobs says, it's an apocalyptic zombie death cult, which is also the name of my thrash metal band, AZDC. Trademark pending. That's good. I appreciate that, Coobs. You're right, though. That's 100% what it is. It's an apocalyptic death call. Welcome to the Kraken crew. JJ, Big W friend. And also, Matt Lambert says, perfect. Cooked apologist for my lunch break. Listen, I got a snack served up right for you, buddy. The Christian atheist says Jesus was convinced in a courts of convicted in a courts of law because Doug the Stone Cold Judge. That's amazing. That was good. The Doug lore grows. The Doug lore only gets better and better with age. That's how you know that he's real, because he never gets weaker. He's only more and more hard. Daniel says, are you going to collab with Forrest Valkai again anytime soon? Actually, I am working on a schedule to collab with him on The Line. So look forward to that. Probably won't be till like August or later, but we're working on it. We are. And Holofurfy, thank you so much for gifting out 20 DZ debate memberships. Huge W. Super generous, Holofurfy. I really appreciate that, friend. And praise Doug from JCal. Thank you so much, JCal. Great to see you. And also Millennial Mag's with us today. It says, please move on. Please, for the love of Doug. So listen, we got to it, Millennial. We got to it. I'm sorry. Sometimes I drag the calls out of sick curiosity. But you know what we do. Santa Bark says, I think I saw the amazing Kundalini when I was a kid. Peanuts on ice was better. Yeah, I didn't get to see that act, but it was under the big tent, I'm pretty sure. And Pat says, Colby's belief got me. Did you convert, Pat? Do you believe in, I can't even pronounce it. What's it called again? Shit. Kundalini? Are you a Kundaliniite now? Decal says, all-powerful being attacked thwarted by cut foreskin rubbing. Exodus 4:24. Shit is wild. So yeah, when Zipporah has to do the emergency circumcision of Gershom and then touch the supposed either feet or genitals of Moses, it is a crazy story that Yahweh is just out to kill people for not taking the snip. It's such a weird story. Shitfermo. Thank you for the super chat, friend. It says Christian cooking in rum. Oh, yeah. Found my people reading New Oxford Annotated Bible and goes damn good with a glass of absinthe. Awesome work. Cheers. Well, thank you so much for the super chat, and big W on getting in the Oxford Annotated Bible. It's the best one. And W on enjoying a glass of absinthe with it. Big W. Eric says this lady needs less drugs or more. It might be a combination of both. And BPA says, Toto, I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. Yeah, listen, we're way out in left field right now. That's what just happened. And insert name here. Thank you for the super chat. Says, with Colby, I work in mental health, and here's the symptoms of mania. You're not wrong. Increased energy, racing thoughts, rapid speech, grandiosity, inflated self-esteem, and possible psychosis. Just saying. Listen, I've worked with some mentally disturbed people before, and these are the symptoms of mania. You're not wrong. I think you're spot on. And Gabriel says, have you heard of or read any of Thomas J. Ord? I've not. A completely new name for me. I apologize. I don't know who that is. Thank you for the super chat, though. And our friend Ant says, Jesus gives clear prophecy and Christians have to reinterpret it, but they will take a previously fulfilled prophecy and try to reapply it to man. You think that it would sink in. Doug, make it better. It's just not going to get better, Ant. They don't really have any good arguments. That's why they have to do the nonsense words don't mean words and all the other crazy stuff like that. It's because they just don't have an argument. You know what I mean? All right, let me grab one more super chat here and we'll move right on to the next guest. Holla Furphy, my good friend. Thank you so much for the 666 ARSs. Big W over in Argentina. It says, hey, Justin, today's our Independence Day, so I'm here celebrating on my day off with you all, and getting the spirit of Doug stoned me. And don't forget what Einstein said. The C in the relativity formula stands for cunnilingus. He obviously said that. That's where I got it from. Obviously. The C stands for cunnilingus. I'm going to do some horrible stuff with this formula. You guys have to know this. You guys know me well enough. I'm going to do horrible things with it. Okay, last one. From our friend Yah Fights Jacob. Big W, Yah. Thank you so much for the $99 super chat. Big W. Thank you, friend. Says, agreed. Astrology is woo. Nothing could shake my faith in Doug. I hope not. Doug's unshakable. He's the rock. The substitute to Darlin's book is Allegorical Astronomy and Astrology in the Gospel of Mark. Mark is an allegorical representation of the sun's journey through the zodiac signs. Okay, so yeah, this is a possibility. There have been some people who made these types of assertions. One of my favorite is by a bishop. Shit, I forgot his name. John Shelby Sponge doesn't go for the zodiac interpretation, but his interpretation of the Book of Mark is that it's designed to align with the yearly reading schedule of the synagogue. So it is in fact on a calendar, but it's not based on zodiac signs. It's based on the reading schedule of the passages from the Hebrew scriptures. So that's something that you would be interested in. In fact, John Shelby Sponge didn't invent that viewpoint. John Shelby Sponge, I think, stole that from a guy named Michael Goulder. Michael Goulder was a partial mythicist. And that's where the idea came from. But there are ideas out there by actual academics that are purporting that the Gospel of Mark is working on a framework other than straight up biography. So it's possible that there is a framework for it that's not biographical, but it's actually based on the zodiac. I'd love to hear it. That actually sounds like an interesting theory. And I'm going to bring in our friend Dugald first before we get a guest up here. How you doing, Dugald?
Hey, buddy. I'm just coming up to tell you, you missed a real opportunity. You should have started the Church of Cunnilingus and been the high grand what was that, the Kundalini?
I'd be the grand cuddlinger. I don't know what you call that.
Grand Kundalini.
And you guys would all be my cuddling guy?
Something along those lines.
It's ridiculous. I love it.
That's like the gem when you'd had that conversation. I was like, oh my God. And I don't want to hear any jokes about me not being in shape because round's a shape. I'm just letting you all know.
I'm with you. I'm going to grab another guest from the TikTok queue. You're welcome to hang out.
Sure.
All right. We're going to get unique user experience in here, assuming that's what UX stands for in this instance. How you doing, Unique?
I'm doing fairly well. It's kind of torturous listening to the debate and all the nonsense, but other than that, it's okay.
It can be. It can be. Imagine having to do it for 5 hours at a time. So,
Right.
Unique, are you a believer in some kind of a higher power?
I am 34 years old, and yes, I do believe there's something going on there
Can you
in terms
define
of a higher
something?
power. Well, first, I'd like to start off by saying not everything real is measurable. There are limits of empirical reasoning. For example, love, logic, numbers, consciousness, beauty. These are all abstract. These are all concepts
I don't
that
think
we
so.
can't directly observe or sense,
I disagree.
but we don't call them imaginary.
No, they're not imaginary. They are, in fact, things that exist. We can quite like
How do you
literally.
measure love?
You just have to measure the chemicals, so we can tell when someone's having a chemical response to something that induces the feelings of love. We can do the same thing for hatred. We can even manipulate them. We can give you special pills to manipulate your chemical and hormone balance to make you feel loved.
They can also do brain scans and see when those feelings arise when they light up.
So have you lived a truly empirical scientific life? Because that would be an extreme accomplishment.
I've done everything I can in my lifetime to abide by things that are believable, based on having like actual reasonable evidence, or even a
But
rational.
I would argue that that's not enough
Or
to make
even-
half the claims that you make.
or even a rational argument for why something is true. So, did you have a rational
Right, but
argument
that's
for
not-
your God, since you obviously think there's no evidence?
Well, the burden of proof cuts both ways. Claiming God is imaginary is also a belief, a metaphysical one. Just as belief in God is a worldview, so is materialism.
So keep in mind, my claim is not that is not that all gods are imaginary. My claim is that your specific God is imaginary. Now, I actually don't know much about your specific God because you haven't told me much about your specific God. But if you talk long enough, I guarantee I could find a way to explain why your God doesn't
I'm trying
exist.
to argue.
That being said,
Yeah, I'm
the
trying
reason
to
why I
argue-
don't believe any God exists is because there's simply no evidence for it. And so I don't believe in God for the same reason I don't believe in the tooth fairy.
Okay, and that's fine, but your prompt says that my God is imaginary.
And then what's it say after that?
It's saying to prove you wrong.
Oh, can you prove me wrong?
Yes.
Cool, let's have it.
Okay. So the first thing that I wanted to bring up was the limits of empirical reasoning, which you said is not true. I'm saying that not everything real is measurable. Love, logic, numbers, consciousness, and beauty are all abstract concepts.
I don't think abstract
That can't be
concepts are
measured.
I told you
transcendental.
they're all measurable.
Well,
They literally are measurable. Like math is measurable. That's the the whole thing.
Yeah, but you can't. But you have not lived a truly scientific life. Everything
Yeah,
that
I
you've
have.
done and studied, you haven't, because
have.
it's impossible.
You do know that consciousness is measurable, right?
But have you measured it?
I don't
We
have
have
to.
measured it. They
I
don't
don't
even
know.
know that.
So you're
our
believing
census-
your
they've
sources,
even-
even though we know that humans are
they've-
corrupt
no,
and they
sorry.
have biases
Listen,
and
pay
they'll
attention.
fudge the data. You're saying that you just believe all of these things these people are saying.
No,
So
they have actually even linked.
okay,
They've even linked
so
the
so
five
you-
senses with consciousness.
Yes. So unique. Let me explain for you briefly, right? So like if a scientist does an experiment in a lab and says, "Hey, listen, if I put, I don't know, a couple pieces of pollen in a petri dish, they'll be eaten up by bacteria." Cool. Like I don't have to go reproduce that experiment to accept that the scientist did the experiment. Same reason why.
But if you wanted to be
hold
thorough,
on,
you
unique.
would.
No, I wouldn't. So
I would.
just pay attention. No, you wouldn't. So the fact
Yeah,
of
I
the
would.
matter is, we relegate certain things to specialty jobs, right? So
Yeah,
like,
I'm a specialist. Yeah.
yes, right. So I trust specialists. Like I trust medical doctors to know how to do things because they've actually had to do the learning and they actually did reproduce the experiments. Just like when I was in school for engineering, I had to reproduce a lot of the experiments. It's not just the fact that I read it in a book and I trusted that somebody was right. I read it in the book, I learned the formulas, then I tested it, and now I actually know from experience and from learning. Now, somebody who's not an electrical engineer doesn't need to do all that shit. In fact, they'll probably get themselves hurt if they attempt it. So just because people in specialized fields do stuff, and I accept that people with specialized educations do stuff, doesn't mean that I'm being anti-scientific by accepting scientific findings that somebody else did.
My claim is just that a prudent person would only 100%, what's the word I'm looking for?
That's the opposite of prudence, by the way.
Would believe, they would have to really have very good empirical evidence to believe what they're claiming, and they wouldn't just, say they're specialists and we just believe them because that's what, we need to do in order
Does he not know what the peer
to
review
sustain our beliefs.
stuff is?
What's that, Dougal?
So
Do you not know how they do peer review, right? You do know that.
I do know about peer review, yes.
Okay.
Let me ask you
And
this.
do you know
attacking...
do you know that scientists engage in peer review? And like sometimes when their ideas don't work out, they get criticized, and sometimes even their article get retracted.
And sometimes people get on TikTok lives and make wildly crazy statements and then slam other people who have different beliefs, and then they're proven wrong 10 years later.
That's
happens all the time.
Never happened to me yet.
What's the point?
So what we're trying to figure out is whether or not there's a good reason to believe in your God. And I haven't actually heard a good reason yet. All I've heard is you complaining about what you think my method is. So I'm still waiting for
I don't like your prompt. I think your prompt is lazy.
I don't give a shit if you like my prompt. So what
It's
I'm trying
very
to
lazy. It's not intellectual.
Don't give a shit about what you think. So I'm trying to figure out why there'd be a good
Why are you
reason.
talking to me?
Well, hold on a second. I'll give you
I
the
give
answer.
a shit about what you think.
Hold on a second. I'll give you the answer. I'm not talking to you because you're too immature to talk to. Okay.
If you didn't like the prompt, why the hell did you request up?
People who call in just to complain about the prompt might be the lowest form of life on the actual app. Look, he's back in the guest queue. Did you come to cry, or did you come to have a discussion about your God?
No, let's have a discussion.
Okay. Do you have evidence or argument that would end in your God being rational?
I'd like to clarify some things. Are you attacking, most people arguing that God is quote unquote
He's
imaginary?
just trying.
Can you hear me?
I want the argument.
Okay. Can you let me begin the argument?
I want the argument. Don't complain about my prompt.
Okay. Most people arguing that God is imaginary are attacking a caricature,
Okay, don't give a fuck about your opinion on my prompt. Don't care. I asked for an argument. That wasn't an argument.
What? The stubbornness and the sheer childishness.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. Welcome in, Viking.
How's it going, man?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Viking, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of higher power?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And which higher power do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Cool. What'd be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
First, can I ask you something to try and figure out kind of what you believe, where you stand?
Yeah, I'm an atheist, and so is Dougal. Dougal, you're an atheist too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've got two atheists here.
Sure. Yeah, I'll every once in a while this stream will come across on TikTok, so I'll watch it for a little bit. It seems like a lot of the time you're arguing with someone about whether or not slavery is moral, right? If it's okay to own someone's property, if it's evil for God to punish someone else for sins they didn't commit, stuff along those lines, which kind of is interesting to me because...
What's your moral standard as an atheist? Is that your next question?
I would imagine that you would say... Well, yeah, sure. I would imagine you would say there is no such thing as absolute truth, right and wrong, immoral, moral, evil, or good. So anytime you make a claim like that, you would have to admit that's just your opinion.
I'm sorry, what claim have I made?
Sure, that slavery is evil.
Oh, I never made that claim.
So is slavery evil?
In my worldview, slavery is evil, and that's a subjective claim. The reason why I bring up slavery is because Christians will say that slavery is evil, and then they'll say that their God doesn't do any evil, and then I'll show them their God doing the evil shit. Now, in my worldview, I'm perfectly okay admitting that my moral framework is subjective. The problem is that in the Christian worldview, your moral framework is objective, which you mean is actually divine command theory, because there's no room for objective morals in your framework. You just think there is. But the reality is, in your worldview, you have to admit that slavery is permissible.
Sure, yeah, I would say under Old Covenant, within the guidelines that God had given them, slavery was permissible. Yes.
Did he ever say not to own slaves?
No, he actually said you may own slaves, and he told us where they are to come from.
That's right.
And when
He
I
told-
say us,
okay, so the God of the book said you can own slaves. In the same law code that said you can own slaves, he said to follow this law forever. Jesus comes along, Jesus says to follow the law. So the only chance you get is to say, well, according to Paul, you don't have to follow all the law anymore. But that doesn't actually fix the problem, because if you don't have to follow the law anymore, that means you can do anything you want to your slaves. You can own as many slaves as you want. Getting rid of the law has nothing to do with whether or not you can own slaves.
right, sure, and I'm not even trying to jump into the slavery topic. We haven't gotten
Buddy,
there yet.
you picked it up. You decided you were going to pick on slavery, and fuck,
No.
now we are. You're like a sadomasochist.
Sorry, I gave slavery and punishing others for someone's sins as an example to mention you seem to have no belief in absolute truth. So anything you say is just your opinion. So
Well,
what's the
so
you're essentially
again, you're confusing absolute morality with absolute truth. Like you started criticizing my moral framework, and then you immediately moved to absolute truth. Why would you do that?
Sure, sorry. So
Do you know they're
whenever
different?
No, I might be using absolute truth incorrectly because I'm only talking about your morality framework.
Okay, my moral framework is subjective, and I can admit that. Now, as it turns out, your moral framework is also subjective. You just don't know that yet.
Yeah, so when you say my moral framework is subjective, all you're saying is I have opinions. There is no absolute right and wrong. That's all you're saying.
No, that's what I'm saying for me, because I'm honest.
Correct.
In your moral framework, you believe in subjective morality. You just think that it's subject to the mind of God.
Correct. So just to make sure I'm understanding, if you're standing next to Osama and he says 9/11 was the greatest thing ever because it harmed people, and you say, Osama, that was actually bad because it harmed people, is one of you actually right, or are you both right because they're both opinions?
Subjectively or objectively?
Under your worldview, which you would say is subjective.
Yeah, exactly. My opinion on what he did is subjective. It's subjective to my mind. So in my
That wasn't
mind,
my question.
I would say that what Osama bin Laden did was bad. And then I would enumerate all the reasons why I think what he did was bad. Now, in my moral framework, I think bad is actually something that's measurable. Like, I don't think that taking away people's lives is good. I don't think that harming individuals is good. Now, listen, if in your moral framework, if you think harming other people is good, if you think killing people is good, then listen, you're welcome to have that opinion, but just know that we're going to lock you up and we're going to throw away the key. You can have it. You're welcome to have it. You don't have to like that subjective morality is the case. But the fact of the matter is, if you're that kind of vile, we'll lock you up.
So I noticed you didn't answer the question, and you probably don't want to.
I certainly
which is
did answer the
understandable.
question. It's okay if it was over your
Ask it
head.
again. I'll ask it again. Osama says it's good, and he gives you all the reasons he believes it's good. You say it's bad. You give him all the reasons you believe it's bad. Which one of you is right?
You have to weigh the actual evidence, just like we're doing now when we make an argument for your God. So when you look at the actual evidence, you can just say, based on the moral framework we're working from, which one actually fits the case. Now, in my moral framework, I believe that harming individuals is bad. I would imagine that in Osama bin Laden's moral framework, he probably believes that what he's doing is preventing people from being harmed. So we probably have the same moral framework. The problem is we have different facts, right? So all we have to do is take a look at the facts on the ground and ask ourselves, are the facts on the ground supporting his claim or my claim?
Yeah, that's wrong. You just tried to claim that Osama acted on 9/11 to prevent people from being harmed. You see how ridiculous?
Have you actually? I've actually read any of the documents from the people in the East that
Hold on,
talked.
hold on, because
No, Viking, you hold on. You have to listen.
Words
have
mean
to
words, and do you think
you actually have to
I know
listen
you didn't.
sometime, Viking. So if you actually read some of the writings from what was released over in the East, I don't know if you know this, but the West has occupied their territory for decades. That's part of the reason why we're fighting with them right fucking now. Because we, as fucking Westerners, went over there, invaded their fucking land because we were afraid of the Red Scare moving into the East. Prior to World War II, no one cared, okay? We invaded their land. We harmed their people. So there are people in the Islamic tradition who believe in jihad that think they're doing a good thing by getting rid of the Westerners, by dealing with the Westerners. Now, again, they think they're doing a good thing. I disagree. I don't think they're doing a good thing. All we have to do is weigh the evidence of, is this a good thing or is this a bad thing? Just like if somebody was occupying the USA and then we attacked the people occupying the USA, people living in the USA would think that we're doing a good thing. It's just a matter of perspective. Now, you can cry all day long, Viking. You can cry as long as you want about how much you don't like subjective morals. You don't have to fucking like it. The reality is you have no way of demonstrating that there's anything but subjective morals. Until you can demonstrate that objective morals exist or your God exists, you're stuck with it. This is all you have. And he doesn't know how. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Duard.
You're fine. No. It's your life. No, if you're saying that objective morals exist, then you'd have to explain how Christians across the board, across all 45,000 denominations, all have different morals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If there's objective morals, it's weird that no one can agree on what they are. Viking, did you hear anything I said, or were you talking the whole time you were muted?
Yeah, I heard everything you said.
Did you hear the last part where I said it doesn't matter if you like subjective morals?
Yeah, I was amused throughout the whole time.
So your disdain for my moral framework is irrelevant. If you don't like my moral framework, you need to provide an evidence or an argument that there is something better that we can appeal to. Can you do it?
Yeah, so I'm not upset with your. I really couldn't care less. I'm just trying to understand it. But what's hard is, and I find this interesting because when you ask a Christian a question on this live, you force them to answer that question directly. You'll mute them until you say yes or no. If we try and give,
I answered your question. Did you not hear it?
Let me know when I can keep going.
Viking, I answered your question twice.
You didn't.
I did.
The question.
I did.
You started. Okay, so you made a point, which was that Osama did not want to harm people, right? Then you gave a background on everything going on that side of the world.
I didn't say that he didn't want to harm people.
Tried to give more context.
I didn't say any of that. You weren't even listening.
Let me ask you this.
He wasn't listening at all.
Let me ask you this. I was.
When
Osama flew those planes, right, or told people to fly those planes into the buildings, was he wanting to harm those people? Yes or no?
Yes. No one's disagreeing that he is harming people.
Okay. So he thought it was good for him to harm those people in the buildings.
Yes. That's the whole point. That's how subjective morals work. He thinks that he's doing a good thing. I disagree. He has a different opinion than me. That's how subjective morals work. He thinks he's good. I think he's bad. Now, if you want to appeal to something higher than subjective morals, you have to demonstrate. You have to demonstrate that something else exists.
Anytime someone starts talking, you just hijack what they're saying and try and twist it to fit your narrative. It's fine. So if I get to finish, let me know. I'll sit on mute until.
All right, go ahead and keep crying.
Okay, so we've just agreed that when Osama had those planes fly into the buildings, he was going to harm people, and he thought it was good to harm them. You are claiming that it is bad that he flew those planes in and harmed people.
Yeah.
So you both have
different brains. Mm-hmm.
Yes, you have different brains and differing opinions, right? If you two are standing in front of me and I have to decide, is one of them right or is one of them wrong? Are one of you right or are you both right because all it is your opinion?
According to who? Again, subjective morals can never appeal to an objective right or wrong. That's the whole point. And you keep making a category error. You can't judge subjectivity by an objective standard until you tell me that or prove that the objective standard exists. So where is it?
No,
Where can I find it?
I don't have to prove it to you. I'm
You
just
do.
showing you. It's ridiculous that
No.
you can't state that what Osama bin Laden did was objectively absolutely wrong.
Because there's
That's
no
more
there's
evil.
no objective
That's more
morals.
evil. The fact you can't do that is more evil
This
than
this
anything
guy
you've ever
is
tried to
completely
point out in the
over his
Bible.
head. It's okay
He's
if
not listening.
it's okay if you're not smart enough for this conversation.
So let me see if you'll say this. Was Osama?
So we'll just try
not
this
about-
again. There's no such thing as objective moral claims. I can't make them. You can't certainly make them because they don't fucking exist. I can say all day long that Osama bin Laden was a horrible terrorist and what he did was tragic and horrible, and he deserves whatever he got for it, right? Plus more. I can say those things. Those are my fucking opinions. Those are not objective claims from moral arguments because there's no objective morality. So again, I keep going over and over again with you. I don't make objective moral claims. You're trying to force an objective moral claim on me. Before you can do that, you must demonstrate that objective morals exist. I don't bear the burden of objective morals until you show me that they exist.
Okay, so if you're correct and they don't exist and everything is subjective,
Yeah.
then why are you so mad and spending so much time other than trying to make money, spending so much time
You think
flipping out on-
you think I was doing this for money from day one? You think I was making money the whole
losing-
entire first year that I was here making
like I
no
said,
money?
I
You
can't
think I was
finish-
just
I can't
I was just
finish
doing
the
it for the
thought.
money?
Like I said, I can't finish the thought. I sit on mute the whole time while you talk, but I get interrupted.
Try
It's just
some
not,
more.
it's
Well,
nonsense.
when you accuse me in bad
Well, let
faith,
me get further proving-
when
just
you
further
accuse
proving my
me,
point.
when you accuse
Yeah, I'll
me
sit
in
on
bad
mute.
faith of being here just for the money, yeah, I'm gonna fucking talk over you.
Okay, yeah. So if subjective morality is the thing, why are you so mad about what the Bible says? Because it's just your opinion if you don't like it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I
Why are
not?
you so mad?
Am I not allowed to have an opinion?
Well, no, you
No,
are, but
am
why
I-
are you so mad
Okay,
about
so
it?
if I'm allowed to have an opinion, then it's mine, right?
Yeah, but why are you so
Okay,
mad about
am
it?
I allowed to decide according to my own opinion what my opinions are?
Sure.
Okay, then don't fucking tell me what my opinion has to be.
Oh, no. You can have your opinion. I'm just wondering why it makes
So,
you so mad.
I'm
If it's subjective.
No. You make me mad. The Bible doesn't make me mad. The Bible is a book of mythology. You make me mad because you believe the mythology, and then you dictate that I have to believe the bullshit when you don't have a single argument for why it's true.
Okay, so
So,
I make you
so we've
mad
been
because
talking
in my
now for
opinion, it's
15
true.
minutes. We've been talking now for 15 minutes. You've not provided one evidence, one argument at all for why your God is real and why your religion is true. What you've done is you've complained about my moral framework the entire time. Do you want to actually get
Okay.
on to the actual argument, or do you just want to cry about my moral framework?
I do, but here's the last thing I'll say about that, which is I think the most.
Don't care. I don't care. No one's here for your crying. We want to get to
Well,
the
no, it's not
arguments for
crying.
why your God's real.
Just-
Did you
I just wanna
read
make
the
sure I understand this.
Did you read the screen? It doesn't say cry about my moral framework. It says prove me wrong. That's what we're here for. Can you prove me wrong? Can you demonstrate that your God is real or not?
Okay, so just to be clear, it's okay to have an opinion because everything's subjective, but you're mad at me for my opinion that Scripture's true.
No, I'm not mad at you because you think it's true.
just said
I'm mad at
that.
you because I
Oh, you
think
just
it's
said it.
harmful to society. So I want
just
to
said it.
listen.
250,
Do you-
256. I just wrote down the
I-
timestamp.
I didn't say
it's,
it.
It's hilarious. I mean,
So you're not
It'll
going
be
to
on
actually
YouTube.
provide an argument, are you?
it'll be on
No,
your
he's
YouTube.
not.
You're going to
Exactly.
you're going to evade the entire time. You're going to
Listen, you're mad
obfuscate.
that I believe Scripture's true.
No,
but
I'm not mad that you
it's
believe
okay
it's
for
true.
you
I'm
to have
mad.
Your opinion.
I'm mad because you're an asshole.
No, you just said it was. You just said you're mad because I believe
not
what the
mad
Bible
at you.
says. is
I'm
true.
mad because people like you believe it, and it affects society right
my
now.
opinion. No, but it's my opinion. Why
I
are you
know,
mad? I'm
and
not
my
mad about
opinion
you.
is allowed to think that you're an asshole. So all I'm asking for is, do you have an argument for why it's true?
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know that's not what you're talking about. That's why you're getting kicked, because you didn't come here to debate whether or not it's true. You came here to cry. You came here to have a bitch session, and you did it for 15 minutes. No one gives a shit about your bitch session. You don't have to like subjective morals, but until you demonstrate that objective morals exist, that's what you got, motherfucker. You can't do anything about it.
Nope. You know what I find funny about that argument, Justin? They don't take into account that even though subjectives or morals are subjective, the outcomes are not.
Yeah, the outcomes are objective. Those are measurable.
Yeah. So outcomes of any action are measurable. Therefore, we can see negative and positive. We can measure that. So therefore, there's where the objectivity comes in. But it's not my morals that are objective. It's what I do with them that is.
Indeed. Yeah. Imagine crying for 15 minutes on whether or not you like subjective morals rather than, like, if I believed in God and I had evidence that the God is real, I'd be like, here's the fucking evidence why God is real. That's it. That would be the only thing on my mind. I cannot
Yeah.
imagine people just getting up and crying about, well, I don't like how you come to your moral decisions. Well, bullshit. Prove me
I
wrong.
don't like how Christians come to theirs.
Fucking
But where
prove
does
me
that leave
wrong.
us? Like, where does that leave us?
All right, let me grab a couple super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Brain damage songwriter says, "Doug, damn, this kid is so cooked." Oh yeah, the prior kid. Yeah, he was. Although this kid didn't help himself at all. And look at this. We've got Inception. Dugall sent a tip.
I picked it up forever ago.
Listen, I'm backed up on super chats bad today, guys. Thank you so much for all the super chats, but I've got a shit ton of them. I'm going to spend like the last half hour of the live stream reading super chats.
And it's a repeat of the joke I've already made. Damn it! Killing me, Justin.
For anyone who wasn't here, Dugald says, I'm at the gym too, listening and modding friend. Oh, you're probably moderating my live. Shit. No jokes about me being out of shape. I'm in shape. Round is a shape. So we got a double joke, even though it's the same joke. I appreciate that. It's a good joke, by the way. I make it myself.
Killing me, Smalls.
Biter says, Zodiacs, I'm a Pyrex. I was test tube baby. Actually, so was I. I was in an incubator for 6 months after I was born. I was 3 months premature. The only reason why I'm alive is because of medical fucking advancements that Christians have tried to hold back for centuries. And GH says, what time Thursday? I'm going to need a reprieve. I'm looking at doing 1 o'clock on Thursday. Be there or be square. And Brianna says, have you read Skeptics and Scriptures by David Kidd? I have not. I apologize. I don't know that one. But I'll have to put it. It's going to be on my list, man. It's going to be on my list. Put it on the cheat sheet. Raphael says, Indian Holy Spirit. We know it, lady. Oh, the Kundalini thing was wild.
I'm telling you, you need to start another church. I'm telling you.
Woolite says, have you ever tried Kundalini Alfredo? Great dish. I would try that in a heartbeat. Shit, I'll make some tonight maybe and try it out. I love Alfredo. It's one of the best pastas.
Like? I want to know.
What
do those noodles look like? What do those noodles look like?
It's going to be an XX rated pasta. Kenneth says, keep rocking. I'm watching Real Madrid versus PSG now. Well, shit. Enjoy the game. Big W. Thanks for keeping me on in the background. And Jim Nasty says, I'd about Kundalini, but I've had a cockalini coil up my ASS a number of times, and it's definitely energizing.
Listen, they don't need to king shame me like that in front of everybody. It's just not nice.
Listen, we don't, Jim, any way you like it, you can have it, right? We do it Rory Orbison style here, any way you want it. That's Burger King as well. Jack Patterson says, I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to. Yeah, I think there was some illicit substances happening. Josh says, Kundalini with blackened chicken now at Applebee's.
It's gonna be a pasta joke from here on out too.
It's just all pastas, as far as the eye can see. And Jim
I wonder
says,
if the spaghetti monster is gonna want that.
Hey, praise the spaghetti monster and the mighty tentacles. Jim Ness says, I think your house is black mold. I think you're right. Black mold will do some stuff to you.
Or lead paint, one of the two.
Yeah, could be both, actually.
I think there's something to that with them and the boomers. Really.
It would explain a few things. In fact, Jimmy says, do you think psychedelics start religions? And yes, I think psychedelics are the impetus for a number of religious concepts. Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, weren't a lot of the priests back in the days doing lots of illicit things in those temples?
Yes, we've discovered at the temple at Arad, a Jewish temple, that in the incense burner, they found cannabinoids. So
don't talk about it.
They were
talking about the temples.
The temple. They were getting high while worshiping the Most High. I'm sure it was a blast. Raphael
Get stoned
says,
for Doug, everybody.
hey, keep in mind the incense burners were made of stone.
See, stoned for Doug.
It's a sign. It's a sign.
Son.
Raphael says, we are here to see Justin Cook. Raphael, that I agree. I think that's the point here. No one's here to see guests cry about my moral framework. And Sir Game-A-Lot says, New Age is just as ridiculous as Christianity. She is New Age pseudoscience quack. Actually, I'm with you, sir. I think that at least they're more peaceful, but yeah, it hurts the brain, the pretzels that they're putting in. And Josh says, the word salad needs more kundalini. That's a new sauce. The word salad sauce now is kundalini.
Now it's like the cheese, like when they grate it and they tell you when to stop.
Here's some more kundalini for your word salad. Here's a good quote. Space Lord says, to paraphrase Blazing Saddles, who can argue with that? It was authentic theistic gibberish. Yeah, I love me some Blazing Saddles. It's not John Candy's favorite movie. Like he was, but I think it's his best. That's my favorite John Candy movie. It's such a good cast of characters supporting. Our last one from our friend Roger. Thank you so much, Roger, for the super chat, my friend. Says, I've watched all of your YouTube debates and can rarely listen live. Thank Doug for your talent and intellect. Well, Roger, thank you, and thank Doug for being able to catch the stream. And thank you for supporting the stream. It really helps a lot. All the super chats and the memberships and the Patreon members, I do have a Patreon now, friends, really help to support the stream. It enables me to do this a lot more often and to, to cook more often. I'd be doing it even if I wasn't making any money.
I do it. I don't make the money.
Yeah, exactly. I was doing this for a long time before I made a single dime. All right, let's grab KRS from the guest queue and see what KRS has to say. KRS been waiting for a while. Hopefully they cannot connect. Okay, we'll so unfortunately we'll move on to Blisters.
Wow.
Oh shit, KRX is up here.
Yeah, it's short. Don't worry about it.
Hello? That was my fault.
Ian's justification for objective moral.
Say that again, KRS. I didn't hear you.
Have you heard Ian's argument for objective morality?
Yeah, I have, but to me it sounds like subjective morality based on objective measurable ideas, and it presumes that the objectiveness comes from the being logical. So I understand the argument, but I think it's a different form of objectivity than most theists hold to objectivity. So do you believe in a God?
I agree. Yeah, no.
Because listen, I love Ian, and I could be wrong about his argument. I could be completely wrong. All I can tell you is it sounds to me like he's referring to objective measures, but we still have to get there subjectively.
What's the argument exactly? I've not heard it.
It's a difficult one. So essentially what he's suggesting is that so he used to say empathy. Now I think he's using the measure as well-being, which I think is fine. I think either one works for the argument. But the general idea is that if you do things that are against other people's well-beings, you're technically doing things that are against your well-being, and doing things against your well-being is internally contradictory because, if your goal is to have well-being and you're doing things that are contradictory to your well-being, then you're being illogical. And so to me, it sounds like, we're saying there's objective measures, but I don't think that gets you to an objective moral code. And
no, because not everybody follows that pattern.
Not everyone follows the pattern, and I think we can all disagree on what the objective good thing to do. Like if you ask 10 people, we're not going to be able to agree, right? So I think the only problem with the argument that I can find is that it still leads you to rely on subjective thinking to get to the objective goal. So to me, it sounds like it's no different than just having a subjective moral framework, because in my worldview, it functionally is the same. I use my own thinking and reasoning capacity to come to a moral intuition about something, a moral idea about something. based on my framework of well-being. And I do that by using objective means and measures. Did I objectively hurt somebody? Did I hurt their feelings? Well, yeah, that's an objective measure that we can use, but I'm still using my subjective moral framework to get to that endpoint.
I definitely agree with you right now, but I would have to see like an actual debate between you guys.
So-
Ian will just call you stupid.
So I agree, KRS. So I thought about having a conversation with Ian on this topic to see if he can convince me, because Ian's really smart. And there's not a lot of arguments I've ever seen Ian give that I didn't agree with. So like it's possible I just don't understand it properly. But eventually Ian and I will probably have this conversation. Shit, maybe he'll convert me.
If you
I
do
don't have anything else. My kundalini is almost done, so I gotta go.
Big W, friend.
I can love it. If you all do have that conversation, I hope it's on a live, because I would like to hear that.
Yeah.
Because to me, that doesn't operate the way I see morality either, because I know people don't follow that pattern. Like I said, morality is subjective, but the outcomes are not.
Right. Yeah, the outcomes they seem measurable and objective. It's just the moral itself seems subjective. So let's grab Blister. Sorry, I accidentally grabbed you too soon that last time, Blister, and had to drop you. Welcome back.
Welcome back. How are you, sir?
Doing good. Blister, are you at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of higher power?
Yes, I'm 32, and yes, I do believe in a higher power. It depends on what level you're asking.
Do you believe in a God?
I believe in multiple gods, but it depends on the level that you're asking, as far as how far in the universe do you want to know.
Do any of the gods have names?
Yeah, of course.
What are some of their names?
So I believe that the God of this world is the God of the Bible, of course, the Christian God, because it is the number one religion in the world.
So you're a Christian.
And I grew up Christianity, but I'm just I left the religion, study spirituality now.
Okay, so you're a
but
spiritual Christian.
not really Christian, because I haven't gone to church in years. I left the dogma.
Do you believe that Jesus is Christ?
No, I don't believe in Jesus. Jesus to me is just how can I say it? Like an example of how to raise your Christ consciousness and ascend to higher densities.
So you believe in Christ consciousness?
Correct.
Okay. What would be a compelling reason, like an argument or evidence, why I would believe in Christ consciousness?
Because I believe that Jesus was just an example to show us how to live in this planet. Because the reason why I say that, because I believe that this planet this is a rehabilitation planet. It's called the Soul Recycle Matrix. Okay, which is the reason why everybody has a spirit inside of them.
Where's the other planet?
Right? Excuse me?
Where's the other planet?
I'm talking about this planet.
No, I agree. Yeah, if this is the recycle planet, where's the other planet that's not recycling? Is it like an end planet or a starting planet?
Okay, so the universe, it's like a community, right? And there is a rehabilitation for everyone, as far as to get you to ascend into higher densities. So I believe that everybody is a god. You're a god, I'm a god. Every human being has the capability to become a god. But in order for you to get there, you need to raise your consciousness, right? So you can get to that level, but you're not able to get to that level if you're not conscious enough of how to wander off on your own in the universe.
Dope. Yeah. Why would anyone believe this, though, is what I'm asking. Why would anyone believe this?
Because the study that I have experienced and actually studied. So the oldest god to ever record on this earth is called Mother Gaia.
Well,
Mother Gaia
I
had.
don't believe any God exists is my starting point. How do you get me from not believing in any gods to this nonsense?
Oh, so you don't believe in any God?
No,
Okay.
none at all. No.
Okay, because how are planets created then?
Like the Creation disk model is a pretty good one.
Okay, so the creator of the universe, the actual creator of
Well,
these planets.
again, I don't believe there is a creator.
Oh, okay, so how are planets formed?
I
How
just
is a
told
planet?
you the accretion
How?
disk model seems to be the model that created the planets in our solar system. All you need is gravity. That's it. That's why you have gas planets, you have rock planets.
All you need is gravity. Gravity
Yeah.
is what holds. Gravity is what holds the planet in place.
Gravity is what causes the particles to come together.
Right, but what is the actual planet itself?
Well, the one we're on is mostly like rock and iron.
Yeah, but all of that is a form of light in a
No,
different
certainly not a form
in
of light. No, 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 no.
in a different formula, in a
That's
different form, in a
nah,
different form.
nah.
Hmm.
Light is photons.
Frozen light.
Nope, you can't freeze light. Light's not even affected by time. It's massless.
The only thing it touches is a black hole.
What?
Although, Dugal, this does raise a good question. I need to talk to Dr. Blitz on a really interesting question on time. I can't seem to
Yeah.
find an answer. Not
What's
time, I
that?
mean on light. I don't understand why light has a speed limit if it's massless and is completely unaffected by what's the word I'm looking for? Well, if it's completely massless, like theoretically, it should be able to go an infinite amount of speed. I would imagine. I don't understand why there's a
Oddly
limit.
enough, oddly enough, I actually have read something on this. It's been quite a while ago, so I can't remember all the details. So please
So how?
don't ask for that because I'm definitely not in that field. But I do remember they said something about the expansion of the universe in and of itself has something to do with that specific law on light.
Yes.
The
Interesting.
like the speed at which
Light.
the universe is
Light.
expanding is what causes that limitation on the light itself.
So the light can't go any faster
Somehow
than
I
the
can't explain it,
expansion.
but basically is what I think it means.
That actually makes a lot
It's
of
what it
sense.
sounds like to me, if I remember. So
Right.
it had a lot to do with something like the boundaries of space being the obstacle on that.
Okay, that's
So
actually a really good observation. All right, thanks for the answer, Dugald. I'm gonna look further into this. So Blix,
universe.
Blix,
Yes.
we're trying to figure out why we would believe what you believe. Is there like a logical argument or an evidence that would point us to that?
Yeah, you could do the research yourself.
I have.
Just Google.
Yep.
Just
No, Google's not research.
okay. So we live in a 15-dimensional time matrix, right?
No.
And okay. Well, this is the research that I've done that makes complete sense.
What are the 15 dimensions?
These are this universe, this whole universe, this whole community of the universe. Earth,
Literally, we've only confirmed 4. How are we getting that?
Earth, Venus, Saturn, Mars, and so far, so on.
Those aren't
Those
dimensions.
are planets. Those are planets.
Right, but each planet, right, each thing has a dimension. It's a density. There's different densities. There's a 15.
Densities are not dimensions.
Okay.
You know
the
that,
only
right?
dimension. Yeah, the only dimensions we have are height, length, width, and time.
That's
Time
the
is
ones
the
I'm
fourth
aware of.
element.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we got.
I mean, I think there's a theoretical fifth dimension, but I'm pretty sure that it's like just at the stage of just hypothesis.
Yeah, that's where it's left last time I looked into it.
Okay, so just clearing up about this planet specifically. The reason why this planet is the way it is and the God that we have here now is the way it is because this is a soul recycle matrix planet. So you need a god like the Christian
Okay,
God to
What
be
is
hold
a
on.
matrix?
And what is a soul matrix like that?
a, s-
Yeah.
a s- a soul recycle matrix is like a rehabilitation center. People come in, they they live inside the bodies, which are us, the human beings, and depending on how they do inside of us is whether they ascend to higher densities or not. This is the reason why every human being has a spirit inside of
What?
them.
Well, I don't believe any of that to be true. I'm still trying to figure out what you think the word matrix means.
It's like a matrix. It's a recycle matrix.
Yeah,
Why do
that's a
people
meaningless statement. I'm trying to figure out what that means. What is
why
a
do people always
recycle
just
matrix?
repeat the word
I'm
like it
sorry.
means something?
Yeah, I know, Dugald. They just keeps if I repeat it, it's going to make sense. It doesn't make sense.
People do
Because
that all the time. It drives
people
me
die.
insane.
People die, right? And when people die, if you don't reach a certain level of consciousness, then you're gonna stay stuck on Earth.
Dean
Consciousness.
Dean is diabolical right now. Let me ask you a question, Blix. Do you know about the frequency bands?
Yes, I do.
Tell me about the frequency bands.
Scalar wave is what makes the densities.
Are you living in a frequency band?
Yes, we are.
Sure.
What are we talking about
It's
now?
density.
Is the frequency band the same as the matrix?
No, it's who lives inside each density, each frequency band density.
Sure, obviously the density. Okay, so how do
So
we
you
measure the density of a frequency band that is on the matrix?
you got me on that one.
Is this a flat Earth or a round Earth that we're doing this on?
It's round, but what I'm trying to explain
There's that.
what I'm trying to explain to you is just that the reason for Jesus was so we could live like him, so we can grow in Christ consciousness. That's what it's called, Christ consciousness.
What's Jesus's density?
He's an ascended master.
Does he have
He's
density, or is he not? Is he massless?
he's in density 12,
How many density levels are there?
15.
I thought you said those were dimensions.
No, I'm sorry, I got confused. It's 15 densities. Jesus is an ascended master. He's in the 12th density because of his
So
knowledge.
is he completely massless?
He can be, or he can be a human too. He can descend and ascend. But in order to descend onto planet Earth, you have to go through the rebirth cycle.
How have you tested any of this?
Because of governments. Because of government now, right? Because of when government was established on this planet, you have to go through a rebirth cycle now. Because if anybody descends, as far as somebody from a higher density descends, they're not gonna know who they are. They are an alien because they don't have a birth
Well,
certificate. They don't have nothing. You
well,
feel
Blitz,
me?
I'm gonna cut your argument off here and tell you you're wrong. You want to know how I know you're wrong?
Oh.
Because I'm actually level 16 density, and once you get to level 16 density, you actually learn the true secrets, which is that densities 1 through 15 don't actually exist.
That's where the Unisai is, the
No,
real God.
that's where I'm at.
And that's where you're at.
And you don't know because you're not at density 16.
So you are the creator of the universe.
I'm density 16. I'm not the creator of the universe. I think you need to get on the right frequency band.
Because the creator of the universe lives outside of the time matrix.
No, not in density 16. In density 16, you're in the matrix.
No, you're not.
No, I am. I'm there. I'm at density 16. You're not. You don't know that.
All right. Well, just to clear up, the whole concept of the Christian God on earth, basically, all right, the Bible and the reason why he is like that, the reason why he is how he is, because just like the original creator of the universe, they created, their first human beings, and their intention was never for us to be evil. Evil just happened. It's life.
Right.
It's the yin and the yang.
Sure. So Blix, I want to make sure that we're clear on what's happened so far. You've been up here for about 13 minutes, and you keep saying what you believe. I keep asking for why you believe it, right? So I want to try one more time for a linear conversation. Don't tell me what you believe. I want a logical evidence or a logical argument for why it's true.
Why? Okay. So, you know that we are not the only beings here on this planet, right?
Who else is on the planet?
A lot of other creatures.
Like what?
And aliens, animals, creatures. And why can't they see us? Why can't they see us?
Who sees us? What are you talking about?
We are not the only beings on this planet.
What proof of that do you have?
All right, so the reason why dimensions was created was for our protection. The God of this planet created dimensions for our protection so they won't be able to see us.
Blitz, do you know how science works?
Yes.
Okay.
It
Now,
goes hand
in
in hand
science,
with
you make
spirituality.
a hypothesis and then you test the hypothesis. What test have you run to demonstrate the truthfulness of the hypothesis that aliens live among us?
They walk among us.
Right. I'm asking you to restate the claim. I'm asking you, what test have you done to prove this to be true?
Because if not, then we would all be fucking lunch meat by now.
Why?
What?
Because if they're walking among us and we don't know who they are, what do you think they're going to do to
If we
us?
don't know who they are, how do you know who they are?
Blix, we're saying they don't exist. I'm asking you for the evidence that they do exist because Dougal and I have no reason to believe that aliens are walking among us.
At all.
Okay, so if an alien is malevolent and he's walking among us, you think God is going to give him the power to be able to see us?
No, we don't think they're walking among us, and we don't think that your God exists either. That's what we're saying. We're asking for an argument that would lead to these things being true.
Are these the Kundalini aliens, or are these... What Rainbow Reverend hit me up with, just letting you know.
I've never wanted to drink Kraken in the middle of the day more than I am right now.
All right. Well, there's a lot of different creatures that walk among us that they cannot see us and we cannot see them because God creates the dimensions that protects us and them from being fucking lunch meat. I'm telling you right now.
Well, listen, Blix, I appreciate you coming to talk to us. I don't think the conversation is going to go anywhere. I've got to move on. Okay.
Take care, buddy.
Hey, Justin, I'll be
Cheers.
right back. My TikTok's being weird, so I'm going to reset. I'll be right back.
Don't worry. I'm going to go and question all of my life choices now.
All right, I'll be back.
How do people get this way? I don't understand it. I don't know how they get this way. Like, I understand how you end up with some beliefs that are weird. I don't know how you end up that fucking weird. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. Nightman cometh. Great to hear from you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm thinking this guy is actually a Christian who knows he can't defend the Bible, so he won't admit he's a Christian. Actually, that could be it. That could be it. I don't know. It could be. Welcome back, Dugald.
Thank you so much.
I'll grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our last guest in here. Pat says, Christians are fiery today. Reality really hurts. Actually, they have been fiery, but so have I. I'll take some of the credit where it's deserved. I've been a little harsh on a few of them. That's just on me. So I'll own that one. Shat, welcome back, says, how come the most Christian fundamentalists are big right-wing capitalists, but are so prone to defend God on the most communist ideas of Jesus? So we talked earlier about how the teachings of the Bible and what happens in the church are two entirely separate things. And this is a good example of it. The Jesus of the Bible is like, sell all your shit, give it to the poor. You don't need none of that where we're going. And
not a damn thing.
And Republicans are like, no, we need to hoard it.
All of it.
We can't give it to poor people. We just let it trickle. We just trickle on them. Matt says, Gotta wonder if the caller would change his mind if Osama could prove a greater moral necessity to his actions, e.g., God would kill us all otherwise. Yeah, Matt. I mean, this is a fair point. Like, if Osama was standing in front of the caller and he was able to prove that his moral framework was better, then I'd be curious to know what his argument is. The reality is he didn't actually have an argument. His whole argument was, I don't like subjective morals, therefore God. That's not how that
Right.
works.
And I don't give a shit if he doesn't like subjective morals.
Right. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Carnage, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Good to see you, Carnage. And something that Carnage and I agree is objectively true, which I know some people disagree, but you'd be wrong. It's objectively true that tacos are awesome. Anyways, if everything is subjective, then why does your subjective opinion about the morality of the Bible give you subjective emotional experience? Checkmate. Checkmate. I'm extremely intelligent and also handsome.
It's kind of like the argument where they want to come up and talk about Jesus' name being Yeshua, Yahuwah. It's like the more Y's and H's they add to it, it somehow makes it more believable. Makes it more credible somehow.
You mean, Dugald, your subjective opinion on morality is subjective?
I can't believe it.
Wait, is that objectively wrong? Oh, wait, you don't believe in objective morals?
No. Exactly.
People are insane. Good to hear from you, Carnage. I'll never understand people who will hear me say out of my mouth that objective morals don't exist, and then they'll ask me if something is objectively moral or immoral. Motherfucker, I just told you my objective morals don't exist.
Subjective, god damn it.
Debbie says,
how many times we gotta go through this?
It's hard. Words are hard for Christians.
Right. It's either we're arguing definitions or we're arguing morality. It's always those things.
It's always the same thing. Debbie says, I wonder if that a-hole thinks killing in war is fine, like when we invaded Afghanistan after 9/11. Exactly, Debbie. The fact of the matter is when it comes to waging wars, whether religious or non-religion, there's blood on everybody's hands. America's done some horrific shit that we justify.
Doing it now.
Yeah, we're doing it now. It's not just in the past, we're doing the shit now. So yeah,
we have Christians who are literally cheering on feeding people to alligators.
Yeah.
Human beings.
It's crazy.
Where are we? If this is a Christian utopia, no fucking thank you.
We're in the 15-dimensional matrix of densities.
Well, fuck that. Put me on level 13. I don't like this place.
Our last one from Just a Ranter. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, if these people are so confident in their gods, let's do another showdown on Mount Carmel. I offer up some firewood, my car, and tap water. When they all fail, I gird my loins and drive home. Well, I think we do need another showdown on Mount Carmel. I would gladly do it. I'll bring Doug. You appeal to Yahweh, Jesus, whatever have you. We'll see who wins. It's easy. All right.
So when they're ultimately crying out to Jesus, are they crying out to Yahweh, Baal, or El Elyon?
It's hard to know because the Bible's not clear on who is who or where the lines are drawn. But we've got unique. I can't say the whole word. I'm going to call unique. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Unique, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I talked to you earlier, and I think that this is entertainment, and it's fun, and it's...
Don't give a fuck. Okay, moving on.
Was he really about to cry about it?
Well, he was the one here that was crying about it, if I remember correctly, and now he came back to cry again.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well. Welcome in, Jordan. Jordan?
Oh, Jordan.
Buddy, you're in the box.
Jordan. Do you know you're here?
I don't think Jordan's with us. Okay, well, we'll move on. We got one more guest in the guest box. We'll give Human a chance. Welcome in, human.
Hey.
Human, are you
I
at
got a
least?
good signal?
Yeah, I think you're okay. Human, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah, 50, and believe in God of the King James 1611.
Okay. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
The Bible code.
Tell me about the
What does
Bible
that mean?
codes.
Code that's okay. The codes found within the Bible that you couldn't just randomly find in a book.
Like what? Show me one.
I don't know. Okay. So the King James 1611 was completed in 1611. If you go from the front
Yeah, as it
copy
turns out, yeah.
and you count,
Funny how time works.
yeah. If you go to the front copy and you count the number of the time it's talking about the Lord, and only when it means no anti-mentions. So if it's talking about the Lord of a manor, it doesn't count. So just when it's talking about the Lord. So we find the 1611th mention in Deuteronomy chapter 16 verse 11. That to just randomly pop in a book,
I actually don't believe that's true.
I find remarkable.
I actually don't believe that's true. You
It
want to know why?
is. I mean, it's.
Want to know
You
why?
can actually. There's
Want to know
actually.
why?
Why's that?
Because first of
Yeah.
all, in the original manuscripts, the name is Yahweh. It's not the Lord. It's a mask. And if you compare the Hebrew manuscripts, they go back and forth between saying, some of them will actually transpose Adonai into there rather than saying Yahweh. So if you're just counting the number of times Yahweh shows up in a Hebrew text, it's different depending on which Hebrew text you're referring to. I'm assuming that you don't care about the Hebrew text. You only care what is in the English text. Is that an assumption that's worth making?
Correct, Monday.
Okay, so do you think that
That would
the
be correct.
Hebrew and Greek texts matter at all?
I think they can be used as to discern what a meaning of a word is, maybe to some degree.
Okay. Now, what happens when I find, say, a bunch of Hebrew manuscripts that say something different from the King James? Which one is right?
Well, I stick to the King James. I believe that God's very fingerprint is on it.
I'm aware. I'm asking you if I'm reading the Hebrew text and the Hebrew text disagrees with the King James, which one is right?
I'm going to say the King James.
Can I ask, why do you believe the King James over the original text?
The Bible codes do, Gald, obviously.
Well, I believe that. Well, I believe God knew him. He knew the English would be the prominent language on earth.
It's not
way
the
before.
prominent language on earth.
It's the most spoken language on the planet.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need a source for that.
Would
'cause I don't think that's
you
true.
it's the main language taught in every country. Every country in China, they're fluent in English. It's a mandatory. Japan, fluent in English, mandatory.
They're also mandatory in several
It's the
languages.
most.
A lot of countries are ahead of us in education, and they require a lot of languages of their children. There are Norwegian countries that their children speak 5 languages because of the schooling that they receive.
True.
So that has nothing to do with the fact
let's
that
stick
English
to
is
the top.
spoken widely, because that doesn't make it the main spoken language.
Let's talk about the King James Bible for a
Let's
second.
stick to the topic.
Let's talk about the King James Bible for a second. Okay, so do you think there were human beings on the planet before Adam and Eve?
Possibly.
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 Why?
Yes.
Why?
Why?
Yep.
I don't think that we've been told the entire story. I think there's lots of things we don't know. I mean, just like when God said, "Be fruitful and multiply and refill the earth," He didn't say fill the earth. He implied that it had been full before.
Actually, that's the problem. I was about
With
to
the
go to
King
Genesis
James.
1:28. Yeah, because in the King James, he says multiply and replenish the earth. But
Yeah.
that's not actually what the word means.
Right.
The Hebrew word in the text is not replenish. It just means to fill. So, like, whoever translated it was just wrong. And part of the reason why it's wrong is because the translation in 1611 wasn't a brand new translation. Most of it was copied straight from the Bishop's Bible.
It made some editorial errors.
Well, there's other,
but that's it.
There's other Bible code in there. It's not just the Deuteronomy 16.
I don't even think that Bible code is in there.
You can. It is actually.
I don't think it is.
For a fact, I've actually. I mean, I guess that would be something you'd have to research on your own time.
Well, it's actually not hard because I'm looking at it right now. In fact, I'll do the math on it. I'm going to do the King James Bible. 1 second. Blah, 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 blah. Where's the King James Bible? Okay, now let me get my my calculator out. And I'll show you what we got. So for Genesis, it's 143. So we'll do 143. For Exodus, it's 333. For Leviticus, it's 278. And for Numbers, it's 343. And Deuteronomy is 432, which gets you to 1529.
So you're gonna count all the anti-mentions?
Yeah, I just went to the King James Bible and I searched for the phrase "the Lord," even generically, and it doesn't show up more than 15. Well, Lord is a meaningless word. It could mean master. It could even refer to Baal. It could refer to Yahweh.
It refers to any of Elion's children.
Yeah, like the word Lord is a generic word. The Lord in the King James Bible refers specifically to Yahweh. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't show up more than 1529.
In the King James.
So the phrase "the Lord,"
my Bible search, it doesn't.
The phrase "the Lord" only shows up 1,529 times. I can search for Lord generically, but that's a meaningless search.
You're stuck on this 1600 after the fact, 1600 year after the fact book that's just translated in bad faith by a kind of a nut job.
Yeah.
The most.
Well, okay. So here's the other problem. If you just search up the word Lord, it only shows up between Genesis and Deuteronomy 1,586 times. So you're still shy of 1611.
It's been a while since I've caught a nutcase. I'm an aerospace technician. I'm far from a nutcase.
I didn't say you were. I said the man who translated this, King James.
Well, he didn't translate it, though.
No, but he commissioned to have it done.
Right, he did.
And he was not a sane man.
King James didn't translate it, though. That's the thing.
No, we agree. He didn't translate it. He just commissioned it. There was about 45 or 47 different translators, maybe 57, that worked on it. Some of them from Oxford. They're good people. But for the most part, the King James Bible is just an update of the Bishop's Bible. So are you suggesting that the Bishop's Bible was a good or a bad translation?
It's not as good as the 1611.
How do you know that? How do you know that the Bishop Bible didn't get it right and the
Well,
1611
for
ruined it?
instance, okay.
Because it seems like the 1611
Well,
has some editorializing.
that's where faith comes in. I believe it's
Always the
pure.
pop out.
Hold on.
So let's hear what you believe.
This is my 1560.
What do you believe?
This is my 1560 Geneva Bible facsimile, and I think this is the inerrant word of God, not the King James.
So now what?
And it's in English.
Well, you're welcome to your opinion.
Right. So
Yeah. So
all we're saying
let's hear what your ideals are.
Well, I'm an atheist. I think that Jesus was a liar and a fraud that fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies, and there's absolutely no good evidence to believe in the God of the Bible.
So you just believe we popped out of Cabbage Patch?
Nope. Only Christians believe that.
No, we
Just evolved.
certainly we evolved.
Just
yes.
evolved out of goo.
I mean, you can call it goo. That's not
Just
really
out
the
of
case.
goo. We were monkey. So we were.
No, we have a
Yeah,
common
well,
ancestor
I'm-
with the apes.
We are apes.
Some of us more than others.
Okay.
We are among the great ape species, yes.
Yeah. There's a reason why like this is an agreed upon scientific fact among nearly all biologists. It's not because they're all lying. It's because the evidence is really good.
Yeah. Well, I respect your opinion on it, but I'm going to have to disagree.
Sure. Do you know what ERV is? An endogenous retrovirus?
Not in particular.
It's a really cool thing that we discovered some time ago where when you're looking at a piece of DNA, they used to, like, I've heard people refer to it as a genetic scars, but I don't know if that's a great way to word it. So essentially, when you have a piece of DNA, sometimes if you have a virus, the virus can actually find a pathway into your body and alter your DNA. I'm going to draw a crude picture real quick. So like if this is a string of DNA, right? And we're looking at DNA, what we find is that we'll have a DNA sequence that seems to match, the rest of what's in the genome. And then we'll find these little snippets in the sequence that look out of place and they're spliced. We've got scars where foreign DNA got into somebody's body and spliced itself into DNA that's in the genome, right? And then this is called an endogenous retrovirus. Now, what happens is if this gets into your genome, then when you have children, all of your children have it. And when they have children, all of their children have it, right? So what we can do is we can track ERVs to see who comes from where and what comes from what. And so what we find is that humans and great apes share a high number of he just left. And so did Dugald. Well, that was something. Okay. Dugald's back.
The app keeps being weird on me.
Welcome back. It's okay.
It keeps slowly
cut.
scrolling up to the next live, even while I'm sitting here.
Mine was weird last night, actually. Well, that's the end of the road. I've got to read some super chats saying get off, and me and my son are probably going to go have some fun outside and do some splashing in the water. But thanks for joining me, Dugald. For anyone who not following Dugald yet, please make sure you drop a Dugald a follow. He's a great friend of mine. He's a very good contributing member of the community. If you've been in the deconstruction realm at all, you probably already know who Dugald is. But if you don't, drop him a follow. He's awesome. When are you live next, buddy?
Tomorrow night or tomorrow afternoon, 4:30 Eastern.
Okay.
I'm on politics tomorrow, though.
Fair enough.
Politics tomorrow.
Politics are fun. All right, let me grab
Some
some super
days.
chats. I know it's hard to, yeah.
You can only get called the F slur so many times before you're just like, okay.
Right.
I'm done tonight.
Design, my friend, says objective morals, the teddy bear he can't prove. It is, right? People really want morals to be objective because then they can point their finger and say, you're wrong objectively. But listen, it's great that you want that. Can you demonstrate that to be the case? You can't do it. Millennial Meg says, okay, this was 100% we're sitting through Colby. I love when you get fired up. Thanks for cooking all day. Much needed entertainment. Well, thank you so much, Millennial Meg. I appreciate being here and supporting the stream. And sometimes I get fired up. I got to do a better job about keeping my cool because sometimes I get fired up and people are, they've been relatively nice. I'm getting better, guys. I'm learning. I'm growing. But thank you, Meg. And Nightman Cometh says Linda Kundalini was Velma in the Scooby-Doo movie, was a huge crush of mine when I was younger. Okay, so Nightman, listen, you're not the only one. I actually thought Velma was the crushable one as well, not the Valley girl. I liked Velma, the book nerd. That was my favorite. So big W.
Here's the thing, Justin. Like, as she called him, what was a snake in your spine, basically? The Kundalini?
Yeah.
I'm like, were there left behind pets of the Anunnaki? Like, is this like a connection somewhere? Like, were they left to like watch over us?
The callers are crazy. Like, we've had insane people today. Like, they need medicated.
Oh my god! Don't be sexist.
Robin says, happy Wednesday. Robin, happy Wednesday to you. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. Also, Josh says, God is the ultimate thought stopper. I mean, yeah, for most of these believers, God is not a provable thing. It's a thought stopping cliche, right? That's why all they have is cliches. No actual
I agree with
arguments.
Mac when he says that the triomni property they've given him has just really made it impossible.
I know. That's
it
why
really has.
when I get people that don't subscribe to all three omni properties, I'm like, okay, cool. You're actually sane because there's no reason to believe in the triomni God. It's insanity.
Especially when those same people will tell me that hell is separation from God. I'm like, but then he's not everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
These and then they're like, well, he limits himself for us. And I'm like, but that makes him not all powerful.
They're not bright.
Look at it.
Crucifix Me says, I'm bald. I laugh at myself. Are bears a threat? Well, here's the thing. As long as you don't curse a bunch of little kids, I think the kids are safe. Being that you're not a prophet of Yahweh, I think you're even extra safe. I would say be safe from the sun. That's your real threat. Make sure to wear sunscreen. Don't get any skin cancer on top of your dome. You don't want that. So be safe out there. And remember, God in the Christian worldview created the sun, which you need for sustenance, but will also give you skin cancer. It's one of those weird things that makes God good.
I read something about that, Justin. Correct me. When they called him bald, wasn't it in reference to him being a priest of bald? Didn't they have shaved heads? That's why they were making fun of his baldness.
No, not that I'm aware of. It in fact it says of the priests not to even trim your sideburns, not just the priests, but the men, not to even trim your sideburns. It seems like not trimming your sideburns, but buzzing your head would be an unnecessary thing. Now, there are occasions where if you have like a particular defilement, or if you're caught in prostitution, you can have your head shaved.
Oh, okay.
Just like if you're caught in war, like if you're a captive bride, they shave your head.
So it wouldn't have been about him being a priest of Baal then.
Right. So if anyone was being shaved, it was for cleansing, for ritual purity.
Gotcha.
So the priests wouldn't have been typically bald.
Good to know.
Unless they were ritually impure at some point.
Well, I mean, hey, priests are known for things.
Right. But that's an interesting take on it. I've not heard that one. I don't think it makes the story any better. But
it absolutely doesn't. I was just curious because I had read that and I was just curious if you'd heard that too.
No, that's actually a new argument for me. I haven't heard that. So the shaving is
where I read that from.
The shaving is typically in regards to like skin diseases.
The sideburn thing, is that where Judaism did that evolve from that?
Well, in the law code it says do not let a razor touch the hair on the side of your head.
Yeah.
Now, most modern interpreters would say that, well, this is a practice done in pagan worship. It didn't mean that God wanted you to have long sideburns, but in a lot of the Jewish circles, they interpret it literally to, well, you got to grow your sideburns.
So it did come from that. That's interesting. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Let me grab a couple more super chats from Aruchi. Says, what I think is that OM is the idea that right and wrong exist factually without any importance of opinion. So it's the concept of some action. I'm open. Yeah. So again, I'm open to an objective moral argument as well. But what I know is that morals don't come from God. They wouldn't even be objective if they did. But yeah, I am open to the objective moral argument if it makes sense. And Piao says, claiming to be God or that everyone can be or is God is the embodiment of ketamine and fentanyl and methamphetamine all at once. And I think you're 100% right. And now that I've read that, I'm going to get my live on TikTok get taken down. But don't worry, we're ending the stream here in just a minute. Thank you for the super chat.
I was sitting here like bare knuckling, like, oh shit.
Governor says, it's like Back to the Future. You are my density.
Wait, the more dense you are, how do you go higher up in dimensions? When you sink?
I didn't want to get into it, but I mean, if you're more dense, if you're at a higher density level, then yes, you would be lower.
I don't understand.
Kat says, regarding Blick Sky, Lord of the Rings had a better story. Actually, Lord of the Rings did have a really good story. But he was doing his best. He was really spitting some stuff. And Bry says, are these people a fungus among us? I need to be dug for this conversation. You do. In order to survive these convos, you literally need to have some substances because it's hard.
Need to be stoned for Doug.
Yeah, absolutely. Bendover says, how does increasing in density rise you up? Flat earthers grasp that. Yeah, that's what we're saying. Increasing in density going to take you down, not up. Tim says, breaking news, rapture happens, no one disappears. Oh, that's interesting.
Right.
That's an interesting claim. I was hoping people would
that
disappear.
means we're going to be subjected to forever of them saying Jesus is coming soon.
Right. Yeah.
That sucks.
Soon has no meaning. Remember, words have no meaning to Christians.
None whatsoever. Words don't mean words. As many times as that's been my live subject, and the many times as I've said that, I need to just go ahead and get a trademark to put it on a shirt.
Yeah.
Words.
I'm going to be putting one in the app store or the merch store. So the merch store down below, I've got a couple items. I keep trying to make a piece of merch and they keep taking it down. And I've tried different variations, but they don't like the wording of it. But it basically says, if you need a book from a guy that thinks it's okay to own slave, execute babies, commit genocide and other things to be moral, then you're not a moral person. And I just wanted to put that on like a coffee cup and some stickers. And every time I make it, they're like, fuck no, you're not doing that. I'm like, why? Why can't I? Let me sell it.
You can even modernize it and say if you are claimed to be a Christian and you are cheering on feeding people to alligators, you're not really very Christian, are you?
I agree. I got a couple more super chats left, friends. Let me get through these here. Herbie says, I'm watching on Catching Up, and others may have already mentioned the Tim Minchin song, Thank You God. It's a fantastic song. Please listen to it. That's like the fourth or fifth person that brought it up. I'm shocked that I haven't actually heard of it.
I've never heard this either.
I mean, soon as this is over, I guess I'll listen to Tim Minchin. Herbie, thank you for the suggestion. I'll give it a listen, I promise. And Josh says, Viking is valedictorian of his homeschool. Yeah. Yeah, I buy that. And Biter says the Shroud argument was a pollen. What? A
I don't
Apollen?
get that one. I don't get that
Apollen.
one. Oh, the pollen on the thing he was talking about.
Right. Well,
But where's the apollen?
it's a play on words, right? But I don't know what it's a
Yeah.
play on.
Sorry, 321. I'm not.
Sorry, Biter. Yeah, we missed it. Thank you for the super
Yeah.
chat, though. Cheap Snack says believers who call to cry about our methods or your methods or morals should have some introspection in the lack of evidence of their God they avoid at all costs. Isn't that the crazy thing? They'll call in to complain about my morals, but then they won't lay down the argument for why I should change my morals. Like, listen, if
They
you
just
don't like
get
them,
canceled.
give me the evidence that I need to have different morals. Like, I'm not doing this because I like it. No one likes having subjective morals. Like, we would love to be able to point our finger and say, you're wrong because of X. We just don't have it.
Somebody explained the joke back in the chat, by the way. They were talking about the word appalling. Appalling. So appalling.
Appalling, not Apollon. I get it. I get it. A class to O class. That's a tough one. Okay. Fair enough. That's a decent one. Crash says these 18-year-old men aren't scared of hell. They're only worried about mommy and daddy drowning them, kicking them out, not paying their school fees. So Crash, this does bring up a good point. I've known a few so-called Christians in my coming of age that were literally only there. They were still in it because if they weren't, they wouldn't get what their parents had to give them, right? And then they defect as soon as they get out on their own. Marcus says, for space-time curvature caused by masses within space-time, what direction is the curve going if there's a fourth spatial dimension? That's way above my head, Marcus. I've seen videos trying to explain space-time in the fourth dimension, and it typically comes down to them saying, well, it can't be visualized. Like, you have to, it's a conceptualization, it's not a visualization. And if that's the case, I'm not the guy for it. That's a Dr. Blitz situation.
You might as well have asked me train A, train B question because I don't know.
Right. And
I
Sir
get that when
Game
I
a
get
lot.
that.
Yeah, listen, I love a good science or math question, but I have a limit. You know, I'm the Bible guy.
Right.
Sir Game a lot says, first we have Kundalini, now we have Christ consciousness, more new age pseudoscience quacks. Sir, that's the case. This might be the most pseudoscience I've had in a live stream in a while. And another Kundalini says, Kundalini or rehab matrix. I'll stick with atheism. I mean, it's sad that those are your choices, atheism or Kundalini. Like, we don't have a lot of great choices.
What this matrix is.
What's that?
I still want to know what this matrix is.
I mean, no one seems to know. It's obviously density. Kay says, Justin, you don't understand. The government is planting synthetic biological true aliens in our brain stems to control our matrix consciousnesses. Obviously, Kay. I don't know. I didn't think about that. They're in my brain stem.
It hurts. It hurts.
That's why I get all these headaches. It's not from yelling at idiots online. It's from the aliens.
Hurts.
Call Me says, was Guest referring to Great Cloaca Theory? Cloaca Theory? Probably. If I had to guess, probably. I don't know for sure, though. That's something that's a little bit beyond my learning. And Gem and Jay says, is there a correlation between matrix density and bullshit viscosity? What is the correlation between religiosity and how hot someone's Christian girlfriend is? These are real hard-hitting questions. We need to know the answers to.
We need to write them down for when these people come back up again.
That was good. Casper says, just found out about you, and now I can't go a day without your videos. You are a godsend, my friend. Well, Casper, thank you so much for letting me know. It's very sweet. And thank you so much for watching and supporting the stream. And Sir Gamelot came in again, says, the God of the KJV 1611. What a joke. Well, listen, you know what? All's well that ends well. He came in pretty confident, but he actually left pretty kind. I'll give him some credit. At the end of the conversation, he seemed pretty settled in and kind. Unashamed says,
pretty sure that it's the these and thous that get them. They think it's more official that way.
Yeah, it sounds more gaudy.
Right.
Yeah. Unashamed says, my density has propelled me to another dementia. I mean dimension. I think you nailed it, actually. Ranter says, enjoying the day streams. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. And we're going to be doing another day stream. Looks like tomorrow, most likely. Kind of says the same words don't mean words. excuse by theists is the same excuse they do for Trump when he grabbed him by blank, or when he said he will end the war on day one. Actually, you're so right. Anytime someone says something that people don't like, you can either own up to it, or you can just say words don't mean words. And words don't mean words is choice number one for most people.
All of it, all the time.
All right, last super chat. I got to go, friends. I'm late. Ben Dova says non-stamp collector has a great video of Hovind debating Ham over Bible contradictions. It's animated, and the judge gives them both points. Worth a watch. I've seen that one from non-stamp collector. It's a really good one. And I love non-stamp collector. I'm sure he has no idea who I'm as. He's probably never seen my channel, but I'm going to straight up plug for non-stamp collector because his channel is awesome. That being said, who's live right now that we can go raid?
I have no idea.
All right, guys, let me know in the comments who we should go raid. Thank you so much for everyone that was here that is a member. And if you want to subscribe on Patreon, I got a Patreon now. Thank you for all the people who shared the live, that commented during the live. Thanks all the moderators that are here moderating the live. Thank you for all the super chats and the support, friends. It really does mean a lot. It's the thing that keeps the channel going. I'd go longer if I could, but I've got to end at 5 o'clock. Ian's live. Let's go raid Ian right now.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go raid on both YouTube and TikTok. If you're on TikTok, you already know who allegedly Ian is. If you're on YouTube, you might not know who he is, but you'll know soon because his channel's growing like crazy. So let me pull him up real quick. So here's his channel, allegedly Ian. He's debating right now. It's allegedly -Ian is the channel. I looked at about 800 people, 700 people in there. I think we should be able to get this thing way up over 1,000. Let's bump it up over 1,000 and get some people in this stream. Let's get Ian rock hard for Doug, guys. That's the screen name right there. Allegedly -Ian. Allegedly -Ian. Let's go ahead and raid this stream. Let's get the stream bumping. I see 776 people. I'll be over there in just a minute. Let's get this thing well over 1,000, friends. Let's go raid them. Thank you so much, everyone, for